For the sheath to finish. William Ospina. Colombian writer, novelist, and critic born in the Herveo municipality of the Tolima department. Every Colombian has to tell the truth. And only when all truth can be told, when we stop being locked in the truth of others, will we learn again to polemicize without killing ourselves, and we will have given its meaning to the musical cry of Emiliano Zuleta that has traveled to Colombia for 70 years and who gives his name this book. Something is changing in Colombia. After centuries of repetitions where a culture, a people, and a territory were persistently erased and ignored by arrogant powers, a huge reality is emerging. An unknown people is discovering its own existence, a territory is sprouting light. Sooner or later what was war will learn to be dialogue, what was violence will learn to be demand and claim, what was silence may become a story. William Ospina. For the sheath to finish. For half a century, Colombia has experienced one of the most dramatic political conflicts in the Western Hemisphere, with hundreds of thousands of deaths, millions of victims and internal refugees, millions of migrants to other countries, and a growing deterioration of the institutional order that can be measured by the crisis of justice, the scandalous levels of corruption, the number of congressmen and leaders who go directly from power to the cell, the poverty and misery rates, insecurity, crime, the backwardness of infrastructure and inability to convert the undoubted wealth of the territory into something that benefits the majority and guarantees general prosperity. The most alarming thing about this phenomenon is how imperceptible it is to the world. Colombia is a country that has the same population as Argentina and Spain, twice the territory of France, and an extraordinary geographical location, with extensive coastlines on the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean, where the two halves meet. Of the continent, with the most populated region of the Andes mountain range, and with half of its territory in the river meadows of the Orinoco and the Amazon. The first question one has to ask is why a complex and persistent conflict, in such an important territory for the planet, with all the natural resources, an astonishing biodiversity and the greatest sources of water and oxygen, can be so invisible and so incomprehensible to the world throughout the 20th century, a world that knew everything about Cuba and Santo Domingo, Haiti and Jamaica, Panama and the Malvinas Islands, did not seem to know anything about Colombia, and the novel 100 Years of Soledad, by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, so that in the last 3 decades of the century people would know where to locate this disturbing and paradoxical country on the physical map and on the spiritual map of the planet. But the truth is that not even Garcia Marquez's novel would have managed to make the country fully visible, and the crime novel of drug trafficking had to occur for another side of this reality to burst onto the world stage, showing, in a very different way than language-dazzling novelist, the extreme contrasts and dramatic exuberance of Colombian society, allowing some to finally wonder what is happening in this blind spot of the continent, what has allowed the tragedy of 50 million people not move as it should neither the press nor world public opinion. One of the cruelest legacies of colonialism is that the subjugated countries are forced to erase their differences with the metropolises and sometimes take centuries to reveal their true features. And the truth is that the nations of Latin America have only become visible to the world when they were able to show their true face, their complex originality. The European powers tried to make Mexico an empire governed by the House of Habsburg-Lorena, and that forced Mexican society to show in the indigenous face of Benito Juárez the uniqueness of an entire people, its firmness, as well as the inexorable decision of not to allow its American clay to continue to be shaped by the hands of Europe. This in turn allowed Mexico to deepen its self-awareness with the turbulent peasant and indigenous revolution of the early 20th century, and to incorporate the people into its national legend in the image of popular leaders Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata. The face of Argentina was drawn at the same time by that infinite pampa that for decades provided food to the world, the legends of Sarmiento and the Gaucho, and the progression of immigrants that made Argentina not only a European country but at times the only rich country of Europe, and that they allowed Jorge Luis Borges to become the guardian of the planetary libraries and to place the mythical Aleph of language in a basement of Buenos Aires. The Colombian is the territory with the least vocation for unity that can be imagined. It is enough to go 3 hours in any direction to find yourself in a different climate, surrounded by different vegetation and with a landscape of ever-changing depths. Most of the population lives in the equinoctial Andean region, the region with the greatest biological diversity in the Cordillera, and it should be remembered that, as Borges said, perhaps deploring the flat world of the south, all the plains are the same but there is no mountain equal to another. Although in Latin America it is easy to find plains as considerably different as the Argentine pampas and the Venezuelan plains, such as the Valle del Cauca and the Bolivian salt flats, it is still true that the landscape of the Andean mountains, so picturesque in the romantic sense of which seems to require painting, is changing before our eyes with extraordinary rapidity. In this meticulously diverse territory, 120 indigenous nations had managed to develop their particular cultures in regions that were very different from each other, the deserts of the Wayuu of La Guajira and the snow-capped peaks of the Caujas of the Sierra de Santa Marta, the swamps of La Mojana in the country of the Zanús and the Rhine forests of the Embaracados of Choco, the islands of the Cunas and the Caucar River Canyon that populated the Abejicos and the Pantagoras, the hot land plains of the Gualis and the Ondamas of Magdalena Middle, the fluvial plains of the Panchas of southern Tolima and the cold mountains of the Nazas and the Guambianos of Cauca, the emerald mountain ranges of the Musos of Boyaca and the golden kingdom of the Muiscas of the Sabana, the world of complex natural myths of the Yuas of the Sierra del Coque, the borderless prairies of the Siquanis of Vichada and the flowery forests of the Kamsas of Putumayo. The jungle valleys of the Andaquis and their tutelary branches, where the great rivers are born in a cross, and the infinite jungle of the Amazonian communities. In addition to the many peoples whose cultures are still alive, they still tell their stories. Staggered stone cities in the mountains that look out to the Caribbean Sea, maps of the constellations in the stones of the great rivers, the legend of the forests of golden tombs of Sinu, the complex goldwork of the Colimas and the Quimbayas, the Zanús and Malagana, the Taranas and the Muiscas, the refined realistic pottery of the Tumacas on the Pacific cornices, the hydraulic engineering of La Mojana, the necropolis of Usm, the funerary niches of Tierra Dentro, the megalithic gardens of San Agustin in the shadow of the kingdom of the Andalusians, the countless rock pictograms of more than 20,000 years old in the Chiribiquete Mountains. To this geographical diversity was added ethnic diversity, mestizajes and mulattas, as well as the gradations and degradations that the bureaucratic curse of centralism works on a very rich territory. The idea of a unitary nation was imposed on us by the colonial regime, but the beginning of an autocratic and distant capital, turned into the administrative and organizing center of the nation, was one of the dramatic consequences of our history. It might be thought that we were united by the climate and the geographical area to which we belong, but this is the region where geography disintegrates and climates multiply, where the elements of ethnic and cultural diversity are dispersed, each seeking its most favorable niche. For something, the groups with the greatest indigenous content tended to always look for nature and the banks of rivers. For something, the slaves emancipated from their masters, but not from poverty or segregation, sought the secluded coastlines and formed communities there marked at the same time by poverty, solidarity, and refined cultural creativity. For something, the most European whites and mestizos always looked for urban areas or egalitarian small holdings. In the absence of the unity of the territory, an ethnic identity or an integrating legend, the role of uniting the inhabitants was assumed very early by an element that came from afar, the language. It was through the Castilian language that the nation project that until now has kept Colombia united, despite its original diversity, the wars that cyclically tore the territory and the mutations of projects and customs were built. But the story that built the nation and that kept it, if not united, at least together, even in the last 2 centuries, was the colonial discourse, not even eradicated by the adventure of independence, a European interpretation of nature, a Catholic interpretation of the social order, a republican discourse imitated from the French Revolution and the imitation of institutions born of liberal thought but based on the power of the castes and of arms. And I say imitation because in Colombia the liberal thought that built the modern republics never made its way. All the countries of Latin America were incorporated into modernity through a borrowed liberal discourse, the one used by the liberators to gain independence from Spain and create the first autonomous institutions. But for that vocation to be authentic, Profound liberal reforms were necessary everywhere to make the discourse a reality, even partially. This is what the reform of Benito Juárez in Mexico and that of Eloy Alfaro in Ecuador, the reforms of Roca and Irigoyen in Argentina and the revolution of the miners of Bolivia in 1952 did. To the law a foundation that was not the will of the Spanish crown or the Napoleonic Code, that was not only the doctrine of the superiority of writing over the word committed. Because against an indigenous world where the word alive on the lips was the greatest source of legitimacy, here the written letter was imposed in such a way that property titles ended up being called, in an almost biblical tone, writing. What could the property guaranteed only by word and custom be worth in the face of the power of attorney of the deed and its tremendous capacity to legitimize theft and usurpation? It seems that talking about these things would go too far back in the history of the continent, but the truth is that we are talking about real and recent problems. In Colombia, property lives today conflicts identical to those that characterized the outrages of the conquerors of the 16th century. Millions of small landowners have been dispossessed again at the end of the 20th century and at the beginning of the 21st, as the populations of small peasant owners had been in the violence of the 1950s, and as they had been before with the civil wars of the expelled forever from their lands through a phenomenon whose repetition every so many decades only reveals that something essential of democracy failed to be established in our social order, that the state failed to become a true legitimator and protector of life and of the property. Violence, sometimes tolerated when not sponsored by the state itself, remained the ominous source of legal order. Some have maintained the thesis that what is required to correct this ancient drama is a strong state, which prevails over minority violence, but we will see that a strong state is not enough, that a legitimate state is required, and that to sustain this legitimacy, the formal instruments of democracy, ballot boxes, judges, police, officials, and armies are not enough, but rather an incorporation into the legality of the community as a whole. And to join the law, it is not enough for everyone to submit to the law and be protected by it, something deeper and more subtle is necessary, that the community feels that the law comes from it, expresses its will and guarantees its rights. To read the history of the 19th century in Colombia, from the battles of independence to the battles of the Thousand Days' War, which ended in 1902, is to witness the gradual defeat of liberal ideas and an even more deplorable phenomenon, the mode as those who abandoned these ideas, they tried to continue embodying them, although in reality they folded themselves to the thought and customs of their adversaries, and went, to put it in the words of Emerson, renouncing their world star for star. Some say that one of the first steps in that direction was taken by our own father, Simon Bolívar, who in a dramatic moment of the wars of independence resigned to face the powers of the Catholic Church, and for reasons that someone will explain to us someday, it allowed clerical education to make its way into the young republic. Since then the power of the Church has been strengthened in such a way that all those who attempted the most important of the liberal conquests, the separation between the Church and the state, the establishment of the secular state and a modern education, free from threats of the obscurantism and the arbitrariness of the Inquisition, were silenced, banished or erased, to the point that one of the most beautiful poems of our literary tradition, the sonnet I Wandered Through the Deserted Cathedrals, by Nito Restrepo, will possibly be read by Colombians for the first time on this page. I wandered through deserted cathedrals, still a teenager, when I believed that the organ in its notes brought me music from heavenly regions. Tears of pain I poured out when I looked at that cross on which hung the man of God who died on a disgraceful day to save mortals. Then the faith of ignorance fled, a ray of light crossed the void, and the cathedral was a gloomy room, the music from heaven was rampant, and Christ was a flower whose fragrance was carried away by the summer winds. It is significant that this poem has reached me orally, years ago, saved by the memory of a great liberal, Alvaro Garcia Cortés. It is significant that, as in ancient times, this order of words is kept alive by the faithful memory of a people. Without a doubt, many essential things for our future will also be hidden in the memory of Colombians. It is important to know that liberalism was losing its historical projects since the end of the 19th century, so that we understand how the leaders who officially called themselves liberals since then always denied its principles at some decisive moment in history, they renounced the agrarian reform that they had proposed themselves in 1930, they left the national wealth in the hands of the North American oil companies, they prevented Gaydon's triumph in the 1946 elections, they refused to accompany the rebellious crowds in 1948, they resigned from the electoral contest in 1950 when they only participated could save the country from violence, they sponsored the violence of the 1950s and later abandoned the humble peasants they had armed, entered into an undemocratic pact with the conservatives in 1958 to share power for 16 years, renounced the duty of finally bring Colombia to democracy and a plurality of parties in 1974 when had to end the National Front. They dismantled as of 1990 the few institutions that had proven to work for the people in the bipartisan republic. They deepened the old habit of handing over the country's economy without protection and without scruples to the world market, and they left becoming a small party of dolphins that live off the fame of their parents and uncles, vote counters and budget distributors, already deprived of all philosophy and far from all greatness. His resignation was so great that it would have to be said that the main renovation projects, such as the incipient industrialization or the layout of the railways, were rather due to conservatives such as Rafael Reyes and Pedro Nel Ospina, and that when they tried to establish the liberal republic they immediately backed off in fear for the enormity of their responsibilities. When someone said that the main difference between the Colombian parties was that the conservatives went to Mass at 5 and the liberals at Mass at 8, he was not making a joke but was exposing the essence of one of the greatest historical defeats of Colombian politics. It must be recognized that it was reckless for the ideologues of independence to propose the creation of republics on our continent at the same time that the European republics were born. It was evidence of an eagerness to be contemporary, to synchronize Atlantic clocks, to overcome the uncomfortable feeling that, as Europe entered modernity, we were still stuck in the mud of that late Middle Ages that Spain had brought to America. And that is why the anti-colonial struggle vehemently assumed a liberal discourse that, as I have said, does not have enough support in the social reality of the countries. It was already difficult to build republics in Europe, where in any case people had lived together for centuries in the territory of each country, seeing themselves, if not as fellow citizens, at least as members of the same species. It was already difficult in Europe to confront social stratifications and overcome the disdain of the aristocracy for the common people, but it was much more difficult to found republics in a world where the natives had just suffered centuries of servitude, where slavery of the children of Africa reigned everywhere. Managing with the European worldview a territory just taken from the gods of corn and the serpent was as absurd as pretending that the same Catholicism of the Spanish and the Italians would reign here. No, the difference was enormous. Here they brought a Catholicism for Indians and slaves, not for Christians who considered themselves equal, and the preachers who expanded the empire of faith in these lands implanted it with the greatest severity, trying to erase it day after day the beliefs born of the territory and of the long familiarity with its secrets. Let's say that in learning about modernity, without forgetting all the tasks of our memory and of our soil, we had to advance at a different pace, achieve in years what others had done in decades, and pretend that it was possible to have modern citizenships without that process of accumulated conquests that marked the European adventure, without the theological debates of the Middle Ages, without the mental freedom of the Renaissance, without the conquests of portraiture and perspective, without a philosophical view of our own conscience having come out of us, like those thrown by Descartes or Montaigne, without the controversies of the Enlightenment, without the illusions of the good savage, without that egalitarian storm that grew in France from the ironic smiles of Voltaire to the blood necklaces of terror, without the process that it created in broad European sectors the expectation of a new age and a new dignity for individuals. In the United States too, the blind spot in the construction of the Republic was the attitude towards slaves and Indians. There the discourse of equality and human rights came to a sudden halt. But the natives had been almost exterminated and the slaves were a minority in the face of the massive immigration of Europeans. That is why a theory of equality before the institutions could make its way, which tried to be confirmed as much as possible with the formidable liberal effort of Abraham Lincoln. The United States assumed early the recognition of the territory and its poetic appropriation, its incorporation into the sensibility of a people, as we can see it in the torrential psalms of Whitman, in the poems of Emily Dickinson, and later in the beautiful poem The Giftful, which Robert Frost wrote for John Kennedy's inauguration ceremony 50 years ago, this land was ours before we were this land, it was ours more than a century before we became its people, it was ours in Massachusetts, in Virginia, but we were colonists from England, possessing some things that we did not yet possess, possessed of that complaint we did not possess. Something that we refused to give used up our strength, until we understood that that something was ourselves, that we did not surrender to the soil in which we lived, and from that moment it was our chilblain to surrender ourselves. We gave ourselves fully, just as we were, that feat of giving ourselves was like multiple feats of war, to this land, looking vaguely to the west, but still without history, without art, without reinforcements, just as it was then and already with everything that would be. Here, despite the inordinate and splendid effort of Juan de Castellanos, we were left with the task of knowing the territory, recognizing ourselves in it, and building an economy and politics based on that knowledge. Also, of course, the task of constructing a religious discourse that truly dignified Indians and slaves, recognizing their type and customs, the mythical and historical horizons from which they came, the depth of their own past and the richness with which their languages had deciphered this world. During the War of Independence there were two moments in which the generous thinking of the liberators and their project of a new age of freedom and justice ran into almost insurmountable difficulties. Not even Bolivar, the most enlightened and understanding man of that time, managed to fully understand what his conflict with PR in the Orinoco and his conflict with Agualongo in southern Colombia meant. He ended up solving in a barbarous way two of the central problems of his time. Despite his contradictions, PR raised the issue of slavery. Blacks and mulattoes warned that independence was above all the struggle of the Creoles to inherit the continent from the Spaniards. Therefore, although Bolivar freed his slaves, fulfilling the promise he had made to President Pétion in Haiti, he could not get all those slave owners, whose support was indispensable for the cause, to give them freedom, to demonstrate in that this practice was not only a revolution against the peninsular, but against inequality and injustice. As we advanced in the expulsion of the enemies, the hopes of the slaves were postponed until when the conditions were favorable for abolition, and throughout the continent that hardly happened 2 generations later. PR seemed to understand where things were going, or took advantage of that undoubted discomfort, and so opposed the advance of the revolutionary process that the General Staff sentenced him to death, and Bolivar, who was his friend, agreed to sign the sentence. Still, in the central regions of Venezuela, many people who respect and love Bolivar continue to pay tribute to PR, and see him not only as the great liberator of the Orinoco but as a martyr in the fight against slavery. In southern Colombia, people love Agualongo, the great fighter who understood that with the Creoles, for a long time, the Indians would have a harder time than with the Spanish. These, after the initial terrifying extermination, had developed a more benevolent legislation towards the natives, and on the other hand, the Creoles, despite the good intentions of the chiefs, could not prevent discrimination and exclusion from being the inheritance of the natives for centuries. Republics. If Agualongo, spokesman for the Indian world, for the voice of the land, for the importance of the province and its singularities, had triumphed, perhaps independence would not have been possible, because the terms of the war are inexorable, and the hateful domination colonial would have dragged on for a long time. So for the continent it was fortunate that Bolivar made his way to Quito, and continued his campaign until defeating Spain at Junín and Ayacucho, and expelling his armies from the continent. But something very noble in the defense of the indigenous world and the secrets of the territory was sacrificed there. A debt of respect and dignity with the native peoples remained pending in Colombia for a long time, and it continues to be one of the challenges of our incorporation into the modernity. Fortunately, this time teaches us more and more that as the world becomes global, this cannot mean forgetting the regions and the voice of the place, but quite the opposite, a reunion of the place with the world, a dialogue more complex in which the voices of all regions will have to be heard. We have all seen that one of the effects of globalization is that it makes every place on the planet more visible. In the fight for the preservation of planetary water, it will become increasingly evident that the protection of the great oceans supposes the cleaning of the rivers, that the protection of the rivers in turn imposes the care of the smallest streams, and that in the root of the defense of the great global water systems is the purity of the springs. Only seen like this can one appreciate that generous, selfless, sacrificial struggle of so many local heroes who understood the value of the place, the dignity of the provinces, the respect for the territories, in the face of every policy that made its way fighting for more abstract things, such as the homeland, freedom, or independence. The defense of individuals and communities, of trees and seeds, against the dogmatism of ideas, defending rivers and forests against the arrogance of the world market. In Colombia, we call the period from 1880 to 1930 the Conservative Republic. It corresponds to the centralist constitution of 1886 and began with the government of regeneration, which subjected the country to an alliance between landowners and the clergy, prohibited free reading for much of the century, educated the country in racism, intolerance with different ideas, pettiness as a lifestyle and disrespect for the rights of citizens. In the most mestizo country on the continent, where marital unions were in fact between people of all races, there was nothing more persecuted than free love and nothing more discriminated against than the children of unions not blessed by the Church, who were surely the majority. How can a country that grows in hatred for Indians and blacks, who are the inalienable origin of the majority of the population, love itself? How can a country grow without intolerance and without resentment where the children of love are outlawed and considered second-class citizens? When they tried to be Catholic, those same children of free love encountered discrimination and abuse. In this way, many beings who found in the Christian doctrine of love and equality, respect and compassion, a consolation in the face of the world's difficulties and a promise of dignity and affection, saw their intimate faith mocked by an ignoble covenant of the ecclesiastical powers with the powers of the world, and if something must be said is that the original Christ of the poor and the meek was betrayed by the merchants in the temple itself. This is the gravest fault of the Catholic Church and its old prelates, and it is at the root of all the ills in Colombia. It is the stigma that the Church, allied in 1,000 ways with political power and even with military power, has drawn on the forehead of the nation, and that is the size of the historical debt that this closed and fanatical clerical power has with the country. A debt that will not be able to be repaid with all your charities and good examples. But the responsibility of the Church in the persecution and demonization of liberal thought is also great, not only because it knew that it would moderate its influence on citizens, protect non-believers, non-practitioners and the children of free unions, but because he was going to question the properties of the Church, which in Colombia were hardly comparable with those of the army. Thus the cassocks and bayonets contributed to the perpetuation in Colombia of a darkest Middle Ages than anywhere else on the continent. It is enough to remember that just a quarter of a century ago, those who wanted to contract a civil marriage had to go to any of the neighboring countries, Venezuela, Panama, or Ecuador, because in Colombia, which lived proud of its supposed modernity, the only marriage with legal validity was the Catholic. It is enough to think that even today, when even the Roman pontiff preaches in Rio de Janeiro that nothing suits societies as much as the secular state, which allows religions to live together and dedicate themselves to preaching their values, to train their faithful in an ethic of respect and responsibility, even today at the apex of Colombian power there are rulers who speak with the dogmatism of the old bishops and shadowy officials whose provisions are governed less by the Constitution than by the Inquisition. The elite that inherited the Republic and dominated it for 2 centuries were in charge of perpetuating the colonial discourse. For a long time, the school model was made to reproduce a few eternal truths, that there were metropolises that had to be imitated in everything, that the Catholic Church was the only creed, outside of which there is no salvation, that marriage for the Church was the only source of social legitimacy, that Colombia was a white, Catholic country of European origin, that our duty was to speak a purely pure language, and that democracy only demanded absolute respect for the authorities, total submission to the rules, obedience to the state and its armed forces. The language was thus initially used to unite the country through clerical orthodoxy and the disqualification of all dissent. The narrative of the nation was articulated in the pulpits. Pero como mucha gente quitaba por fuera de ese estatuto ideológico tan cerrado y tan lleno de hipocresía,
el poder económico, el poder religioso, el poder de la escuela y el poder del Estado fueron utilizados para someter por cualquier medio a todo aquel que no se sintiera incluido en el orden de la república. Pero los que se sumption no por el merecieron ser tratados como ciudadanos. La república no era el nombre de un proyecto nacional coherente sino el nombre de un conjunto de negocios particulares, de proyectos de casta y de iniciativas de los poderosos, and the role of the community was to submit to its priorities, to accept the place of someone who has not been invited to the party, and can only be there as a servant or an intruder. Even a name was invented for those who tried to assume that condition of equality that the doctrine lied, but that reality continually denied, equal. It is a phenomenon that we can see in the meanness of public spaces. When you visit France or Spain, Brazil, or Argentina, the first thing you notice is the enormity and refinement of the spaces made for the enjoyment of the community. A park like El Retiro in Madrid, spaces like the Esplanade de los Inalidos in Paris, like the Trocadero fountains in front of the Eiffel Tower and the successive Champs de Mars, spaces like the banks of the river or the Luxembourg Garden, show companies where the citizen is considered the main recipient of public investment, where rest, recreation, community meetings are the main part of the government and public works agenda. One sees the immense parks full of works of art, the museums, the courthouses, the pantheons, the transport systems, and it tends to say that of course, all of this is possible because France is vast and rich. But later one reflects on the subject and remembers that France is a country with half the territory of Colombia, and that in Colombia the parks are tiny or inaccessible, the urban perspectives meager, the practicable areas for the community lack design, greatness, and of spirit, to the point that only in the last decades spaces such as the Simón Bolívar Park in Bogotá have timidly begun to be seen, where massive events are sometimes held. And even there it is possible to notice that a city of this magnitude does not have stages for large shows, so that they end up charging the attendees fortunes for listening to a concert between the cold and the mud, in the most deplorable discomfort. Just at the end of the 20th century, frightened by the explosions of violence in the neighborhoods, it occurred to the administrators that perhaps giving something to the community, offering spaces for recreation and culture, installing minimally operational transport systems, could conjure up the explosion of an exasperated and aimless social energy. Thus, what democracy should have offered from the beginning as a natural gesture towards the dignity of the majorities, because public spaces are the common dwelling place of democracy, were improvised at the end as handouts to contain the social eruptions long gestated in darkness, and there were those who were surprised that these investments did not immediately conjure up a social malaise that had matured for centuries. We have allowed ourselves to reach the second decade of the 21st century without a subway in a city of 8 million inhabitants like Bogotá, not to mention cities like Cali or Barranquilla, whose urban space was conducive to all kinds of generous works and that have delayed building spaces for collective happiness for a long time. And a few days ago it was revealed that a state that invests fortunes in arms and armies has a budget for all its museums in the national territory that would be insufficient for just one. That is why no one is as right as Fernando Vallejo, the great challenger of a disrespectful and iniquitous social order, who has said that the only thing this mean and dreamless leadership taught the country is the miserable art of dividing a napkin in four. When you visit the Delta del Tigre, in Buenos Aires, at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, and on weekends see the comfortable boats that take walkers between the islands full of gardens and country houses, through the arms of the Delta, he cannot help but remember the Magdalena River, deforested and poisoned by the mercury of the gold prospectors, by the agrochemicals that carry the rains from the mountains and by the industrial and organic waste of all the cities, a river where miserable fishermen and poor travelers crowd into despicable boats in which the country's central administration has not invested a single peso. Only the powerful military boats that cross it remind us that there is state wealth, and that wealth never thinks of the ordinary people who inhabit those shores and have to invent every day the way to travel a river that was once life itself of the country and today it is just a testimony of the way in which we are turning paradise into a bilge. What made the leaders so mean and so capable of despising the people? Surely the colonial conviction that they had to administer a third-category country,
the pain of not having been born in Spain or in France or in the United States, having to resign oneself to derive their wealth from this soil and to live with what they always called a country of Kafirs. But if it depended on them for Colombia to have public works, beautiful spaces, fountains, parks, monuments, places of memory, railway networks, agriculture, industry, why did they dedicate themselves to venerating distant places and envying their excellence instead of making in turn, as did other countries on the continent, beautiful cities and admirable works? My opinion is that the people who were lucky did not seem worthy of those efforts. It was better to be able to go to Paris, and come back here to be proud of those trips, than to build on this soil a dignified homeland, beautiful cities and respectable communities. The power of the colonial discourse had penetrated them to the bone, and that was why everything that came out of the hands and spirit of the people, the original music of the communities, the theater, the dances, the crafts, the regional narratives, anything that gave any recognition to the popular initiative was immediately disqualified by the sieves of the aristocracy. When Jorge Isaacs, at the end of the 19th century, wrote a book on the languages and myths of the indigenous peoples of Bajo Magdalena, the president of the Republic himself, Miguel Antonio Caro, prohibited its publication, because the writer was defending the value of languages and customs that the government had already decided to eliminate, subjecting indigenous communities to the dissolving power of religious missions. And Maestro Rafael Campo Miranda, author of some of the most memorable cumbias and joints of our music, has said that in Barranquilla's social clubs until the 60s it was forbidden to play joints, because the only respectable music was that of the international orchestras. In vain the people demonstrated to them with their music, with their dances, with their stories, with their nobility, with their simplicity, that a true, proud, and humane culture was possible here. The owners of the country started from the colonial assumption that this community was inferior, and this did not allow them to understand that educational processes, that respect for their cultural creativity, that the construction of a shared legend, were the way to form a large society. And respectable. There were too many prejudices and arrogance in that elite to allow a people abused since the conquest to be master of their destiny and to be the spokesperson for their country before the world. Here there has always been a tendency to leave crowds in poverty and neglect, and run to hide the poor when the world came to look at us. Perhaps the best thing was that no one came and that the perfumed spokesman of the country went to meet the world, that the chosen ones should go to Europe to the hand-kissing ceremony, to honor these highly respected powers, while trying to keep the American copper from being noticed. The English, the French, the Americans do not mind speaking Spanish with the marked accent of their homeland, because they are not worried about knowing where they come from. Here you had to speak English and French without any accent. No, it was that someone hearing them realized that they came from elsewhere, from provinces ashamed of themselves, prostrated in the veneration of distant flares, and not very convinced that they had the same right as the others to breathe the air of the planet. Because the sad thing about the matter is that those elites who despised their people did not do so basically out of pride but out of a secret feeling of unworthiness. Perhaps by belittling their countrymen they cured a little of the discomfort of having been born in barbarian lands, in that further margin of the seas that seemed to them stripped of beauty, deprived of history, lacking in grandeur and dignity. It is always that certain aesthetic prejudices already contain a drop of fascism, the colonial idea that beauty was European, that on a planet as diverse as this one it is possible to postulate a single canon. Even today if the President of the United States, who cannot ignore what poverty is because he knows the neighborhoods of Chicago and the Mississippi Delta, comes to visit us, here they manage to turn the 20 demonstrable blocks of Cartagena into a corralito of silver where a poor man or a beggar cannot be seen, and they only wish the walls were a little higher so that it would not be possible to see in what state of prostration they have a noble city of almost 1 million inhabitants. And they will never allow themselves to convene a summit of Pacific leaders in Buenaventura, because although that city is the main port of Colombia and the source of the extreme wealth of a few businessmen and merchants, the abandonment in which the Central Powers and the violence that has been unleashed there as a result speaks very well of what we call our leadership and the respect it feels for the country. The official world tolerated only intellectuals and writers subjected to power and eager for handouts. Great authors, such as José María Vargas Vila, were exiled, but at least in that case it can be said that they expelled him because they recognized him as someone powerful, dangerous, and not for sale. And that Vargas Vila was the expression of the defeat of liberalism. His language was like the foam, no longer supported by an abolished world. He lacked contact with reality and people, he was nourished by books, and his style sometimes gives the impression that he uses the data of reality to give a flavor to the texts, but that he is in combat with illustrious ghosts of imperial Rome and classical France. However, Vargas Vila lived in exile, fiercely fought clericalism, punished the continent's dictators with his rhetorical shaft, and managed to be the best-selling writer, the most hated writer, the most loved writer, and the most widely read writer in cities and villages, in a paradoxical age in which the books that were read up the spine of the Andes were printed at number 7 Rue de El Odeon and in the printing houses of Barcelona. The effort to make popular culture, dance, music, stories, arts, and crafts invisible was part of a more complex process, the amazing effort to make an entire people invisible, a process that persists to this day for the method of making visible only those who in some way represent the social canon. Any verbal caricaturist of the weekly magazines can ironically undress that old Colombian custom, proposing to the laughter of his readers photographs on the social pages of poorly dressed people, with imperfect smiles or with surnames of doubtful origin. A delicate dictatorship of good taste, good manners, and good families, on the part of those who condemned the entire society to bad taste, rusticity, and shadowy lineage, made its way and became the tacit decalogue that had to be obeyed to be people, the only decalogue that had any application in Colombia, where, on the other hand, the state committed crimes, the children of many good families practiced social cleansing at midnight, the landowners paid henchmen, and even the most irreproachable businessmen ended up financing the crime and horror with the best of intentions. It is possible that in this way Colombia has become the most racist country on the continent, being at the same time the most mestizo country, the most ethnically mixed. This is explained because only when the elites are as mestizo as the rest of the population does this need arise to emphasize some differentiating element, and in this case it was undoubtedly customs, education, and tastes that made the difference. But true democracies strive to integrate majorities into models of education, health, hygiene, and the construction of shared rituals, while plutocracies, accustomed to repulsion, take advantage of these differences to build a regime of stratifications capable of to prevent any proximity that is not labor subordination, that turns the pyramid of social classes into a scale of almost infinite gradations, where everyone aspires to ascend even one step and for this they consider even their closest relatives as rivals. With this, the dominators manage to keep the community prostrate in a kind of negative consciousness of their own virtues and incapable of building bonds of solidarity with others, since each one aspires to soon escape from their environment and leave their peers behind. They are like that tango girl who only had longings to live and love, go downtown, succeed, and forget the calico. This fact, normal in societies in formation, can become a technique managed by power to keep communities stratified and with all their ties broken by necessity and competition. There are no societies that achieve this more fully than those that abandon the people, those that do not build a minimally protective and benefactor state, and leave the entire struggle for survival in the hands of individuals, so that they hardly have their own arms and end up trusting, if they trust anything, only in the family institution. The technique ends up making visible only those who manage, through their talent, their ambition, their docility, or their cunning, to climb the social ladder, and condemns the majority to a kind of practical non-existence. Individuals end up, in a way that is compatible with the tendencies of implacable capitalism, scarcely converted into producers and consumers, electors and taxpayers, prostrate in the veneration of celebrity, opulence, power, and spectacle, or cut off from everything by indifference, or out of skepticism, but unable to assume the voice of their community, to take initiatives, to demand that the state fulfill its duties. Their sufferings will not be measured by anyone, their lives will not count in the definition of social priorities, their deaths themselves will end up being as imperceptible as the disappearance of the industrious ants. To this absence of a sense of the public in the construction of democracy must be added the lack of a law rooted in the conscience of citizens. It is enough that a system of privileges and exclusions is established on society, so that citizens begin to feel that the law is not a guarantee but a trap. The only thing that can ensure compliance with the law is evidence that it applies to all, guarantees equal opportunities and respects the dignity of each one. In Colombia, the affirmation that the law is for those of Ruana made its way a long time ago. The peasants and humble people were called Los de Ruana, in contrast perhaps to more luxurious or more urban clothing. But that phrase reveals how the law lost its universality and became selective. It was applied differently for different sectors of the population. All societies live the risk of falling into the clutches of privileged regimes. The novel Les Miserables by Victor Hugo would not exist without this phenomenon that the crimes of a humble man are punished more severely than the crimes of the powerful or arbitrariness of the officials. Here there was for a long time a regime of exception for politicians and the military that made them stand above justice, and a model was perpetuated in which wealth and influences are in a position to delay and make it impossible to apply the law. It is very recent in Colombia to see members of Congress or officers of the armed forces tried and convicted in the courts, and no one is unaware that there are also hierarchies in the payment of sentences, that the imprisonment of certain ministers consists above all in having a place to ride in the mornings. However, I am not one of those who believes that justice consists of punishments and prisons. No one has ever shown that prison makes human beings better, and whoever aspires to justice must know that the only truly effective justice is that which does not represent revenge, that comes after the fact to punish, but that which prevents evils and strives to prevent unjust deeds from happening. The history of Colombia also shows the gradual and alarming way in which large sectors of the community have been driven into illegality, the way in which society as a whole becomes increasingly skeptical of the rules and ends up preferring fraudulent paths to the legal ones. To understand the climate of illegality, and the larger and more serious phenomenon of how an entire world sinks into mistrust of the rules and the culture of transgression, one must understand the way in which an irresponsible leadership forgot to educate the public. Society, by example, allowed the law to lose its majesty in the eyes of the citizens, and how the state itself, which is the one with the power to ensure compliance with the law and to punish those who transgress it, became in Colombia in a mass of irresponsibility, made more to hinder than to facilitate citizen life, a network of cronyism and traps whose main purpose is not to magnify society but to prevent any transformation within it. A society with more requirements, with more procedures, with more anterooms seems impossible. A state where officials are less capable of solving problems seems impossible, because everything has to be resolved at the highest levels, those that are inaccessible to the community. In any operating country, the official who attends a person at the window is in a position to solve his problems, to reschedule his debts. In the Colombian state, every official has to consult even the most trivial things with a superior, who at his own expense sometimes he consults with another, even the celestial spheres, and no one is empowered to make decisions. In this way, in a society drunk with mistrust, superiors ensure the privilege of decisions and subordinates manage to avoid all responsibility. You have to see how much time the community wastes lining up for the most elementary things, how much social time is wasted on formalities. The time of citizens does not concern the instances of power, and the arrival of new technologies has not improved things because the machines, incorporated into an irresponsible system, can present, more than the officials, unappealable incommunicado points that paralyze all procedures. Faced with the accusation that the state is a mechanism of privileges, any member of the elite could rightly say to us, "Go see who the attendants are in the state offices and you will realize that it is not the aristocracy, but the village." At some point in history, Colombian elites understood that the state did not require their presence to be at their service. It was enough to leave the institutions in the hands of a bureaucracy whose primary duty is to prevent anything from changing, and that it receives as a reward for that work. Invaluable Kafkaesque maintenance of the status quo, the right to parasitize the institutions, charge for the paperwork, delay the paperwork, send the characters of the novel eternally from window to window, and turn what could be done in one day into a nightmare of weeks. A valuable film, La Gente de la Universal by Felipe Alger, caricatured this dramatic phenomenon by showing some foreigners who go from office to office trying to comply with the desperate procedures of the labyrinth of unreason and arbitrariness, and that at each request they receive the same answer: "That's why I tell you, lady, that first you have to go to that part and do that." There is even the official word tramitomania. All the presidents of the Republic come to power with the promise to simplify the procedures, to make things easier, and at some point in their government, which always consists of a refined metamorphosis, they abandon that task, more arduous than cleaning the Augean stables. And when they leave office, if they decide to leave it permanently, perhaps they spend many days signing the infinite documents that guarantee the dusty eternity of the model. But it is that each small official derives his omnipotence from these procedures, because the Colombian state illustrates well that phenomenon of a social sector that it finds on its desk, in its window, in its file, on its stamps, in its anteroom or in its doorway. A place to exercise omnipotence. We already know that each doorman is the king of his door, and each official invents his personal code, which no one has time to compare with the laws. The efficiency of the state is different: to spend the energy of the entire society in endless turns through the narrow corridors of power, to maintain with all severity an iniquitous and irrational order, to subject everyone who comes to its spheres to a process of incorporation into the arcana of documentation, photocopies, seals, the comings and goings of a world where papers are a kind of inscrutable divinities, and where the pretext that corruption is being prevented busy small officials. While far away above them, the great hawks of corruption fly freely in the skies of power. Here the law is the mirror where citizens are not reflected, and this illustrates the way in which the community was excluded from the beginning of the decisions, and an infatuated and arrogant elite felt they had the right to issue norms that others only had the duty to obey. Often the representatives of the law allow themselves to violate it in the eyes of the citizens, and the policeman who imposes a fine on us with a severe face for running the red light not only allows himself to go red as many times as he wants, but also usually resigns. Blow to the severity of the law if the price is correct. I do not pretend to affirm that they are exclusive evils of our social order. If speaking of money, Quevedo already wrote 4 centuries ago, "Who judges them with passion, without being an ointment, makes them humans, because smearing their hands softens their hearts." But what is truly critical are the dimensions that these behaviors reach in a society like ours. In a history of successive violence since the time of the conquest, if the numerous civil wars of the 19th and 20th centuries did something, it was to break from time to time with the continuity of customs and with the roots in the territory. How can a knowledge of the world become acclimatized? How can some customs, shared rituals remain, if every once in a while the sweeping wind of war and displacement comes to frustrate that intimacy with nature and that possibility of generations? Do you pass on your experience, skills, and wisdom to each other? It was already difficult to dwell in a territory where the ancient knowledge of indigenous peoples, their knowledge of nature and their interpretation in myths of the secrets of the world were desecrated and erased by the arbitrariness of the cross and the sword, but after from time to time, it conquers a new breath of discord and oblivion that shook the provinces, and after independence, violence did not allow 3 successive generations to inhabit a region without expulsion and contempt. For these inherited knowledge, something old and persistent has conspired so that Colombians always feel like a kind of foreigner in our own country, and at the same time so that we do not learn to see ourselves as fellow citizens. Here everyone understands the phrase "the owners of the country." Here too often humble people tell each other that these evils are eternal, that it is useless for someone to want to change things because they are not going to leave it. Although his face is not easily located or his place definable, it is understood that there will always be something or someone that prevents that model of arbitrariness, exclusion, irrationality, and injustice from being modified. It is already known that in societies where ties of solidarity have been broken, where individuals abound but there are no or almost no citizens, indignation and rebellion fail to assume the character of political transformations, that is, community, and rather each one drifts towards transgression and crime. Projects, noble causes, shared ideals are shipwrecked in the well of personal appetites, individual resentments, and private hunger. Keeping people at minimum subsistence levels, trapped in the stocks of need, not letting them enter a symbolic order of values and ideals, is what prevents individuals from becoming citizens. The old peasant tradition was full of values that the falsely modernizing wind despised and was annulling in a suicidal way. Wherever a dignified peasant economy could develop, free even a little from the shame of the noble castes and the horror of wars, the trust between neighbors, the tradition of hospitality, respect for the word, the pride of cleanliness and ornamentation even in poverty. Because although the struggle for survival tends to lock it up in precariousness and in the immediate, humanity tries to save those more abstract values of compassion and respect that are what make possible an order of coexistence and civilization. It takes a lot of pettiness, the guilty persistence of numerous exclusion schemes, so that a noble community in its origins, spontaneously supportive and hospitable, gradually loses confidence, sinks into suspicion and selfishness. For people to lose the ability to put themselves in the place of the other, to help each other and to sympathize, true storms of uprooting and long reigns of adversity are required. Nietzsche said well that any custom is preferable to the lack of customs, and the most reprehensible thing about social models that despise the poor and abandon them to their fate is that they threaten the foundations of a moral order without which life is impossible. In society, it is already alarming that in a society that central skepticism is incubated towards the positive law that makes citizens prone to transgression, but what governs our daily conduct is less the codes of law than custom. We have allowed ourselves to reach the second decade of the 21st century without a subway in a city of 8 million inhabitants like Bogotá, not to mention cities like Cali or Barranquilla, whose urban space was conducive to all kinds of generous works and that have delayed long time building spaces for collective happiness. And a few days ago it was revealed that a state that invests fortunes in arms and armies has a budget for all its museums in the national territory that would be insufficient for just one. That is why no one is as right as Fernando Vallejo, the great challenger of a disrespectful and iniquitous social order, who has said that the only thing that this mean and dreamless leadership taught the country is the miserable art of dividing a napkin in four. When you visit the Delta del Tigre, in Buenos Aires, at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, and on weekends see the comfortable boats that take walkers between the islands full of gardens and country houses, through the arms of the Delta, he cannot stop remembering the Magdalena River, deforested and poisoned by the mercury of the gold prospectors, by the agrochemicals that carry the rains from the mountains and by the industrial and organic waste of all the cities, a river where miserable fishermen and poor travelers crowd into despicable boats in which the country's central administration has not invested a single peso. Only the powerful military boats that cross it remind us that there is state wealth, and that wealth never thinks of the ordinary people who inhabit those shores and have to invent every day the way to travel a river that was once life itself of the country, and today it is just a testimony of the way in which we are turning paradise into a bilge. What made the leaders so mean and so capable of despising the people? Surely the colonial conviction that they had to administer a third-category country, the pain of not having been born in Spain or in France or in the United States, having to resign oneself to derive their wealth from this soil and to live with what they always called a country of Kafirs. But if it depended on them for Colombia to have public works, beautiful spaces, fountains, parks, monuments, places of memory, railway networks, agriculture, industry, why did they dedicate themselves to venerating distant places and envying their excellence instead of making in turn, as did other countries on the continent, beautiful cities and admirable works? My opinion is that the people who were lucky did not seem worthy of those efforts. It was better to be able to go to Paris, and come back here to be proud of those trips, than to build on this soil a dignified homeland, beautiful cities and respectable communities. The power of the colonial discourse had penetrated them to the bone, and that was why everything that came out of the hands and spirit of the people, the original music of the communities, the theater, the dances, the crafts, the regional narratives, anything that gave any recognition to the popular initiative was immediately disqualified by the sieves of the aristocracy. When Jorge Isaacs, at the end of the 19th century, wrote a book on the languages and myths of the indigenous peoples of Bajo Magdalena, the President of the Republic himself, Miguel Antonio Caro, prohibited its publication, because the writer was defending the value of languages and customs that the government had already decided to eliminate, subjecting indigenous communities to the dissolving power of religious missions. And Maestro Rafael Campo Miranda, author of some of the most memorable cumbias and joints of our music, has said that in Barranquilla's social clubs until the 1960s it was forbidden to play joints, because the only respectable music was that of the international orchestras. In vain the people demonstrated to them with their music, with their dances, with their stories, with their nobility, with their simplicity, that a true, proud, and humane culture was possible here. The owners of the country started from the colonial assumption that this community was inferior, and this did not allow them to understand that educational processes, that respect for their cultural creativity, that the construction of a shared legend, were the way to form a large society. And respectable. There were too many prejudices and arrogance in that elite to allow a people abused since the conquest to be master of their destiny and to be the spokesperson for their country before the world. Here there has always been a tendency to leave crowds in poverty and neglect, and run to hide the poor when the world came to look at us. Perhaps the best thing was that no one came and that the perfumed spokesman of the country went to meet the world, that the chosen ones should go to Europe to the hand-kissing ceremony, to honor these highly respected powers, while trying to keep the American copper from being noticed. The English, the French, the North Americans don't mind speaking Spanish with the accent of their homeland, because they don't mind knowing where they come from. Here you had to speak English and French without any accent. No, it was that someone hearing them realized that they came from elsewhere, from provinces ashamed of themselves, prostrated in the veneration of distant flares, and not very convinced that they had the same right as the others to breathe the air of the planet. Because the sad thing about the matter is that those elites who despised their people did not do so basically out of pride but out of a secret feeling of unworthiness. Perhaps by belittling their countrymen they cured themselves a little of the discomfort of having been born in barbarian lands, in that ulterior margin of the seas that seemed to them bereft of beauty, deprived of history, lacking in grandeur and dignity. It is always that certain aesthetic prejudices already contain a drop of fascism, the colonial idea that beauty was European, that on a planet as diverse as this one it is possible to postulate a single canon. Even today, if the President of the United States, who cannot ignore what poverty is because he knows the neighborhoods of Chicago and the Mississippi Delta, comes to visit us, here he manages to turn the 20 demonstrable blocks of Cartagena into a corralito of silver where a poor man or a beggar cannot be seen, and they only wish the walls were a little higher so that it would not be possible to see in what state of prostration they have a noble city of almost 1 million inhabitants. And they will never allow themselves to convene a summit of Pacific leaders in Buenaventura, because although that city is the main port of Colombia and the source of the extreme wealth of a few businessmen and merchants, the abandonment in which the Central Powers and the violence that has been unleashed there as a result speaks very well of what we call our leadership and the respect it feels for the country. The official world tolerated only intellectuals and writers submitted to power and eager for handouts. Great authors, such as José María Vargas Vila, were exiled, but at least in that case it can be said that they expelled him because they recognized him as someone powerful, dangerous, and not for sale. And that Vargas Vila was the expression of the defeat of liberalism. His language was like the foam, no longer supported by an abolished world. He lacked contact with reality and people, he was nourished by books, and his style sometimes gives the impression that he uses the data of reality to give a flavor to the texts, but that he is in combat with illustrious ghosts of imperial Rome and classical France. Nevertheless, Vargas Vila lived in exile, fiercely fought clericalism, punished the continent's dictators with his rhetorical shaft, and managed to be the best-selling writer, the most hated writer, the most loved writer, and the most widely read writer in cities and villages, in a paradoxical age in which the books that were read up the spine of the Andes were printed at No. 7 Rue de El Odeon and in the printing houses of Barcelona. The effort to make popular culture, dance, music, stories, arts, and crafts invisible was part of a more complex process, the astonishing effort to make an entire people invisible, a process that persists to this day for the method of making visible only those who in some way represent the social canon. Any verbal caricaturist of the weekly magazines can ironically undress that old Colombian custom, proposing to the laughter of his readers photographs on the social pages of poorly dressed people, with imperfect smiles or with surnames of doubtful origin. A delicate dictatorship of good taste, good manners, and good families, on the part of those who condemned the entire society to bad taste, rusticity, and high tradition. The most serious thing is that the members of a society end up not believing in honor, in dignity, in the value of the word, in the pride of respecting commitments, in compassion in the face of the pain of others. To be human, said Aristotle, is to be a member of a community, of a polis. Being continually uprooted from the feeling of community by violence, by dispossession, by displacement, by exile, by exclusion, by helplessness, by daily adversity, can make us less and less capable of acting as members of a community and annul ourselves as protagonists of historical transformations. And on the day when we have to fight for dignity, for freedom, for justice, we run the risk of drifting down the dead channels of vandalism and looting, we run the risk of trying to save ourselves alone, turning everyone else into victims. Stanislao Zuleta once said that one of the ills of Colombia is that many times the revolutions left early for the palace, but after 3 hours they had already drifted towards the Salsamentarius. But if the main characteristic of the nation is its dispersion and its difficulty in setting up a community of solidarity, the main characteristic of the leadership, to give it that undeserved name, was from the beginning to respect more the forms of democracy than its essence. Ours was always a facade democracy. The important thing was not the rights and dignity of individuals, the important thing was not equal opportunities, equality before the law, the protection of life, honor and the goods of citizens, the important thing was the formalities, the sealed paper, the pompous speeches, everything that could fit, no in the complex reality but in the blow of an eloquent phrase, the wealth of the subsoil, the territorial waters, the colors of the flag, the national sovereignty, the traditional parties, the rights of man, the civil liberties, the first magistrate, the second instance, the third debate, the letters of recommendation, the historical records, the free elections, the beauty queens, the transcendental speeches, the grandiose demonstrations, the distinguished ladies, the correct gentlemen, the honorable soldiers, your honorable honor. The Supreme Court of Justice, the articles of prohibited import, the liberal ladies, the problem of the meat, the purity of the language, the examples for the world, the legal order, the free but responsible press, South American Athens, public opinion, democratic elections, Christian morality, the shortage of foreign exchange, the right of asylum, the communist danger, the stateship, the high cost of living, the republican traditions, the underprivileged classes, the messages of adhesion. As Gabriel Garcia Marquez undressed him with a laugh when he enumerated, in the testament of Big Mom, the empty style of our grammarian presidents and our bombastic politicians, all that rhetorical frond with which the country was ruled for centuries. And it is that if the cohesive discourse of the country was articulated by the pulpits, from a certain moment it was the tribunes of politics that made the story of the nation resonate. It is not uncommon for great orators to write our constitutions, and the one who had the most lasting effects was Miguel Antonio Caro, a limited poet but a notable translator of Virgilio, a man who only spoke Latin under the 7 leathers of the savannah and who never came out from the highlands, not even to know what kind of country this was that he was shaping in the institutions. For the spirit that governed Colombia, and for the logic of the growing centralism that made its way after the defeat of the Federals, nothing more convenient than an academic locked in grammar and paragraphs, to build the framework of some institutions that they erased the Indians and the blacks, the jungles and the fiery valleys, the jaguars and the anacondas, the oceans and the outside world. The process that had begun by making cultural expressions invisible and which had continued to make dispersed communities invisible could only reach its perfection by rendering invisible the entire country, its geography and history, its nature and its spirit. Perhaps this would at last achieve the miracle that Colombia was what the elite so desperately needed, a portion of Spain lost in the tropics, a fragment of Europe mistakenly located in the equinoctial regions, a fraction of besieged Christendom. Through evil jungles, an inch of the traditional La Mancha surrounded by stammering languages and barbaric customs that had to be civilized or erased in a hurry. While Miguel Antonio Carril locked himself in his ivory tower to write the Constitution of 1886, a very different man, Jorge Isaacs, traveled the country discovering its extraordinary diversity, its beauty, its potential riches, its memory, its ethnic complexity, the rumor of their languages. That man who participated in political struggles out of love and admiration for his land did not belong to the old lineage of the conquerors. He could look at the country with curiosity and without fear and without guilt. It would be the symbol of another type of immigrant, who did not carry the old burden of the desecration of the territory and the extermination of native peoples, nor the paralyzing ties of miscegenation that delayed in other sectors of society the possibility of conceiving a future. Later it was possible to notice in those different immigrants, in those Englishmen who came to look for the gold mines and who brought their industrial revolution and their railways, in those Italians who made our cartography, in those Germans who established the first industries and founded with Colombians, the second commercial airline in the world, in those Syrian Banes who brought their trade and architecture, how enriching the contribution of immigrants can be and how serious was the error of the governments that systematically prevented immigration, which not only tried to maintain the country enclosed in its borders, but they made the canyons, the jungle plugs, the deserts, the natural borders that already separated us from the neighboring countries, look deepened and aggravated by politics. Vargas Villa had left, and he had had to resign himself to being an indignant whip, not the builder of a new story for Colombia. He almost needed the satraps to have someone to lash out and against whom to be eternally right. But Jorge Isaacs and later José Eustasio Rivera, saw the territory, named it, showed the diversity of its people, the arrogance of stately life and the harshness of peasant life, the patience of some and the recklessness of others, the looting and the wars, the way in which greed and pride insisted on turning equinoctial paradises into hell. Like Juan de Castellanos in the early days of the conquest, they understood that here all history had to include the natural space, not as a background landscape but as the protagonist of the story. Bolívar, too, in his astonishing campaign against the Spaniards, understood very early that the main difficulty to be overcome was not the enemy armies but the climates and soils, the jungles and hurricanes, the abyss and the fog. Isaacs proposed in his novel Maria to show the customs of the haciendas and the pastoral idyls of unfortunate young people, but what made its way was the splendor of nature, and his novel is less a tearful story of delayed and frustrated loves than a botanical expedition through the beautiful spaces of Valle del Cauca and the western cliffs. Rivera set out to tell the sad story of a couple fleeing the city to take refuge in the plains of Casanare, but what made their way was the impregnable jungle, the wild nature with its oppressive fertility, what Alvaro Mutis would call the elements of the disaster, and the horror of the rubber plants and the hells of the Arana house. A struggle was already raised, which always continued, between those who erased the country and those who discovered it, between the politicians determined to submit our diversity to the Procrustean bed of precarious institutions, a reading of reality not made for the well-being of citizens but for the narrow ends of power and bureaucracy, and the discovering spirit of thinkers and artists determined to make us finally see what we had before our eyes. It is not easy to follow the long processes of conformation of the stately society, colonial estates that were in their time great as countries, lands that the encomenderos and the landowners received with their subsoil riches and also with the communities that inhabited them, lands of the nation and native communities that were handed over to the generals of the independence and the officials of the civil wars in payment of their services, extensive provinces, both in the coastal plains and in the interandean valleys, lands of great fertility and extraordinary beauty simply fenced off and often converted into unproductive large estates, or devoted only to cattle ranching or the extractive economy. As long as the country combined its enormous size with a reduced and dispersed population, these phenomena could be as picturesque as the reproduction in the Argentine pampa of bighorn cattle, which simply had to be left for years grazing in its alfalfa fields and later come to collect. Multiplied, in hordes of dairy farms and expeditions with the flavor of epic. But as the population grew, the irrationality of the model became increasingly apparent. To understand the forces that were unleashed in the 20th century, it is convenient to look at the population processes of the regions, the formation of economic realities and the relationship with the world that occurred in this land since the middle of the 19th century. None as remarkable as the formation of the Café Turo, the shift from mining to smallholder agriculture, the slow process of urbanization of virgin forests, the opening of roads and railways, and the arrival of the first promises of modernity. Since colonial times, in the central area of the country, an area of 200,000 hectares was given in concession by the Crown to José María de Aranzazu, especially so that he could exploit his mining deposits, but curiously this concession was extended for the same owners after independence. It was thus that those regions of the central mountain range from the south of Antioquia to the north of Valle del Cauca, where the indigenous populations had been practically exterminated, and which had been closed in almost impenetrable guajules and cloud forests, remained unpopulated until when the Antioquino settlers, who came from their parents' small holdings seeking their fortune, invaded them from the mid-19th century. With them came the English, collecting in mines the £3 million sterling of the loans of independence. In a process that did not stop being conflictive and violent, dozens of towns were born there in half a century. There grew 3 cities with more than 500,000 inhabitants, Manizales, Armenia, and Pereira, and today more than 3 million people inhabit the lands that they belonged to a single owner in the 19th century. It is a good proof of the dynamics that are unleashed when the archaic property schemes are broken to see how that region, dominated for centuries by a single family, became, with the cultivation of coffee, not only the source of subsistence for millions of people but also at the center of the national economy for over 100 years. Throughout the 20th century, Colombia lived mainly off the exports of the coffee region. Following this process of formation of the coffee zone is exciting, the clearing of the closed forests, the colonization wars, the Guayquería, and the discovery of a buried indigenous world, the titanic opening of roads, the contribution of the English and German miners, the laying of the aerial cables, the navigation on the Magdalena, the layout of the railways. A country was built in the coffee zone since the middle of the 19th century, and there a country was destroyed in the middle of the 20th century. You have to know it to understand what happened in Colombia in the last 70 years, and how the catastrophe was developing. Because if the triumph of the regeneration and the conservative republic had perfected the model of exclusion, spiritual domination, and the central skepticism before the law of an unprotected society, later history added some dark elements to the mosaic. While Panama was part of the territory, Colombia was more open to the world and was notoriously a Caribbean country. But the century began with a terrifying civil war, and one of the consequences of that war was the separation of Panama. The United States, determined to build the Interoceanic Canal, encouraged the insurrection in the Isthmus, and in a very typical maneuver of its interventionist policy, the next day they recognized the newly proclaimed government, making it clear that they would not allow the intervention of the National Army to prevent the secession of the territory. Garcia Marquez has said that this fact, more than any other, strengthened both Bogotá's centralism and the policy of confinement at the borders that characterized the country from now on. It can be said that the territory was made up of 2 clearly differentiated parts, divided by an oblique line, the mid-country of the mountain ranges, its interior river valleys and the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, where the vast majority of the population is found, and the middle country of the Orinoco Plains and the Amazon Basin, occupied by some indigenous communities and by the gods of the jungle and the river. Agricultural and livestock activity, as well as urban dynamics, was always in that northern region to which governments only paid attention according to their proximity to the centers of power, but a century ago almost nobody thought that the other half could have some value that justifies the interest of the powerful, the presence of the state, the building of institutions. Even on school maps, the southeast was seen in a tiny square. It seemed more like a ballast than a sacred part of the territory. It was a land of Indians and jungles, of snakes and malaria, of suffocating heat and flooded grasslands. Nothing in it suggested the efforts of civilization, and it goes without saying that these lands were even less like the idolized European Arcadian, so they were not even worth looking at. This was green hell. Despite the fact that the feat of the Chorographic Commission had been experienced shortly before, an adventure of knowledge that unfortunately remained unfinished and whose fruits were unfortunately not shared with the country, despite the fact that some politicians with a business vocation, such as Rafael Reyes, toured remote regions of the country, there were no real efforts to build a project that would integrate the country. Colombia, at the beginning of the 20th century, had 4 million inhabitants, 1 in urban areas and 3 million scattered in the fields. It was easy to lose sight of the human variety, it was difficult to embrace the geographical complexity, nothing was so lost from sight as that region of jungles and plains that hardly fit on the mental map of the leadership. And it was not a question of the country incorporating these regions in an arbitrary way, as was its custom, to agriculture or industrial projects, and even less to the uncontrolled extractive economy or the looting of timber resources, all of which were happening. Gradually, it was about having a vision of the future, an effort of knowledge, an awareness of the territory. How admirable it is that the indigenous peoples had come to have such a meticulous knowledge of plants, soils, animals, climates, the cycle of rains, that they build their malokas considering, in the cosmic sense of the expression, all these factors, that they had always understood the combination of exuberance and fragility that characterizes the ecosystems of these great river basins, and that they had always known that territories could not be exhausted, that springs had to be protected, and that they should be established with the world natural more relations of symbiosis and exchange than brutal relations of domination. Of course, it is undoubtedly easier to do so when communities are small and maintain their relationship with the world ritualized, but even more so, these dynamic societies that grow at a more urgent rate, which can exhaust the earth more urgently, would have to be foresight and cautious. Speed. And it is clear that the main problem is profit, what is not done by the pressure of need but by the imperative of profit, which is not stopped in any consideration because it is not interested in equilibrium but in a blind dynamic of growth, which does not have its true origin in human needs but only its pretext. Like Jorge Isaacs in the north, José Eustasio Rivera also tried in vain to draw the attention of the Central Powers to another side of the country where he sensed the future lay. His poet's eyes had made him notice the beauty and diversity of the regions, his spirit captured the richness and sublimity of the jungle, the rivers, the water sources, the amazing fauna and the infinite flora moved him incessantly. As part of the commission that traced the borders with Brazil, he had been able to visit those territories, he had gone out on his own in a canoe through the wild rivers, with a revolver at his belt and accompanied by a couple of Baquianos, and from those explorations he brought not only his novel law of origin, which shook the continent, but the call of a world that demanded to be taken into account, to be incorporated into the narrative of the nation, to be integrated into the strategic project of the country. Nobody paid any attention to him, because the Colombian diligence never knew how to hear the voice of the territory, but now we understand the magnitude of that man's effort, the clairvoyance of his call. Starting in the middle of the century, many of the dramas that Colombia has experienced had their source and their stage in that extension that nobody noticed, the most invisible half of a country that did not learn to look at itself, that never had eyes to see itself. Full. The history of the land grants made by the Spanish crown in New Granada is astonishing. If the Aranzazu concession reached 200,000 hectares, the Villegas concession, from 1763, covered what would later become the municipalities of Sunson and Abejorral. The La Burila concession, which covered the lands of Cali, Buga, Toro and the nearby valleys of the Central Mountain Range, since 1741 was owned by Nicolas Cachado Hines Troza. That is, a good part of Valle del Cauca and the happy lands of Quindio, before independence, belonged to a single family. The Cachado family undoubtedly joined the party of the liberators because they kept, not their property but their country, in the Republic. In 1840, Colonel José María Cachado Zorrilla inherited it, and his descendants still have to be owners of bitter and sweet and extensive regions of sugar cane. 30,000 settlers came to inhabit that oversized property, but in 1888 a judge ruled a lawsuit in favor of the landowners, and bands of paramilitaries hired by the owners of the world began to burn ranches and to expel and murder settlers. The right of the owners of the land was sacred and prevailed over the lives of thousands of human beings. This in itself is painful, but it hurts more to know that at the same time thousands and thousands of indigenous people all over the country were hunched over working on the properties of the lords, lands that had belonged to their peoples before the gods were erased by God. And that now they belonged to the great landowners of the Republic, still by decision of the King of Spain. An Indian who scratched the land of others raised his eyes one day from the furrow and wondered why, if we were all equal before the law, whites had the right to the land of their parents and Indians never. There the little Indian who scratched the earth disappeared and Manuel Quintin Lame emerged, the greatest fighter for indigenous rights that Colombia had in 3 centuries. He learned to read and write, read the codes, studied the laws, organized communities, learned the maddening art of writing memorials, establishing complaints, requesting hearings, invoking rights, claiming, demanding. He went from Cauca to Putumayo, from Huila to Tolima, crossed the savannah, spoke with Marco Fidel Suarez, and the legal president allowed him access to the nation's archives. Quintin Lame probed into the abysses of memory to argue the rights of the Indians. He must have understood that Aguilongo was right to mistrust the fine Creoles, including the ardent General Bolívar, who knew how to see the Spanish enemy well but did not know how to understand the deep wound of the American Indian. Simon Rodriguez, Bolívar's teacher, had said well that here, more important than understanding a Latin author, was understanding an Indian. A century had passed since independence, and the Indians were still porters of targets, cultivators of other people's furrows, cleaners of floors, reserve of recruits for all armies and cannon fodder for their endless civil wars. It was time for the Indians to fight for something of their own, for a small republic that was theirs, not even a piece of dignity and honor in Paradise Lost. 9 months in jail first, long persecutions later, attacks and arrests later, and finally 4 years with our feet in the stocks were the prize that the democratic republic that sang night and day O unfading glory offered to the epigone of the pride of a desecrated humanity. And yet the little that the indigenous peoples have obtained since then is the result of the example of Manuel Quintin Lame, who grew old in Ortega, Tolima, giving encouragement to his people until the last day, and to him we will also owe much of what the indigenous memory will contribute to our future. Those treasures of wisdom, of knowledge of the territory and of respect for the natural universe without which the republics will not survive. The territory demanded this effort of knowledge from the beginning. It had already been demonstrated by the indigenous peoples of La Mohana, whose wisdom in relation to the soil and the climate led them to build a network of channels of 500,000 hectares, a work of art and knowledge whose vestiges can still be seen from the air when they fly over these regions, a hydraulic engineering model that allowed them for a long time to manage the flood regime where all the waters of the Andean region converge, where the Cauca River and the Magdalena River meet and the swamp begins to spread. The shamans had already shown it, who through their particular paths of knowledge had come to understand the medicinal properties of countless plants in the jungle. Juan de Castellanos had already shown it, that in his silent and selfless effort to collect in an infinite poem the exploits of the conquerors, he understood that what really moved him was the discovery of the American world, and he left us the living fresco of a world that it was born into language and from an unrepeatable historical moment. José Celestino Mutis and the wise men and artists of the botanical expedition had already demonstrated this, who recognized, studied and painted a considerable part of the equinoctial flora. Alejandro de Humboldt had already shown it, that in a single trip up the Magdalena, he left that river meticulously measured, studied and recognized by the knowledge of the Enlightenment, that in his journey through the kingdom on the eve of independence he was able to study soils, climates, minerals, forests, and even reflect on communities, health, the powerful influence of natural phenomena on human life and in social processes. This required something that indigenous peoples and enlightened scholars alike had, knowing how to look at what exists, not being blindfolded by the dogmatic veneration of another world, not being blinded by the shame of one's own, not trying to impose mechanically to one world the truths of another. But alas, our elites yearned for more illustrious worlds, and did not want to even look at the world that fell to them. just as they had meekly accepted the Spanish thesis that in Juan de Castellanos's poem, Elegies de Males Illustres de Indias, which introduced a world into language, there was no poetry, because it was full of barbaric and exotic words that disfigured the classical sound of the Castilian language. In the same way they saw the American world and were ashamed of it. In the story that tyrannized us, there was no room for American nature or the mixed humanity of this continent. They must have been ashamed when looking in the mirror did not appear the Apollo of Belvedere or the divine Aspasia, just as they rejected those indigenous words that the poet considered worthy of poetry from the first moment: pineapple and soursop, canoes and huts, paparos and gualandays, yarumos and toucans, jaguars and anacondas, hurricanes and sharks. Those words could not be poetic because they were not sanctified by Spain. The names of the Indians that Castellanos lavished in his poem were unacceptable sounds. For them, here, definitely, were not the gods. Perhaps the English and the Germans found it easier and more fascinating to appreciate and recognize this American world. They were not so blinded by cultural or aesthetic prejudices, as were the great chroniclers who, at the time of the dogmas of the conquest, did not seem to obey greedy and obtuse Spain but rather the spirit of the Renaissance, which was inventing another era because dared to look at the real world. Leonardo no longer believed that the duty of art was to distrust reality. He went down to look at what real stones were like, and in La Virgen de las Roca, almost for the first time, the stones of art are as hard and forceful as the stones of the world. Just look at a poet like Leon de Graeff, descendant of Germans and Swedes, totally rooted in the American world. He can sometimes write like Carranza and Guillermo Valencia to satisfy the sonority of the language and to yearn for distant things, but when he wants to, he knows how to fully indulge himself with the real world, with the places, the customs, the climates, as in that enthusiastic parade Ramon Antigua through the towns of Antioquia and the Cauca Canyons. They drove spurs if the mules stayed, they stopped at all the inns and inns. They drank the brandy with iridescent foams, pure, dynamic, lofty. And in the totemas of mother of pearl, and they required sweethearts with honey of fine words, the pispiratas girls and the married ladies. The poet knows how to delight in the mention of the townspeople and in the names of the places. There Don Pipo the muleteer, renowned super cup, from Amiga to Titiribe del Cangrejo to La Pintada, from Onza to Cocahondo and in Medellin and other squares. De Graeff fully felt the possibility of making this territory a dwelling place for action, for desire, for imagination, and for the enjoyment of living. They went down the corridor, climbed into the hammocks. Now the balance of the day has arrived. While serving the conjumio greedily you talk, while you talk you smoke, drink while sitting. They talk in a hyperbolic quasi-lie, while the kettle sings on the stove, while the mountain dreams a dream of robust sabots and slender palms. But the poet had already warned early on that there were shadows that conspired against that happiness, and perhaps that certainty sank him into skepticism, or at least forced him to look at the official Colombian world from a distance, before whose ceremonies he was always a rebel. When Leon de Graeff was 18 years old, he had been very close to the tragedy, because he knew Rafael Uribe well, the general of the Thousand Days War who signed peace with the government, and he was his private secretary when the general was assassinated. Axed at the gates of the national capital. How is it possible that in those same landscapes where the poet sees the avid life open to all miracles and the feast of coexistence, others have built a dream of horror and desecration, the entry at midnight of implacable armies into the humble villages, the defense at all costs of petty powers and the triumph of hatred and resentment? We still have much to decipher about our land, so that we can finally inhabit this soil so often desecrated, and turn it, not only into the serene bed of our dreams, but into the honorable tomb of our dead. Colombian poetry always moved in two directions that seem opposite: Juan de Castellanos' attentive gaze to the outside world, who does not want to lose anything of reality, and the confinement in the sounds of language and in the treasures that the language brought with him from his long journey through the kingdoms and through the centuries, as in the outrageous and tender work of Hernando Dominguez Camargo. It goes without saying that, like so many others, Leon de Graeff is both a man capable of seeing everyday reality and singing it with mocking music and a familiar voice, and a craftsman locked up, when he wants to, in the cabinet of the Sonidos Puros. Ambas cosas nos pertenecen con la misma intensidad, quizás ser colombiano, ser latinoamericano, es vivir al tiempo en el presente inmediato y en la memoria distante, en un presente tan desconocido que a veces notion palabras y en un pasado tan remoto que a veces notion confines, ser como niños que tuvieran recuerdos de ancianos y como ancianos llenos de curiosidad infantil. Ver, como Pedro Ruiz Corinthian columns sprouting from the banana trees, see, like Miguel Angel Rojas, mutilated sculptures of Phidias on the bodies of the soldiers victims of anti-personnel mines, draw, like Fernando Botero, Renaissance compositions with the gorillas resting in their hammocks through the tropical forests, among the flies of death. It is what the 20th century came to teach us all, that we will not be able to fully inhabit this territory if we persist in the illusion of not belonging to it, of being more illustrious land travelers, if we persist in denying it and not listening to its voice. A whole world struggled from the beginning to come to light, to show its originality, but a closed discourse of inauthenticity and oppression, self-contempt turned into doctrine, first dragged Colombia into madness and horror. Before that we learned to listen to the rumor of all our traditions, before learning that no teaching is more new than those old words of Pindar, become who you are. That does not mean that the country has not tried to decipher, as far as bayonets and cassocks allowed, the keys to its own originality. The grip was not so strong as to prevent us from realizing that we live in the equinoctial region of the planet, that the north of the territory belongs to the Caribbean, a whole world with its legends and mythologies, with its own languages and symbols, that the most populated region belongs to the Andean world, which extends its memories and traditions, its customs and its music to the Antarctic borders, that the east belongs to the Orinoco Plains, and shares its culture and nature with Venezuela, that there to the south the vast Amazon basin expands, a world barely sensed that the official ideology tried to ignore, but that always exerted its influence on life and on imagination, perhaps because it is the deep source of the air we breathe and water that we drink, from the exuberance of our vegetation and from the exuberance of our living. Under a persistent discourse of inauthenticity and simulation, the real country made its way. La Maria de Isaacs and La Vorigin de Rivera were just the first rays of that summer. Our literature and our journalism were for a long time in the hands of the aristocracy, and Guillermo Valencia was the last of the refined cultivators of that exoticist look that was difficult for him to take root in the world to which he belonged. A poetry of storks and camels, of biblical tapestries and cameos, exquisite in its structure and extremely refined in its melody, seemed to perpetuate the vocation of Europeanism and simulation, but in reality it could not escape the searches that were moving all over the world. Continent to the Castilian language. Colombia seemed to ignore more than the other countries that it belonged to a continent, it seemed to be closed in on itself, but without looking at itself, dreaming of being a piece of Europe lost by magical arts in these virgin lands. But the sap of America ran through our veins. Everything that happened outside had repercussions here and brought us a message of urgency. When the sentimentality and love for the landscape that European romantics had infected us swept the continent, Maria and La Vorigin emerged here to respond to that call, and they went beyond models, they created something new because a different world emerged in them. Also when the influence of the French, Victor Hugo and Verlaine, awakened the sensitivity of a whole generation on the continent and led them to reinvent the Spanish language, to fill it with other themes and other rhythms, the voice of José Asunción emerged here Silva and with him a music unknown in the language, a hunch of freedom. Valencia also caught this new thrill, he was a feudal lord of Cauca, heir to the noble spirit of Julio Arboleda, but beyond his Catholicism and conservatism, the pomp of imagination and the outbursts of sensuality that Verlaine infected them triumphed. To all, a beautiful sinner with a voluptuous body passes by, leaving a trail of temptations in front of the poor little girl who has sought the desert to mortify herself, and she takes him back to life and pleasure. In the background of its decorative stanzas, however, it feels like a boredom of that village world where passions are drowned, it is heard as a call to shake off the stillness and agony, drink pain in them, Pied Pipers of Byzantium, who love polishing the dactyl to the sound of the chains, only those eyes can tell you the weariness of a world that is dying without blood between its veins. Even the aristocracy grew sad in its clerical arcade, but in other sectors of society the buried world broke in. With Tomas Carrasquilla, the ability to look at reality, to observe the life of the province, to listen to the voice of the earth, to paint the original types of the mountains of Antioquia, beings that still seem to be only archetypes but are already escaping towards the individuality and are filled with color and details, breaks out with extraordinary vigor. Carrasquilla knew the Spanish language like few others, but he was also interested in listening to and celebrating the nuances that it assumed in the speech of his region, which at that time covered a considerable part of the country. In Carrasquilla there is no imitation, but rather mischievous and rich originality. Some think that his work was weakened by giving the language an excessively local tone, but the truth is that no one in the field of the language sees as an obstacle to understanding the intonation of Martin Fierro, nor the Creole tone of El Hombre of the Pink Corner by Jorge Luis Borges, nor the idioms of the Mexican corridos, nor the mulatto concerts of Luis Pales Matos, nor the Lunfardo dictionary of Cadícamo's tangos, as it is not too difficult for us to feel in our own soul the moans of Cant John Doe. It is false that the local flavor, when it is authentic and necessary to show a reality and transmit emotions, is an obstacle to the enjoyment of literature. Don Quixote is very Castilian, Dante is very Florentine, Pushkin is very Russian, and much of his charm derives from that roots. The modern world may be enraptured for a while in the dream of an international language, devoid of local nuances, colorless and rather insipid, but the local flavor, together of course with an extraordinary load of humanity and expressive force, has not prevented that Homer is one of the most alive authors that circulate today in the world. He has not prevented a book as tribal as the Bible from continuing to be, to the amazement of some and impatience of others, the Book of the West, the one that shaped the German language, the one that inspired Holderlin's visions, the one who taught William Shakespeare to write. That same Antioquia region produced the work of Porfirio Barba Jacob. The clerical village that Colombia had become in the first half of the 20th century was suffocating for anyone who wanted to live and dream. Barba Jacob suffered from all the oppressions of the clerical country, intolerance, contempt for the people of the countryside, the aesthetic dictatorship of the mestizo caste that dominated the country, the homophobia of the village. If Byron and Shelley did not fit in England, if Rimbaud was asphyxiated in France, how could this oversized man who did not fit in himself, who did not fit in his name, his sex, his language, that did he live in an extreme way all the passions forbidden by the priestly caste and repressed by the political power? Fernando Vallejo has painted his portrait for us, has painstakingly reconstructed his years of exile, his adventures in Cuba, his delusions in Guatemala, his disorders in Honduras, his madness in Mexico, his failure when he tried to return to Colombia and discovered that the Colombia of 1930 it was perhaps worse, more suffocating and violent than the 1909 Colombia that he had abandoned for the port of Barranquilla, full of dreams that life frustrated, full of an energy that he deployed in thousands of adventures, with a dissatisfaction that grew with the decades. It resembled this country like no one else, the country buried by colonial simulation, the one that had been silenced by the clerical gag, the one that was going to be massacred by intolerance and greed. A good part of our tragedies, our anxieties, our silences were encrypted by him in some of the most powerful verses in the language, and if we can establish a contrast with someone, it is with the lilting, flawless, antiseptic language of his contemporary Guillermo Valencia. Some time later, Jaime Jaramillo Escobar would say that he had moved to live in Barba Jacob's work because in the Valencia verses it was very cold. In Barba Jacob the tongue is not restrained and delicate, it is nervous and volcanic, it is made of explosions and spasms. Barba's work is born from the heart of a people more determined to feel than to simulate, it is not a song but a cry, it has no doctrine, it has few certainties, it is made of questions and challenges, of the feeling of a great deception, of enormous frustration and overwhelming defeat, but also of the will to survive even his defeat, not to submit even to death, to challenge destiny, the world, and the gods for the farce to which they have subjected him. It is the pain of a world, the genius of a people that speaks there. I know that we will not decipher the arcana of that voice that does not quite satisfy the academics, that does not manage to adjust in the canons, but that survives decade after decade to the fashions and the cenicals, and is approaching the timeless and the eternal. In it, we hear the tragedy of a tremendous inability to accept oneself. I despise myself, I am wounded, I despise myself, you have gangrenous my heart. He mentions beneficial rains that put an end to centuries of drought, happy fields where the villagers fill the mountains with cries. He speaks of an Indian boy who is with his mother at night under the stars, but he always ends up exclaiming, imaginations! Imaginations! This land is very sweet, very warm, not sterile at all, and long rivers of pain fertilize it. Barba Jacob does not want to console nor does he seek consolation, he shows the emptiness, the nothingness of a culture made against man, and only proposes that we be able to resist, to oppose ourselves to the end. Someone say in my name, one day, in vain, no 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 no. That call to an unyielding resistance burns in his verses like a mysterious key. It is not himself, it is perhaps his world that he wants to teach him to say, even though ages have collapsed and generations have succumbed, my hour has not yet come. He says it because he knows that all defeat is provisional, that for a people death is a teaching, that before the afternoons that fall forever, there is a voice that has the duty to say, how many will not be alienated, even bluer. It's not time to learn any more, he yells. Nothing, nothing forever, scream. Nothing is heard, silence and mist, breaths of the arcane, the light lies, the song lies, screams. And then he says that when he dies, tie his hands with the strings of his lute, let the knot be very tight, because my heart surrenders fiercely and spitefully to death. The drama has been a horrible, mean and frustrated drama, good game that they have played me. I believed that this had meaning, with the tangle and the charm of the illusion. How does he manage, with that message of permanent defeat, with that fateful declaration of the impossible, not to leave us that feeling of fatalism and discouragement that Kafka's works produce, but a curious feeling of energy, rebellion, and vitality. The power of music is not in what it is said but in how it is said, and Barba Jacob's voice is one of the most vigorous in the language. He does not stop at the slow delight of euphony, he does not know how to be ornamental, he is not making literature, but rather shouting at night, and the prescriptive does not manage to tame him, nor does the rhetorical web delay him. He knows that nothing should be expected from power, that the fatigued is only helped by the fatigued, that the sad only helps the sad. Support your fatigue in my fatigue, I complain about my pain, I will support your pain. In the midst of his clamor that he does not want to be virtuous or exemplary, he nevertheless leaves us the key to what is, and especially what will be, the world in which he was born. May his mother hear the crying of that chilly child who is lying on the hard earth, under the stars, and lull him, and breastfeed him. Perhaps this is the only time when you can quench your thirst and leave you wet with the milk of human tenderness, as Shakespeare taught. When life does not give us the elemental in time, perhaps we will no longer be satisfied with anything, and ours will be the eternal search for what does not exist. All the clamor of romanticism is condensed there. Barba Jacob has expressed a secret, that whoever is a child of necessity, and was not suckled by a generous law, becomes something insatiable. I asked him for a sublime song to sweeten my rough, monotonous, and harsh life. He gave me an enchanted rhyming lark. I wanted 1,000. I asked him for an example of the safe rhythm with which I complain could govern my eagerness. He gave me a spear, a night murmur. I wanted a sea. I asked him for a never-extinct burning bonfire so that he would lend heat to my dreams. It gave me a dimly lit firefly. I wanted a sun. How vain is life, how useless my impulse, and the Edenic greenery and the Aeol April. O sordid guide of the night journey, I want to die. Perhaps only the peoples faced with their cruelest moments, with their most extreme challenges, manage to find that power of synthesis, those sentences that seem to capture figures from the world and keys to eternity. Danilo Cruz Velez once maintained that Colombia only twice approached the possibility of modulating the highest poetry, with the work of José Asunción Silva and with the work of Aurelio Arturo. I do not doubt that Silva brought to the language the music of new obsessions and new dreams, that Aurelio Arturo discovered the way to a reconciliation with nature that will be key in many things in our future, but Barba Jacob's voice is more mysterious. It seems to pick up a tear that can only have its origin in the way in which the American land was incorporated into Western civilization. The cry of a raptured world, the astonishment of two halves of the human that look at each other and do not recognize each other, deep irredeemable sufferings, silent heroisms of which only God witnessed, the pain of a humanity whose pride was taken away. Despair before a land that does not know how to be a homeland, resentment before infatuated powers that torment the world and are hopelessly blind to its beauty and deaf to its song, and consequently the duty of humanity to despise every power that denies it, to build his paradise in dialogue with the humble land and in alliance only with those who suffer, a vindication of the marginal and the postponed, the courageous decision to love the world despite the admonitions of history, of the promised defeat and irremediable death. The poet finally says that the source of his inspiration, fed on ice and deceived by the gods, in nights without dawn and in tears of agony, he will no longer believe in anything, not even in poetry. And I am serene. In the midst of the dark someday, of thirst, of fever, of mortuary bouquets, the day of goodbye to all that we love, I will recall this hour and I will say to myself, smiling virilely, poet, in what are we left? And I will fill my glass with shadows and abyss, the day of goodbye to all that we love. That same torrentiality of language, that same reactive virtue capable of challenging a centuries-old power and of contradicting long-established habits, emerged in the 1930s in Colombia in the fiery cry of Jorge Eliar Gaitán. Barba Jacob and Gaitán belong to the same world, to those mestizo middle classes denied by caste, children of those teachers, of those decent language cultists who read Vargas Villa under the covers and dreamed of a time where ancient kingdoms would finally be rescued. Desecrated, wisdom erased, lineages dishonored, the stained dignity of a world. It is not by chance that Barba Jacob arrived in Mexico when the revolution began, in Latin America, in the absence of a continental political or economic union. Deep rivers flow, secret channels, and everything that happens as powerful and again happens simultaneously everywhere. This is how the enlightened generation that preceded independence was born, this is how the liberating generation emerged, this is how the modernist generation sprang up, this is how the so-called boom of Latin American literature would appear in the middle of the century. In the second decade of the 20th century, Mexico exploded, and there was Barba Jacob living the awakening of a race, the pride of a people, benefiting from that Mexican hospitality that was the propitious space for Colombian literature to be born and strengthened, which he had no space in his own country. Because here nobody expelled them, there was not even the respect and fear that they had for Vargas Villa and that led them to exile him. Now they didn't care. Colombia was capable of appreciating books, but not of helping to write them. An artist was abandoned to his fate, and most likely he did not make his way, because he was devoured by the fight against adversity, which extinguished the genius of Antonio Llanos and extinguished the music of Luis A. Calvo, which he allowed to get lost in the indifference to Luis B. Ramos, the photographer, and led the young cartoonist Ricardo Rendon to suicide, the struggle, even harder, against indifference and loneliness. That is why Barba Jacob and Leo Matais, German Pardo Garcia and Alvaro Mutis, Gabriel Garcia Marquez and Fernando Vallejo found cultural asylum in Mexico. It must be said, as part of the memorial of grievances to the country's dark history, that a good part of Colombian literature had to be written in exile, and that if a literary life finally became possible in Colombia, it was only after moment in which Garcia Marquez won the Nobel Prize for Literature. Perhaps one should fearfully add that the reason so many now appreciate writers is not because literature has attained a new dignity in our official world, but because Garcia Marquez's editorial success produced the illusion that literature could be a profitable trade and even a path to wealth. The Colombian elite was not in a position to build a coherent and dignified country. Not only because the territory was too large and too diverse for such a narrow and distant interpretation of itself to truly encompass it, but because the country was too complex for only a puffed-up and ignorant caste to truly represent it. But that caste was entrenched in the power of a double tyranny, ecclesiastical tyranny, which annulled ideas and exchanged them solely for the Holy Rosary, and military tyranny, which promised to all insubordination the stocks, torture, or even more solutions. Definitive. And yet the conservative republic for the first time had enough power to keep the country under a single discourse for half a century, and in that half-century it tried to build institutions worthy of that name. This strength could be seen in the consolidation of the coffee zone, in the growth of cities and the effort to provide them with roads, public services, hospital systems, in the first impulse of the industry, and even in revealing details such as the beautiful buildings of some hotels, especially the Prado de Barranquilla and the Estacion in Buenaventura, which showed a vocation for beauty in dialogue with the territory, and which influenced the style of the hotels of the 1930s and 1940s, such as the Caribbean of Cartagena, the Nutibara in Medellin, the Bucarica in Bucaramanga and the Guadalajara in Buga. And if the early days had left us beautiful Spanish-style cities, Villa de Leyva and Santa Fe de Antioquia, Riohacha and Cartagena, Mompox and Popayan, and the old quarters of the main cities, we must appreciate that recent times have preserved them. When the demolishing wind of apparent modernity arrived, which exchanged jewels for rubble, because the same cannot be said of urban treasures such as the Manga neighborhood of Cartagena, the Juanambu of Cali, the Prado of Medellin, or the Republican architecture of Bogotá, almost completely devastated by what we now call progress, by forgetfulness, and by the thirst for profit. The aerial cables from Mariquita to Manizales and from Gamarra to Ocana were feats of engineering and true fictional sagas in their time. The laying of the railways meant a huge exercise in the study of soils, climates, and economic systems, and a great technological adventure that included the design and construction in English factories of locomotives designed specifically for these soils and these mountains, such as the 12 wheels with 3 cylinders designed by the Englishman Paul Dewhurst, so powerful to climb the mountain range and so agile in traversing the curves of the Andes that the townspeople began to incorporate them into their mythology, calling them tigers and snakes. Modernity was beginning, a modernity that was in dialogue with the territory. The navigation on the Magdalena, awarded to the German Elbers, made steamers of great draft cross the river to Honda. Already the first explorers, Barco and Demers, were obtaining concessions for the exploitation of oil from Catatumbo. Banana cultivation was growing on the coastal plains of Santa Marta, and coffee cultivation had made Old Caldas prosper, which was, after the tobacco plantations of Ambalima, the first peasant province truly connected with the world. But the loss of Panama would be a warning that other interests were at stake. In 1908 the mass production of automobiles began, and that extraordinary invention in which Benz in Germany, Peugeot in France and Ford in the United States rivaled day after day not only changed the rhythm of the world, but also marked many things in the destiny of our land. The first one, the gradual abandonment of the railway project, and the abandonment of the search for public transport systems that could respond to the country's needs. The United States surrendered to the consumer dream of one car per family, tracing the network of motorways that intercommunicated the country over the vastness of its territory. And our copycat elite experienced the passage from English influence to North American influence as a change in the paradigms of life and society. Now what had to be done was to build roads and start importing cars. Did they really intend to do it, or was it all an outburst of imitation and simulation like the one that in other times led them to despise popular music and venerate symphonic music, but not to found a single symphony orchestra or to offer a single child the possibility of accessing a violin or a piano? The truth is that today, a century after the invention of the automobile, and more than 50 years after the moment in which Colombia abandoned the route of the railways, the country's road network is pitiful compared to that of many nations on the continent. The United States, the country our leaders have always looked to, has 4 million kilometers of highways. Colombia, at the beginning of the 21st century, has 30,000 kilometers of paved roads and barely 1,000 kilometers of dual carriageways. Its leadership, more good at imitating than at stimulating creative solutions, prefers to pretend that it professes certain truths and that it accepts certain solutions invented by others, but everything remains in plans, because in reality its interest in the territory does not go beyond where the officials have the farm, and their interest in making the life of the community better is just a simulation to obtain votes and appease impatient spirits. After the period of independence, only two large organized structures remained in the territory, the army and the church. The army, throughout Greater Colombia, numbered 30,000 men for a population of 1,250,000 inhabitants, which is as if an army of 1,200,000 men corresponded to the current 50 million inhabitants of Colombia, and despite the efforts of reduction of troops and diminished influence, arms decided the fate of the country for the rest of the century. Even today, in a continent where Brazil, with 200 million inhabitants, has an army of 350,000 men, and Mexico, with 110 million inhabitants, an army of 270,000, Colombia, with less than 50 million inhabitants, has armed forces 480,000 personnel. By 1861 a third of the real estate belonged to the Catholic Church. Then there was the confiscation of dead-hand assets, a macaronic name that means the authorization of the sale of ecclesiastical assets that until then could not be alienated. Radical liberals faced the absolute power of the Church, fought for secular education, brought modern ideas and tried to make way for them, and it was for this reason that the Church, seeing the threat of loss of its immense power, conceived in defense of its riches and their privileges, a deadly hatred against liberal ideas, reacted by allying with the landowners. Both resorted to military power that had not been able to be replaced by civil power in half a century of wars, and the sun of the 20th century rose over the triumphant clericalism and over the defeat of liberal ideas. This fear of modern ideas and their influence produced a curious phenomenon, since the discourse of the Republic, inherited from the liberators, could not be eradicated, and since this discourse imposed some duties, such as universal suffrage, there was a long struggle between those who wanted to promote modern education and free reading to form conscious voters open to new ideas, and those who knew that books and education would spoil the majorities who voted obeying only faith and fanaticism. Inoculated from the pulpits. In Colombia, for a whole century, we have been told that we live in a perfect democracy because the population is called regularly to the polls, because from 1957 women were also able to vote, because in recent decades the age of access was reduced to 18 years. To the citizens. But alternatively, the fraud of those who scrutinized, military control, religious fanaticism, and later the transformation of this fanaticism into partisan sectarianism, the imposition of anti-democratic pacts that left out all who were not affiliated, and even a strategy of terror that we cannot say was state policy but that has prevailed in spite of itself and often with its complicity. And beyond all this, Colombia knows how patronage, the power of the game o' nails, the direct purchase of votes and its asordinated version in the form of offering positions and carrying voters to whom only the votes are delivered have worked. Ballots already marked at the moment of accessing the polls. Finally, we come to a time when the costs of electoral campaigns leave out of circulation anyone who does not have great fortunes to finance expensive advertising. Programs lose importance in the face of image and marketing strategy, and pace of the degradation of public debate. Cunning and rumor end up being more powerful than proposals and principles. Modern democracies are increasingly aware that ballot boxes and periodic elections are not enough, that every election should have as an inescapable condition social inclusion, incorporation into an order of values, and freedom of expression and conscience, but also freedom of conscience. Universal, compulsory, and free education, precisely to prevent manipulation, ignorance, blackmail, intimidation and fanaticism from hiding behind the democratic facade decade after decade. As a tragic end, those customs of the solemn parties that distributed power and fanatized and manipulated public opinion for a long time were inherited and perverted even more with the arrival of the immense fortunes of drug trafficking, with the formation of the illegal armies, and with the decentralization of corruption, one of the most recent phenomena in Colombian institutional life. Everything had been gestated in the succession of wars of the second half of the 19th century. Conflicts for land and power in the regions, the rivalry between the provinces and the tension between them, and a capital that already showed its arrogance and its indifference to the complexity of the country, the power of the illustrious families in the face of the anonymous mass of indigenous people, slaves, and peasants, the use of weapons as the only argument at the time of major disagreements, the presence of the Church, always vigilant of its two main resources, its immense properties and its power of persuasion and intimidation over the mass of the dispossessed. All this produced a way of governing the country that could never renounce the power of arms and religious discourse. Those who had access to liberal ideas, and saw in them an entrepreneurial opportunity and historical progress, nevertheless belonged to the privileged elites and did not quite resign themselves to the unfortunate fact that to build liberal republics, such as the United States or France, there was que dar poder y dignidad al pueblo, a esa tuba de gentes de rudas manos y de oscuros nombres que no compartia sus maneras ni su estilo de vida. El pueblo siempre le parecía una amenaza, lo utilizaban como carne de canon en sus guerras, lo ponían a marchar en nombre de la Virgen María y de la Libertad, lo incluían en sus discursos en el momento preciso en que había que ser contundentes y eufónicos, pero que no pretendiera esa tuba salir del costa sus conductors, que no pretendiera pedir más de lo que los chiefs estaban dispuestos a concederle, and above all that he did not intend to take anything for himself or become, through some diabolical ideology, an independent force, a grotesque protagonist of history. For this reason, the liberals ended up not only resembling the conservatives, but sometimes more determinately assuming their voice. In fact, very much in accordance with our mental tradition, in which words do not serve to name things but to disguise them, liberal and conservative were not words that denoted a philosophy, but labels that differentiated the same protagonists at different moments in life. Scramble. That is why it was possible that more than one great leader started out as an ardent spokesman for one party and ended up being a fiery representative of the other. And that also allows us to understand why conservatives were sometimes more progressive and liberals more retrograde, why the conservative republic began to industrialize the country, to recognize itself in it and to bring modernity, and why, as we shall see, the so-called republic liberal, after a clamorous revolutionary manifesto that sought to come to reform land ownership, modernize industry, build infrastructure, found the secular state and incorporate workers into the social order. Overnight he decided paralyze all that reform apparatus and ordered, during the transitional government of Eduardo Santos, what they called the Great Pause. It was a very appropriate name, because Great Pause actually meant infinite pause, to stop forever, ironically, what they themselves called revolution in progress. With this, the Colombian people learned, or should have learned, that the great transformations are of the people or they are not of the people, that when the powerful decree a revolution they always reserve the right to stop it at the time that suits them best, rather than in a true transformation social sectors follow one another in ideological debate, in social initiative, in cultural creativity, until society finds another balance, more appropriate to the sum of the sectors that have taken the leading role and have assumed leadership. These political bosses like to call themselves liberals, and appear modern with it, but they failed to be so in practice, and when a liberal leader really appeared and offered the country an indispensable reform, they did everything possible to prevent his triumph. This selective liberalism, which took from the liberal ideology the things that served it for business and political purposes but crossed off from the agenda everything that endangered the order of privileges, was the one that celebrated its alliance with the old powers under maternal tutelage of the Church and amid the solicitous rumor of thus military garrisons. And the whole country left the carnival and entered the procession. With the defeat of the English model, we were left under the influence of the United States, and it is curious that despite having begun that relationship with the loss of Panama, the Colombian state has been the most faithful of the partners of that great power in the world continent. In the second decade of the century, the slogan of governments was Respice Polum, look north, to the pole star. The North American industry began to provide many elements of daily life, so that in the table of the next generations there was no longer a lack of Quaker oats and maizena, and there was no bathroom that did not have the Colgate-Palmolive brand, nor a humble table without its Coca-Cola, neither a Colombian landscape without the mobile colors of the Buick and Chevrolet, nor a middle-class house without its sewing machine, to the point that the Cartagena poet Luis Carlos Lopez came to write in his Provincial Prince, talking about the precarious family economy: the question is a matter of cod and pot without pawning the singer, which helps to eat badly. But it was not only that, but from a certain moment in Colombia a piece of the board was not moved without the powerful brother of the North knowing and accepting it. Decisions made in the United States determine whether the peasants of our mountain ranges grow corn or coffee, whether the entrepreneurs of our valleys produce sugar, rice, or cotton, whether the furniture manufacturers of Itagüí will prosper or fail in their industry. If a peace process advances in Colombia, it will be because the United States accepted the conditions. If a military coup in Colombia seems distant, it is because for now it is not part of the strategy of the United States to support barracks, as in the middle of the last century. That the country most jealous of freedom, democracy, and citizen rights, was the one that supported Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, Duvalier in Haiti, Somoza in Nicaragua, Batista in Cuba, the one that put General Augusto in his chair Pinochet in Chile in 1973, and the one that allowed the military dictatorships of Uruguay, Brazil, and Argentina, is one of the paradoxes that we had to get used to in the time that we have had to do on earth. There to the north, however, was the beacon of democracy, one of the few proofs that we had that a prosperous, opulent society, drunk with innovations and transformations, was possible, where homes were full of the comforts of the time, where it was possible consumption, where the state returned in guarantees what it received in taxes, where there was no visible contradiction between the preaching of the laws and daily reality. But the more the virtues and canopies of the United States shone, the more incomprehensible our own reality of towns without drinking water, of poorly laid and poorly maintained roads, the impossibility of accessing those goods that advertising constantly proclaimed, the more incomprehensible became to us. Lack of reliable work, lack of state guarantees, insecurity, extreme inequality, and the anxiety of millions of citizens condemned to search and tempted by illegality. It is not surprising that many Colombians have early felt the temptation to emigrate and seek in the United States that minimal horizon of justice and opportunities that history denied them here, a mean and base way of managing the country, its economy, and its culture. This was experienced throughout the continent, but in few countries the comparison produced such dramatic consequences as in Colombia, because we will see that it was precisely the contact with the United States that woke up an entrepreneurial sector of our society, lacking opportunities in the world. Framework of legality, the temptation of illicit enrichment, not easy money, as some say, but the insatiable thirst, the blinding temptation of absolute wealth. But when we go through the history of the 20th century in Colombia, and we see the way in which the national leadership managed the country, we cannot help but wonder what was the role that the United States played in that process, why they never advised their unrestricted friends, Colombian rulers, do something generous for their people, really think about education as a strategy for coexistence, in public health, in the minimum equality before the law, in the construction of a responsible and functioning state. Rather, it seemed that a society would suit them where the rulers were obsequious and docile when signing the agreements, and where the citizens did not have the capacity to demand or control power. It often happens that governments within their borders practice respect for the citizen, uncompromising ethics in public affairs, adherence to the law, and the search for the aggrandizement of their country, outside their borders and in relation to others. Cheating, looting, and pillaging. They will think, without reason, that the sacrifice of others is in the best interest of their own people, or they will say that the defense of their own interests is the task of others, and that it is not a crime to abuse the venality of governments or of the irresponsibility or negligence of the communities. In the United States, minimum equality of opportunity for citizens is not a ruse of speech but a legal principle that they strive to uphold in practice. I do not know if wealth is a good preaching for the people, but it is what is preached to us throughout the world, the gospel of advertising. And in the United States, it is legal to enrich oneself, or rather, legal enrichment is possible, generally, those with managerial talent are able to start a company with the support of the state, and there are not a few who can affirm who were enriched by their work, by their talent, by their initiative. In Colombia, in recent times, nothing is said so much as illicit enrichment, and whoever hears it might think that it is foolish to opt for crime and not make a fortune legally. But it is enough to try to create a company in Colombia when one does not belong to the circle of the chosen ones, who have resources, who can move a rusty wheel with their influence and open the door of heaven with a timely call, to see how tricky is the speech of equality in a society full of discrimination, how difficult is the most basic thing for anyone who is not registered in the Book of Privileges. In the United States, modern unionism was strengthened, the fight for 8 hours of work and the right to strike, there was established respect for the demands of the workers. But when we think of Colombian trade unionism, nothing appears as early in our minds as the massacre of the banana plantations, a fact that already seems to be part of the national mythology. It is not a mere anecdote, it is a symbol of how the struggles of the workers ended here many times. And it is significant that it was precisely in the United Fruit Company camps where this crime took place, an open incursion by the army, established as elsewhere to defend the nation from its possible external enemies, and which intervened here to defend the interests of a North American company assassinating Colombian workers. It is not that the massacres of striking workers were a custom, but the expulsion of workers who worked for unionism, harassment, persecution, the declaration of illegality of strikes, and increasingly the loss of the formality of work. They were the sequence of a model that has led us to alarming levels of job instability, the dismantling of social security, the pension systems and a good part of the guarantees that workers once had in Colombia. The tradition of servitude and slavery, the rejection of modern ideas, the confinement of the village customs, the disrespect for popular initiative, the arrogance of the lords and masters, all conspired so that the labor regime was between us oppressive and inhuman, so that the reward for the work was especially offensive and petty. Even today rulers who squander fortunes at lunch are capable of cynically explaining to the community, through television, that only those who earn less than $100 a month are poor, and they even allow themselves to demonstrate how that bill is distributed to meet subsistence needs. The most recent of the government's methods to reduce poverty no longer consists of efforts to create employment, to strengthen industry, to make agriculture grow, but in the certainly offensive resource for intelligence, but also for sensibility, to change measurement systems. This allows them to lift millions of people out of poverty without having to make an effort other than to play with the numbers, and then to display those office juggling as real triumphs of a policy of change. With the takeoff of industrialization and with the first efforts to enter modernity, all this also began. In 1928, the massacre of the banana plantations precipitated the discredit of the conservative regime. The liberals then threw themselves into the conquest of power, and with the candidacy of Enrique Olea Herrera they won the elections in 1930. Conservative President Miguel Abadia Mendez loyally handed over power to his adversaries, but from that moment on in the regions the reaction began, a venue for conservatives displaced from power who, spurred on by the church, built the black legend of ascendant liberalism, and proclaimed before a credulous and manipulable peasantry that a satanic wind was coming. The liberal leaders energetically preached the list of their reforms. Olea's successor, Alfonso López Pumarejo, transformed the reformist discourse into something even more resounding, the revolution in motion, and launched the land law to reform rural property and other modernizing projects. But those leaders who seemed convinced of the urgency of this set of transformations, as soon as they saw that the church reacted, as soon as they saw that conservatism was on fire, before the first setback of their revolution they decreed the great pause, and renouncing the possibility of modernizing the country, they abandoned their historical project. Only those who need them can really believe in modern ideas. For something in Mexico it had to be Indians like Benito Juárez who started the liberal reforms. Our liberal leaders were part of the owners of the country. Deep down they also saw a danger in the modernity of ideas and in all popular demands, and did not dare to really oppose the agrarian property regime, which had been the guarantor of power since independence, and that had been strengthened by civil wars. Perhaps they were attracted to liberal ideas, but they did not want to spread them to the people, because of course they mistrusted them. The old radicals had disappeared, no one was now trying to confront the habits of exclusion, they did not have a discourse that they could share with the crowds, they were unable to cast a comprehensive look at the complexity of the country, to conceive an original idea about their destiny, to understand the role that imposed its place on the continent. Another thing that had been strengthened in Colombia was intolerance, and this could be seen dramatically in 1914, when the head of the troops defeated in the war, who had signed an armistice with the conservative government and who belonged to the country's literate elites, Rafael Uribe, was hacked to death on the steps of the capital by a couple of artisans fanatized by the official speech. It was a grave omen. 40 years later, liberal guerrillas such as Dumar Alger and Guadalupe Salcedo, who had led the resistance against conservative violence and who had handed over their weapons, trusting in pardon and reintegration into civilian life, were assassinated in the streets of Bogotá in an astonishing revival of the customs of Pedro de Ursúa, who in the 16th century killed the Indian chiefs and the rebel Black Maroons at the same banquets in which he celebrated his pacts with them. Throughout the century there was no political concession made by power that was not violently denied by dark forces in the streets. The reinserted rebels were many times eliminated after having trusted in the institutions, and finally they did not even wait for the insurgents to hand over their weapons. Beginning in 1986, the pacifist members of the Union Patriótica, the political party that had been founded for the FARC guerrillas to reintegrate into society, were assassinated by the thousands before the guerrillas demobilized. Their executioners accused them of being guerrillas, but if it was possible to exterminate them in the streets, it is because they were defenseless citizens. Gabriel Garcia Marquez tells in his memoirs that when he passed through the Plaza de Ciénaga, on his way to Aracataca, where they were going to sell the childhood home, his mother, Luisa Santiago, again pointed to the large square overwhelmed by the sun and told him, "Look, that's where the world ended." That typical phrase of magical realism could be something else, it could be the symbol of something engraved deep in the consciousness of Colombians. Perhaps it is true that in that square, one day in 1928, a world ended, the trust that Colombians had placed in the institutions of the conservative republic, because no one is unaware that from that moment on that republic began to crumble, and with it a time of Colombian society, the time of the peasant Arcadia, of the pious, hospitable, and trusting village, where you could fish at night, where you could greet with joy those who were on the road, where you could not he was afraid of strangers. But the peace that began in 1902 had not lasted 30 years, and the tensions and fanatical violence against the liberals that Gannon would denounce in his famous speeches were already beginning. It was the time of the indigenous people led by Manuel Quinton Lame, fighting for their land and to be respected as different communities within society. It was the time of the struggle of the Magdalena Braceros, it was the time of Maria Cano's struggle for workers' rights, that time that culminated with the Ciénaga Banana movement. An old social malaise of slaves freed only of food and shelter, of acculturated Indians abandoned to poverty and ignorance, of mistreated workers, of dark lineages who had to live badly on the shores of a world, began to take the form of a struggle for the rights of minorities, workers, women, forgotten regions, and landless peasants, and violence was increasingly being used to nullify and discourage these struggles. Social unrest grew as the old country made invisible by the formal discourse of the Republic was making itself felt. Because as the cities grew, as the forces of modernity arrived in communications, in transportation, in urbanization, the ideas of modernity, the struggles of a new age, could not stop arriving as well, sectors that they demanded their presence in the social order, to see themselves integrated, recognized, respected by power. The liberal republic at the beginning tried to channel those forces, to represent that silenced and invisible world that claimed its place in history, and that was the moment when postponed liberalism could have guided the course of the nation, strengthening communities, supporting the forces that demanded a modern order, listening to the intellectuals who were constructing a discourse appropriate to the new times. People like Ignacio Torres Giraldo, like Maria Cano, like Antonio Garcia, original and admirable thinkers such as Fernando González, who was transforming the old language of priests and politicians, of manipulation and hypocrisy, into something else, into a vigorous instrument of reflection and rebellion, a steely criticism of social deformities, a discourse that, articulated from the province of Antioquia, exposed the impostures of the central elite, raised the critique of customs to the level of a work of art, and did not flow from any political doctrine but from civil value, from the lucidity of a fine observer of society, of someone who warned in the racism and classism of Colombian society the gestation of a kind of underhanded and hypocritical fascism, a moral and philosophical critique of the serious shortcomings of our society, of the already dangerous absence of all modernity in the thinking of the leadership. But even the thought of this vigorous critic of society as a whole was subjected to the ancient strategy of rendering it invisible. In Colombia, for the official world, it is as if Fernando González had not existed, and this is as if France had erased Voltaire's work, as if no one had heard Sartre in the 20th century. Because Fernando González is one of the most valuable spokesmen of the Colombia hidden by the official discourse, who dared to think in an original way, who ran the risk of being wrong but who never kept silent in the face of crimes, nor condescended with barbarism, neither did it legitimize arbitrariness, nor did it cower from a power that sought to nullify thought, silence dissatisfaction, and only rewarded submission and obedience. We were left with the pictures of the rural arcade, the verbal watercolors of Luis Carlos Lopez in Cartagena, the paintings of customs by Tomás Carrasquilla turning into novels, the peasant soul vibrating on the strings of the guitars, the trebles and the bandolas, that humble world and dismayed that they named the bambucos and the corridors, and the growing awareness that the urban world that was already making its way in Mexico and Buenos Aires was also going to arrive for us. The 20s were one thing in the world's forgotten villages and another in the cities that heard the rumor of the outside world, the feminine fashions that the cartoonists of the Fantox magazine copied in their cartoons, the cars that began to circulate through the narrow streets from Bogotá and Medellín, from Cali and Barranquilla, the first acetate recordings in the Discos Fuentes studios. Perhaps because of its geographical position, perhaps because of its ethnic diversity, perhaps because of the importance that language has always had as a unifier of this society, perhaps because Colombia looks to a different world on each side, the truth is that in the country all the songs of the continent were always heard, the corridos and the Mexican rancheras, the Cuban and Puerto Rican sones and boleros, the southern music that was already flying on the radio, Ecuadorian corridors, Chilean cuecas, Argentine zambas, Peruvian Creole waltzes, music of harps from Paraguay. That outside world to which the elites were politically closed was reaching the people through the path of sensitivity and feeling. The shameful elite did not recognize themselves in this world, but the people did not even have to ask themselves if they recognized themselves in it. There were Crescencio Salcido's La Mucura, El Gallo Tuerto and José Barros's La Piragua, that train like a devil of songs of Escalona, the art of naming Eurumita and Fundación, the yellow bird that comes flying over the flowered reed of the stream, the man who, looking at the landscape, almost effortlessly, turns it into these unforgettable words. The cowboy is singing a tune and the afternoon is dying in the river, and there they are, that crazy crying woman who comes out on a street in Tamilameque, that man from the river who to express that he is in love with a Mompesina only needs to say my life is hanging on a rose, and it is undoubtedly the Puerto Colombia dock, where modernity had tried to enter the country, that makes Campo Miranda say, on the wet sand, under the old dock, I kissed her with crazy passion, that was it, a lost love. Lost on the beach, lost in the mist of the sea, and there on the Pacific coast someone will be capable of these clear and tender pictures, the palm of the Chintajuro, the root also rots, the man when he is jealous the woman also gets bored, white snake, black snake, and everything was ascending to music, the deserts of the center of La Guajira, and there La Guajira above, where smuggling is born, and the Guadapuri River, and the lament that Santa Marta has a train but does not have a tram, and the coachman of Shambecu, and the man-turned Cayman who later goes to Barranquilla. Everywhere the country emerged to consciousness and language and was celebrated, and it was not only celebrated by the strings and drums and voices, but by the bodies in the endless cumbiamba, the fire of the candles that turn at night, the songs of the cowboy through the long plains of Córdoba, the drummers of the swamp, the bagpipers of San Jacinto, the corraleros of Madrigual, and the river boats, and the washing of the washerwomen and the pillar of the pilanderas, and that little black woman, who timidly he appears in the song of the whites, and that he comes to them in the night of bitter sorrow, and that sad and talkative mestizo who tells the shopkeeper that the Indian woman has left him and that he will not return to the hut, and that inhabitant of the banks of the Magdalena who continues to tell us that his brunette left one night, in the middle of the climb, with the treacherous Boga who told him beautiful things. And that he no longer wants to see the river because he thinks that in those canoes that they cross to Ambalima, she will go very happy with that barked and so well spoken. It is not only the meticulous recognition of geography, it is not only the eruption of that wild fauna and that motley tropical flora that jumps like this from the plates of Matisse and Rousseau to the lyrics of the songs, all those seven leather and guayacans, gualandays and cambulos, guajules and carob trees, acacias and myrtles, hanging nests of arapendalas, blackbirds that sing in the mornings, turpials of the Antiochian jungles, cucaracheros and sparrows, pigeons and brown herons, sabas and blue mountains, strips of farmland, plains that they are paradise, and the Caucar River itself of Leon de Grafe and Barba Jacob, and the little owl of the Montes de Maria. It is not only that but through this the sensitivity, tenderness, the simplicity of a world converted into letters cordial and delicate melodies, the spontaneous celebration of an infinitely beloved world, of favorable climates, of temperatures that are never intolerable. That world that would have all the conditions to be a dwelling like the one that what Aurelio Arturo longs for in his poems, and how slowly and insensibly we were turning into a space of tragedy and a scene of horror. Perhaps that world of trust and coexistence, that happy Arcadia that feigns our nostalgia, was not something so widespread or so undoubted. Perhaps a painful proof that something was wrong is on a night in 1864, when José Asuncion Silva's grandfather, the old Bogotá merchant José Asuncion Silva Fortal, was with his brother Antonio on the ranch they both shared in the Bogotá savannah. And they were assaulted by bandits who suddenly entered, and slaughtered the old patriarch with their clubs. Antonio, who managed to flee at night across the plain, was so dismayed by this fact that he sold all his properties, bought an apartment in Paris and went to live there for the rest of his days. We know that wars cyclically disturbed people's lives, but this incursion of barbarism and horror on any given night in a country house so close to the capital of the Republic seems to say something else, that already in the 19th century there was hordes on the fringes of society perpetrating absurd crimes amid the peace of the fields. And what could be expected of a history in which thousands of beings were left out of any civilization project, of any effort of inclusion, of any educational and cultural process? Nothing like a society that expels and forsakes, that deprives human beings of tenderness and dignity, in order to breed monsters. And it cannot be surprising that Colombia has increasingly become a factory of monsters, beings that seem to have escaped from barbarian cosmogony, creatures of horror and loneliness that seem to spring from the darkness of the underworld. I don't know of a country on the American continent that has produced so many monsters, monsters that once filled the nightmares of a generation and darkened the cribs of children and the loneliness of the elderly with their shadow. Nothing would be more comfortable and more reassuring than to see them as those responsible for everything, as the guilty of an age of misery, but I can only see them as the atrocious products of a long history, perhaps as a tragedy that fed on our miseries and repulsions, of our ignorance and our cowardice. Wars became more and more cowardly, and that is typical of this era that kills from a distance and that risks less and less in the exercise of its violence. And nothing is more chilling than those who act in cold blood against defenseless beings, in the heartless hour of beheadings, torture and dismemberment. Events like these can undoubtedly occur everywhere, although their proximity terrifies us and their dimensions discourage us, but anywhere on the planet societies react. The community protects itself not only in institutions, norms, and police forces but also in the correction of social tragedies, in reflection and in the search for an order where those forces of resentment can be conjured. What happened to us was different. Those things that in the 19th century could be exceptions became more and more the norm. They were engendered by exclusion and misery, fed by ignorance, multiplied by wars and reconfirmed by all peace without social consequences, without collective reparations, without policies of reintegration and reconstruction of the social fabric, all peace made of often unfulfilled promises. At certain moments in our history there were mayors who decreed the felling of trees in the towns with the argument that bandits could crouch in them or in their shadow. Our story is the story of a growing loss of collective trust, of the growing transformation of the fields into regions of fear and threat, and it is painful to remember that in the face of the atrocious climate of expulsions and exile, of threats and displacements, there were occasions when the national leadership itself took advantage of this horror to recommend and promote the exodus to the cities with elaborate academic speeches, on the pretext that the city needed that workforce, that there would finally be security and employment, that the future was in the cities. It was inevitable that the clerical discourse, the contempt for the indigenous peoples, the contempt for the children of Africa, the shame of miscegenation and the colonial gaze on the territory, as well as the extreme personalism that led us to be incapable of assuming historical tasks collectives, things that had characterized the Colombian leadership for a long time, embodied in an extreme way in a political leader. Already in the 1920s a tremendous man began to emerge in the public life of the country. Energetic, eloquent, inflexible, gloomy, the most disturbing thing in Laureano Gómez was that all those prejudices that for centuries had prevented Colombia from recognizing itself in its territory, dignifying its humble citizens, modernizing its ideas, giving room to thoughts and emotions different in the cultural order, they manifested themselves in it together with a great personal magnetism, a great oratorical force, a mysterious power of influence, and an important political weight before the parties and in Parliament, which contributed a lot to Colombia becoming plunged into a time of militant fanaticism, sectarianism, and intolerance. It had arisen within the same conservative party that history had been leading to a kind of timid liberalization. This shadowy chief must not like the way his party was forced to open up to the world. The conservatives tried to modernize the country without letting go of the clerical powers and without giving up their rear in the large estates. They forgot at times the extreme cult by the church and by cultural imitation, they received the English and their railways, the Germans and their industry, they tried to unite with roads and the media the vast country of huge isolated mountain ranges, isolated regions, indomitable nature, and almost insurmountable technological challenges. That party even allowed men of humble origins, who had made their way into public life because of their talents and collaborative spirit, to become stewards of power. The Colombian leadership more than once allowed men who did not belong to the elite, but who identified with their mental model, to access important public positions, and on several occasions Colombia was able to see how tragic it is for someone to have the government of a country without having the power to make real decisions. One of them was Marco Fidel Suárez. From humble origins, he had stood out as a grammarian and as an expert in international law, to the point that at one point in the entire republic there was no one as capable as he to handle international relations. He was not saved from being the chancellor of all governments, and ended up designated his party's candidate for the presidency of the republic. In 1918 he was elected president. Fue el quien apoyó la creación descadta, la empresa Colombo Alemana que fue cronológicamente la segunda aerolínea comercial del mundo. Fue el quien por primera vez le dio al país un orden fiscal al establecer el impuesto sobre la renta. El gran duelo de su vida había sido la pérdida de su esposa, quien lo ayudó a superar las frustraciones de una infancia muy pobre, y el eterno fantasma de la ilegitimidad that here natural children were harassed. Shortly after his possession a greater tragedy befell him, the death of his only son in an accident in the United States. Suárez was so poor, and so upright, that he only succeeded in selling his salaries and his representation expenses for the sad purpose of repatriating the remains of his son, whose funeral he had not even been able to attend, when in a case like that it is understood that the state would have had to bear the costs. But it was enough that gesture of human fragility and honesty, in a moment of personal affliction, for the Grand Inquisitor to launch an infamous campaign against Suárez in which he accused him of offending the dignity of the country for having alienated their salaries. That old formalism for which the homeland is not the pain of the citizens but the cult of sealed paper and formalities rose like a wave, harassing the poor president to humiliation and moral torment, and forcing him to resign from the presidency. Taking his first victim in a humble man of his own party, Laureano Gomez showed what an implacable spirit was reaching our society, the inability to be moved by the pain of an old man, the way that for a certain formal spirit there are no human considerations that are worth facing. To the rancorous power of politics. It seems like an anecdote, but it is the symbol of a country where the power of speech and the cult of formalities and appearances outweighed the elemental sense of justice. His contemporaries called that unappealable tribune the monster, and although it was not he who invented racism, contempt for the people, the obsession against our diversity in Colombia, for a long time he was its main representative. In a way that would seem incomprehensible, Gomez allied himself with the rising liberals to precipitate the fall of the Conservative Party, of which he was a part, and the Conservative Republic, but from the moment the indecisive Liberal Republic triumphed, he did not hesitate to launch a campaign of intolerance against liberals. His relentless oratory played a key role in unleashing the violence of the 1940s and 1950s, and his spirit soon found an echo in other political leaders of the half-century. It is possible that the hostility against Marco Fidel Suarez has even weighed his condition as a natural son. The clerical and fanatical spirit of Laureano Gomez must have felt offended by the fact that the nation's chief magistrate had such origins. So an old and sustained habit of disrespect for the human condition was increasingly present in the circles of power. Gomez also embodies the extreme personalism of Colombian politicians. That personalism always made the interests of the bosses weigh more than that of the parties, and the power of the leaders more than that of the programs. Laureano first sacrificed his own party on behalf of the nation, then the opposing party in the name of tradition, and later did not hesitate to sacrifice the nation and tradition on the basis of personal pride. You have to see his smile in fragments of old movies, the smile of satisfied despots, to glimpse a man whose main concern is to ensure that everyone is subject to his influence. Gomez's project summarizes the spirit that reigned in Colombia throughout the 20th century, the power of the church, the denial of diversity, the refusal to recognize itself in the territory, the exaltation of the logic of the Spanish conquest, the glorification of the white conqueror over the supposed inferior races, the confinement in an exclusive nationalism that discriminates against its own people and invests only a privileged elite with rights, the exercise of government in the spirit of a religious and racial crusade. Several times in history, to hide personal appetites, or interests of sectors determined to annul the diversity of the country, that bitter cocktail of blood and holy water was offered to Colombia. Gayton was the first to notice that the announcement of the liberal leaders to finally carry out the postponed transformations of society was wavering. Every true liberal could understand that what was hidden in the solemn flight of that phrase, La Gran Pausa, by Eduardo Santos, was the resignation of the so-called liberal elite to fulfill the promises that had brought it to power, his decision to conform to the prevailing model, thus abandoning millions of people to uncertainty and violence. Impressed by this abrupt abandonment of principles, by this evident betrayal of the liberal people who had believed in the discourse of the revolution in progress, the peasants who wanted land, the students who dreamed of an educational revolution, the workers expecting respectful and dignified labor legislation, Gayton suddenly understood what had happened. The two parties were merging into a single project, and they hoped that the people would accept the indefinite postponement of their hopes. It was undoubtedly that which unleashed the thunder of his eloquence. In his speeches, since then, he said nothing else, but that the liberal conservative oligarchy had formed a pincer to guarantee privileges, and that the people had been left out of the pact, as always. So he not only proposed to be the incarnation of that abandoned national project, fundamental for Colombia to access modernity, he was very clear in specifying that the struggle could no longer be led by those two aristocratic parties, that the political debate was now between the neglected people and the elites who excluded and despised them. The liberal and conservative peasants had to understand that these two parties, which were not two doctrines but a single ambition, did not represent them and perhaps had never represented them, rather, they had used them for a long time in projects of which the people were never the beneficiaries. If the language had been the instrument to articulate the colonial discourse that dominated Colombia for centuries, if the language modulated in the pulpits had been the instrument to lethargy the people, if the spasmodic language of the tribunes had later shaped the story of the Republic, the language also suddenly became the instrument that gave the people another idea of its possibilities and of its own power. Some have suggested that it was not simply that Gaydon's speech was addressed to the people, but that something more magical or more mysterious was happening, that Gaydon's speech was shaping that town to which he was speaking. We could metaphorically say that that speech made the people emerge, because it made them aware of their own desires, of their needs and rights. That is why it grew so quickly, that is why in a few years Gaydon became the voice of a country, the voice of an era, and also the voice of a postponed and excluded world, of a humanity stubbornly erased by the colonial story, a story that made her invisible. And suddenly the true people, the one that Miguel Antonio Caro had ignored in Latin, the mestizo, Indian, black, mulatto people, the people of the provinces, of the mountains, of the plains, of the valleys, of the littorals, those grandchildren of slaves, those great-grandchildren of the Indians erased by the sword, the cowboys, the laborers, the braceros, the landless, all those people appeared like the genie that springs from the lamp. He existed, they were reflected for the first time with his face and dreams in a language that had always been used to deny them, and Gaydon's voice was like Juan de Castellanos's poem, a world-entering language, and Gaydon's voice was like the botanical expedition and like the chorographic commission, a territory appearing in the space of politics, and Gaydon's voice was like Barba Jacob's poetic cry, the soul of a world bursting with passion and fury in the speech. And the owners of power who for centuries had reigned over the silence of the innocent shuddered, because that which they had always feared was awakening, that which they had always silenced was speaking, and that which had always shamed them now claimed a place in history. It was not Gaydon, it was finally the 20th century that rose up in that clamor. Postponed modernity flew in his cry, a cry for justice that came from the Mexican reform and the struggles of Eloy Alfaro, from the powerful and rebellious energy of Vargas Villa. They were the struggles of Quintin Lamé and Maria Cano. It was the shout of that leader of the Cienega banana growers who, when they heard the warning from the troop commander that he gave them a minute to leave the plaza if they did not want to be machine-gunned, sounded these words in silence, lack. That dignity, that pride, emerged in the voice of that man, in a speech that shocked the Colombian people in such a way that even today, 70 years later, we do not hear it as a document of the past, as the anecdote of an era, but like a living promise, because only Gaydon awakened the invisible people and summoned them to a historical transformation. The liberal reforms postponed for decades, the reforms that Mexico had undertaken 80 years ago, would finally confirm our republican vocation. They would finally put the people in the national legend, they would give a destiny of pride and dignity to those marginalized villages, to those parcels sunk into oblivion, those miners, those fishermen, those workers, those peasants, and would make true the promises of the new times, the dignity of citizens and the rigor of the trades, respect for work and pride of the land, public works and creative culture, the railways and ports, roads and transportation systems that a petty leadership preached but did not do, promised day and night but never realized. Liberalism was on the rise. When he won the elections for the first time, in 1930, with Enrique Olea Herrera, he did so because conservatism had been divided. But in 1934 the candidacy of Alfonso López Pumarejo was so successful that he obtained the largest vote in history, almost 1 million votes. In those elections and in the next two, the Conservative Party abstained from participating. It should not have seen favorably that the López government had opened the way for citizens to vote regardless of their degree of enlightenment or their economic level. The truth is that 16 years of a liberal republic were enough for liberalism to become the majority, and for popular pressure to become stronger and stronger. The conservative leaders, whose candidates were ultimately appointed by the Archbishop of Bogotá, so rejected the liberalization of the country that Laureano Gómez threatened a civil war if López won again in 42. López won, but the liberal impulse was no longer in the bosses, who had surrendered to the plutocracy, but in the popular sector, where Gaydon was beginning to stand out. He had held a debate in Congress over the massacre of the banana plantations. As mayor of Bogotá he had established the official value of the working hour, and as Minister of Education he had been concerned about the school canteens, hygiene and footwear in schools. Workers, and for important initiatives such as the traveling cinema for all, the National Artists' Hall and the massive cultural outreach program. When the Liberal leaders saw that Gayton's speech was making its way, and that the Liberal people really wanted the fulfillment of the ongoing revolution that they had stopped, they understood that the country was determined to elect Gayton as President of the Republic. And so they chose to nominate as an official candidate a man who had no ascendancy over the crowds, Gabriel Tabay. Once again, Eduardo Santos took action. He managed to get the official party machinery to support the leader's candidate against the man who aroused popular enthusiasm. Knowing that Gabriel Tabay did not have his own votes, that his was the wealth of the political directories, Gayton did not accept to bow to that maneuver that the Liberal leaders mounted to stop his path. The center of his speech was the criticism of the policy of closed doors behind the backs of the citizens, the maneuvers of the boards that he called convivialism, so that he advanced in his cultural Fridays, in his tours of the country, in his radio speeches and in his call to the crowds, and resigned to leave the decisions in the hands of the hierarchs. They reacted by blocking his way. If the popular clamor had been trusted and not the manipulative will of the elite, if Gayton had been the candidate in '46, the history of Colombia would have been different, but contempt for the people was already a tradition of the leadership, and the noble spirit was preparing another half-century of postponement of the national project, of mental modernity and of the liberal reform that the country required. With only 560,000 votes, conservatism won the presidency, because although there were more than 800,000 liberal votes, these were divided between the 359,000 for Gayton and the 440,000 who voted for Gabriel Tabay. Gayton knew that if he folded to the decisions of the liberal leaders, who had already abandoned the town, his own hosts would no longer follow him. He knew that only by demonstrating that he had an electoral body of his own could he make the liberal leaders recognize him, but he could not overcome the obstacle that the aristocracy of his own party was facing. I know of a 12-year-old girl who in 1946 asked her liberal father if he was going to vote for Gayton. His father replied that, although he admired Gayton, he had an obligation to vote for Tabay, the official candidate, because that was the slogan that the party had given. The girl told him, with some anguish, "No. He is." And 2 years later the news that Gayton had been assassinated was one of the great sorrows of his adolescence. The elections made Gayton the head of liberalism and the sure candidate for the presidency. What the liberal leaders feared had been fulfilled, the way was open for the people to enter the national legend. But the fate of Colombia was sealed, because the most recalcitrant sector of the old country made the desperate, and very Colombian, decision to defeat the new historical forces, not by arguing with them but by trying to exterminate them. The most direct result of Gayton's work, the power of his eloquence and the pedagogical force of his oratory, was the emergence of an unknown political consciousness in Colombian society. Everyone knew about him, the town shook with his words. There was a revolutionary climate, but Gayton did not speak of revolution. He was a convinced liberal, he had a program of profound reforms. He knew that what we had always lacked was to adapt reality to the discourse of equality before the law, human rights, and of citizen dignity, but also take possession of a territory very different from that of Europe or the United States, build an economy in dialogue with this nature and these climates, make the well-being of the people a priority, affirm cultural traditions, leave that the country express its diversity and originality, and firmly oppose a criterion of dignity to the dialogue with the great international powers. His main slogan was not the removal of the powerful and the privileged, but the moral restoration of the republic, something that had to do with legitimacy, with decency, with respect for a country, for customs, and for a sense of community. And if that could be said 70 years ago, if Gayton saw public morality broken 7 decades ago, what could we not say today after the storms of the 20th century, after the successive tragedies that tore the nation apart? Faithful to his pact with modernity, Gayton was perhaps the first politician to use the radio as an instrument of dissemination of his thought, and far away, in the remote provinces, among the tangos of Gardel, whom death had made Colombian, tangos that already announced our urban future, between the Mexican rancheras, the Cuban zones and the Andean corridors, the peasants felt that the future was coming. In the Plaza de Bolívar in Bogotá, in March 1948, on the day of the March of Silence, Gaydon pronounced his prayer for peace, because the official violence of the Ospina Pérez regime against the liberals was already growing, the climate of intolerance and the persecution was getting worse. Between the Banana Massacre of 1928 and this March of Silence, 20 years of growing campaign against liberal ideas had passed. The force of Gaydonismo attracted the poor of both parties, but it also removed them from the sphere of influence of the old leaders and their speeches. The bipartisanship, which had come together in a single doctrine, was losing its power over society. The clerical sermon and the speech of the notables were losing their hegemony over the spirits, and the reaction of the old power was immediate. The shots that at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of April 9, 1948, took Gaydon's life at the corner of Carrera 7 with Avenida Jimenez, produced an explosion of anger, a wave of fires that swept through the center of Bogotá, left countless dead, and for a moment he was about to bring the insurgents to the government. The hosts hoped that the Liberal Party, to which Gaydon still belonged, would accompany their advance towards the seizure of power, because they did not doubt that the old establishment was the one that had armed the fanatical or mercenary hand that detained the leader at the very gates of the transformation of Colombia, and they did not want to allow the people to be excluded once again from the decisions. Nobody came out of their stupor. The rebels who built forms of popular power in different cities did not quite know where to direct that repressed fury, that contained pain. Gaydon, despite his haughty oratory, was not a supporter of violence. He had always believed in democracy, he had trusted institutions, and it had not occurred to him to prepare anyone to face a treacherous assault. But the liberal leadership closed ranks around the conservative government of Mariano Ospina Pérez, and the fire of popular pain, indignation, and orphanhood was extinguished in the capital and in the provinces, leaving humble, anxious Colombians in the soul of a change, the feeling that the ship of the future had been wrecked before sailing. From that moment on, the establishment's strategy was implacable. It accused the Gaydonistas of having set the city on fire, directed the fire of repression against them, but what immediately began was a campaign to recover its influence on the soul of the people. They went in search of those who had fallen into disenchantment with the old parties and set out to recover them by the dangerous path of fanaticism. The ruling party did not really appreciate that the liberal leaders had run to support him when he was already lacking social support. The liberal chief himself, Dario Echeandía, who could have been the Union candidate of liberalism in 1946, and refused, who could have been the leader of the crowd exalted at the assassination of Gaydon and preferred to join the cabinet of the conservative government, was the sure candidate for the 1950 elections. But when he saw how his brother was assassinated in Bogotá on the eve of the elections, he resigned the candidacy for the second time and left the way open for Laureano Gómez to come to power. Like Marco Fidel Suárez, Dario Echeandía was an academic who knew that he did not have in his hands the real power to conjure up the terrible forces that dragged his country into the abyss. They were men lost in the maze of a foreign power, called by history to administer an order that they were not in a position to change. They did not have the privilege of being faithful to their deep convictions, as Gaydon managed to be. They did not understand the challenge that history placed in their hands, and they were an example of how the Colombian establishment used intelligence, only to fulfill subordinate tasks, but without any capacity to guide the course of history or to make transcendental decisions. The power they were to administer was not theirs, the owners of the country were others. History was already opening in another direction. The speech in which the parties had been confused after the great pause of Eduardo Santos, for strategic reasons, forked again. Suddenly, those two parties that no longer had any real difference or a scheme for the future to offer the country because they had renounced the project of modernity, which could only appeal to the past as an argument, invoked their historical roots, convinced the docile citizens deprived of any modern education that parties were hereditary passions. They magnified a web of rhetorical differences that no one could justify, and in towns and fields a discord between liberals and conservatives suddenly grew that no longer seemed possible. In order to extract from the soul of the people the Gaetanista discourse, the hope that it had sown, the Gómez government and the clergy continued their campaign against liberalism. The liberals in turn launched a campaign against the Conservative Party, and the old manipulative discourse cast its shadow over the fields of Colombia, sowing fear, intolerance, and the spirit of revenge. Gaetan would never have imagined that the country that he was about to free from the clutches of superstition and fanaticism, 5 years later, would be torn apart by the discourse of the old parties. But it wasn't just the speech. We would have to say, like Lucanus in Pharsalia, that soon the crime was invested with legality. The conservative government had armed the police against the liberals, undertaking a strategy of intimidation in the provinces, and in response to that atrocity that was called the Chole Vida, the liberals armed guerrillas with the support of the political directorates. There was no fighting, it was a dark war of ambushes, assaults, and executions, encouraged by the leaders and in which only the people were sacrificed. Before anyone could understand what was happening, it seemed that half the country was killing the other half, but in reality they were groups of active sectarianism, armed by the bipartisan aristocracy, and the vast majority of the peasants only suffered the consequences. People who had grown up together, who had always lived together, who knew each other, their parents, their uncles, their girlfriends, their friends, suddenly woke up as irreconcilable adversaries. Due to the action of fanatical minorities, gradually debased by the very dynamics of violence, the majority experienced this polarization in the form of a nightmare of anguish and fear. There is no worse violence than those that are not understood. Nobody seemed to know what was the cause of the sectarianism that fell on the country like a plague and put the whole world to live under threat. As in a delusion of Kafka, each one seemed marked by an unknown guilt, was the object of a hatred that seemed to be in the atmosphere, hereditary guilt for which at any moment one could pay with life, and the humble people of the two parties suffered with the same intensity that persistent and grim horror. Language revealed, once again, its strange power over Colombians. A speech without any support in reality moved crowds. At the empty cry of the live and down the blind, the people that had been about to break their centuries-old spell, to leave behind their 100 years of solitude, lost themselves in madness. A madness fueled by the pulpits and the stands, a hatred stimulated by the most illustrious and influential men, spread like wildfire, and thus what historians would call violence in Colombia was installed. The times when the Colombian people could be dominated by speech had ended, from then on it could only be dominated by violence. Scholars of that period never agreed to consider violence as a civil war. Eric Hobsbawm has said that it was the largest mobilization of armed civilians of the century, but we cannot say that it was properly battles. The first was a climate of fear, an escalation of humiliation against the peasants from power and the process of arming defensive guerrillas, but everything advanced in fury, without anyone doing anything to stop it and with all the powers contributing to its growth, in the old breeding ground, well described in these pages, of discrimination, helplessness, poverty, and resentment. The offenses began to provoke retaliation, over peaceful communities annulled by fear and under the fanaticism of the armed actors. Increasingly more rugged phenomena proliferated. Nobody has made an examination of this gradual and merciless process of degradation of men and their methods of extermination. It is enough to see the list of 598 assaults and massacres reported by the media between 1946 and 1966, to feel before the motley map of a terrifying memory, like a root of rebel of old conquerors, a barbarian holocaust. Las Tapias, Nemocon, Pamplanita, Manizales, San Cayetano, Ansermenuevo, Quinchia, Bogotá, Bucaramanga, Calcadonia, El Coque, Buenavista, Santuario, Chita, Maripay, Nuncia, Batania. Death ran through the territory. 6 peasants, 2 soldiers, 19 conservatives, 8 settlers, 50 liberals, 22 peasants, 4 policemen. The enumeration was exhausting. Enciso, El Platanal, Saboya, Majigual, Barichara, a country was emerging named by blood facts, and sweet names of the geography were being turned into horror figures: La Primavera, Naranjal, El Virgil, Los Coquillos, Los Lolos, Miraflores, Piedra de Molar, El Yerbal, El Turpial, Yacapai, Urama, Barragan, Calarma, Guasamos, Blankets, Moral, Pajarito. One would not believe that they are talking about massacres and nights of blood. That was not what the hopeful inhabitants of the beginning dreamed of founding. La Belleza, El Silencio, Monte Azul, Tortugas, Las Aeneas, Las Delicias, La Cristalina, La Estrella, Alguazil y Brillante, Rio Lichos, and El Porvenir. The effort to eradicate insubordination that Gaytonismo had engendered was very present in the minds of the leaders, and the government of Ospina Perez had already politicized the police, but in the elections of 1950, which Gayton would have had to win if the world had continued to be himself, if history had not changed its orbit, the refusal of liberalism to participate allowed the man of inflexible convictions to finally come to power, the crusader of inexorable causes, Laureano Gómez. Determined to stop popular disagreement, what he called, speaking of the Gaytonistas' marches, tumultuous violence. But what happened to Gayton was, as in any vigorous democracy, rather the phenomenon of the people in the streets. If looting took place before his assassination, they were rather proof in many places of the lack of a political direction for that blind popular reaction, of the lack of a shared project to channel the rebellious energy of the multitudes. The Colombian people, like their leader, had trusted democracy. The following decade forced the persecuted Gaytonismo to resort to violence to defend itself, and the horrors of the human condition did the rest. Once the director of one of the great newspapers of Bogotá declared that Colombia had always lived well, smoothly, and in peace, until Gayton appeared with the discourse that the people were oppressed and that there was a social problem. He added that from that moment on the country had been convulsed. It is important to remember those words to understand how the Colombian leadership understood the central theme of the history of the 20th century. This was truly the country of Colonel Aureliano Buendia's 32 wars. Long before Gayton appeared, the country had already bled to death in the War of the 1,000 Days. Before his verb began to thunder, there had been the crime of the banana plantations, the struggle of the Indians, the exclusion of the children of the slaves. The prolonged annulment of a people, its prostration in precariousness, the closing of horizons and the lack of hope for millions have always been there, and they did not move anyone. When at last a man trained in liberal thought, sensitive to Voltaire's arguments and to the humanity of Victor Hugo's novels, came to talk about these issues, it happened as in ancient legends, the emissary was attributed the responsibility for the message. And he was even found guilty of creating a reality that no one could deny. Even today in Colombia evils do not exist as long as they are not talked about, and whoever dares to speak can be accused of inventing them. But how could the director of the main national newspaper not see what was before his eyes, not realize that poverty existed, that abuse existed, that aberrant phenomena of slavery accepted as eternal servitude persisted everywhere, that 4 centuries after the conquest and more than a century after independence, was there not mere exclusion but the extermination of indigenous people in the eastern plains? How could he not see that discrimination against blacks, mistreatment of women, the main victims of patriarchal society, arbitrariness with employees, lack of all formality at work, that this massacre where everywhere banana plantations could not be an inconsequential and casual event? How could he ignore all this and declare, without sounding cynical, that the country was a haven of peace and harmony? The process had been carried out perfectly, people were invisible as long as they were not needed, their pain was non-existent as long as no one had the right to complain. Discrimination was only noticed by those who suffered from it, and even they were indoctrinated to consider it natural. Disrespect for human dignity, imperceptible as a custom so old that it already seemed to be part of the natural order, only caused discomfort when someone came to mention it, pretending that things could be different. Also on the subject of Gayton's death, Alfonso López Michelsen once argued that everything had been due to a personal revenge, a crime of passion. The fact that the greatest political leader of a nation, who proposed historical transformations, which was to displace a long tradition of selfishness and pettiness, was assassinated just at the moment when he became not only the main political adversary of the aristocracy but also in the leader of the society and in the sure president of the republic in the following elections. The fact that there was a smear campaign unleashed against him by the mainstream press, which showed him as an enemy of civilization and the leader of some cannibalistic hordes, the fact that never before had history been about to change in the only country on the continent that had not undertaken a modernizing liberal reform. Everything could be forgotten to support a thesis that disdained the evidence and transformed the assassination into a trivial anecdote. But those theses formulated in an almost naive tone were not casual comments, they had a conscious intention, to trivialize the great facts, to deny that they were susceptible of a historical interpretation. Only when all events are reduced to private anecdotes is it possible to keep society at 0 degree of politics. Latin America had made notable efforts to build democracies that did not deny its local features, its human composition, its natural exuberance, the crossed paths of its cultures. Brazil, from the beginning, had been allowed to go its own way, and the most remarkable thing was the fact that the Emperor of Portugal, faced with the imminence of the Napoleonic invasion, made the decision to transfer the heart of his empire to Rio de Janeiro. This had an incalculable symbolic effect. By historical chance, the body and soul of the Portuguese Empire managed to coincide on American soil. Afterwards, independence was achieved in an almost bloodless way, and the joy of Brazil, the confidence of its people, the pride with which it assumes the mulatto festivities, have to do with that initial affirmation in a territory and in a culture. The nations of Hispanic America had been part of the Spanish Empire in a more distant and ghostly way. The Spanish monarchs never had the curiosity to come to see what land this was that sent them its rivers of gold, that financed their endless wars, that gave them the vain certainty of being the first planetary empire. That ghostly condition floated over a hidden world, and after independence we were all forced to let our faces emerge, erased by colonial flaws, by that phenomenon that German Arciniegos deciphered by saying that here there had not been a discovery but a covering of America. It is a valuable example of character that Mexico, asserting itself in indigenous culture, has energetically rejected French domination and the imposition of a European emperor, but that after shooting the usurper and expelling the invaders, it has enthusiastically received, from a free and voluntary way, the influence of French culture. What Benito Juárez was saying from his galloping chair is that we could enter into dialogue with the ideas of France, with its institutions, only if we were respected as different societies, if France did not betray its principles by preaching the republic in its own home and exporting the monarchy to someone else's house. Once master of itself, Mexico had opened up to the world. Manuel Gutiérrez Nájera received and assimilated Verlaine's music, the graces and antics of his style. My little Duchess, the one who adores me, does not have the fumes of a great lady. It's Paul de Kock's t-shirt. He does not dance Boston, and does not know of the races, the high enjoyment, and the pleasures of 5 o'clock. My little Duchess has no jewels. But she's so pretty, and she's so pretty. And he has such a villain body, so shoot. She transcends France in such a way that she is not matched in elegance by Helene Cossuet's clients. If someone reaches it, if it demands it, she, light as a zebra, continues on the way to the warehouse. But woe to the guy if he stretches out his arm. Nobody saves him from the umbrella that unloads to him on the temple. I touch, dresses, it opens me, we had lunch. With appetite we both drink. A couple of eggs and a good beefsteak. Half a bottle of rich wine. And by car, together, we go on the way. From the picturesque Chapultepec. But it was not just Gutiérrez Nájera. Mexican popular culture knew how to mix its local features with European influence, and it is significant that popular orchestras continued to be called mariachis, as they were first called in mariages, at weddings, in times of occupation. French. Mexico knew how to dialogue with the world. There began the admirable work of Alfonso Reyes, who reflected on the deep affinities between the Mexican world and the Greco-Roman tradition, and translated Homer in the face of the volcanoes. He unknowingly prepared his culture for Juan Rulfo, for that powerful descent into Hades that is Juan Preciado's journey to the underworld of Comala. Also under the influence of the Mexican Revolution, participating in the adventure of the European pictorial avant-garde of the 1920s, Diego Rivera understood that in the search for new paradigms and original aesthetic canons, under that thirst for different sap that shook the Dadaists and the Surrealists, he had a very rich soil on which to nourish himself, the indigenous world on which Mexican culture rested and which had just been affirmed with the thunder of the Revolution. For this reason, when he proposed to paint the spirit and dignity of his land, Rivera was able to renounce the duty of pretending that we were Greece, and was encouraged to paint the faces of Mexico, its colors, the turbulent history of its people, the parades of the guerrillas, the passion of the soldadores, the clicking of the syrup and the tingling of the gentle homeland around the festive feathered death. A whole generation of artists around him drew from Mexico's natural and historical roots a new language of colors and shapes, a treasure trove of dreams and symbols. One would say that Santa Muerte is just a handful of black sugar on the mosaic of colors of miscegenation, but it is something deeper. It is a tribute to the mystery of the different in the center of the painting. It is to allow everything that came from afar dance and party around the deep secret of the place. More astonishing is that those who venerate as the heart of history the swollen corpse of a kind man suspended on the log of martyrdom look with horror at a festive skeleton made in colored syrup. How could one not understand that the indigenous world had a fundamental role to play in the construction of republics? It was not just the system of his archaic myths, his long familiarity with the world and his sense of belonging, it was the possibility of dialoguing with modernity from a precise perspective. The literary generation of the late 19th century in Hispanic America had been led by a man of indigenous descent, Rubén Darío. In it had been fully demonstrated that the American world accepted the Spanish language, a language that had already reached a continental dimension, as one of its main instruments of expression, a valuable instrument to access modernity, in the flight of a new music. And very 18th century and very old. And very modern, bold cosmopolitan. With strong Hugo and ambiguous Verlaine. And an infinite thirst for illusions. Even in what seems ornamental, that spirit was revealed in its singularity, it was a soft air of leisurely turns, the fairy harmonia rhythmic its flights, and vague phrases and faint sighs went between the sobs of the cellos. How could one not understand that in Spain it was not possible to speak like that in Spanish? That only the deep silence of the Indian knew of that softness and those pauses? Faced with the imperative and impatient kingdom of color, were we in the region of nuances? That in the face of the black and white tyranny of fanatic cultures, would only miscegenation save us, the subtlety of what is one thing and its opposite, from what is not lost in tales of purity. Writers across the continent called themselves modernists because they wanted to breathe at the same time with the rest of the planet. The soul of our peoples had understood that it was possible to listen to the voice of the earth and at the same time be contemporary. We were not dreaming of returning to any indigenous arcade, but rather of defending our Indian and mestizo features, our dreams, and our dignity, while we entered the debates of the present and displayed our own reflections in the face of the challenges of the future. The descendants of the slaves were also impatient to assume that modernity, to show that in it their ancestral memory, their vitality, their sensuality, their affective capacity, their joy, had much to contribute to the construction of a world more capable of coexisting and living together. Happier. Now we can see how important the contribution of the children of Africa was in the 20th century, and in a very prominent way in our continent, for the transformation of the cultural languages of the time. The mestizo world had taken the initiative in the field of language and literary creation, the black and mulatto world was taking the initiative in the field of musical creation, and the first decades of the 20th century saw the birth of Cuban and Puerto Rican boleros, the sones, the cumbias, the merengues. It was the same time that jazz flourished in North America, and even tango, the music that accompanied the growth of the southern cosmopolis, of Buenos Aires, was equally influenced by the habaneras and the black rhythms of the Caribbean. So Gaydon was not wrong in claiming among us a place in democracy and in history for the indigenous world, for miscegenation, for blacks and mulattoes, who in Colombia were still the condemned of the earth. The politicians who listened to him believed that Gayton was only talking about giving them jobs, uniforms and perhaps subsidies, and they didn't even like that. But what the thought of modernity demanded was not to give them something, it was to demand that they assume their place in society, their place in history. The town was growing, the town was taking shape in politics, the town was discovering its meaning and its power. In Mexico, the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, which ruled the country for decades after the revolution, came to be called by someone the perfect dictatorship, because maintaining all the appearances of democracy, it was actually configured as a regime of a single party that even had a monarchical character, since the incumbent ruler appointed his successor at the end. The agreement of liberals and conservatives in Colombia tended to be configured in the same way, but with a central difference: the same leadership organized into two parties to take over from power, maintaining the same mental order and with a greater appearance of pluralism. But the PRI had been the consequence of a revolutionary process that changed many things in the order of Mexican society, which sought to give a place to the citizen in the republic and a place to Mexico in the world, while the Colombian bipartisanship stood up. Agreement only on a model of power distribution, excluding its people, denying its own and assuming before the world the tone and discourse of a society without character, given over to imitation and devoid of all local pride. What one does not understand is that those powers have looked with such rancor at every expression of dissatisfaction, have disavowed it with such severity and have persecuted it so fiercely, when their mental model was not able to build a country that even they could feel proud. In Mexico, although many debts with the people remained pending, a business community committed to the country emerged, natural resources were nationalized, the project of a self-confident society was assumed, responsible for its memory and affirmed in its particularities. In Colombia, the big business community, which at one time had a certain drive and commitment, gradually lost all sense of belonging. From a certain point on, they only cared about their presence in the world market, and although for the construction of their companies he had always counted on the favor of the state, of social capital, whenever he could, he decided to alienate them without the least patriotic consideration. It is not necessary to remember how, when the country sank into barbarism as a result of the negligence of this irresponsible leadership, those who could have saved the humble people from barbarism and did not do so, and only thought of saving their capitals through at all costs, and great national companies that were the pride of the entire country, of which even the humble people were proud, ended up being handed over to the great octopuses of the world market. But nothing was sacrificed more easily than work. Thousands of workers who had given their lives to these companies were fired without explanation, and that was the way to welcome them to a world and an age in which human beings are considered the part more cumbersome and more expendable than the companies to which they gave their energy and their lives. In industry, in agriculture, in the publishing sector, in communications, in the cinema, what Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil did as fronts of a continental culture was decisive for Latin America. And in none of these fields was the Colombian leadership less worthy of its example than in the cultural aspect. Literature was made in spite of itself, the art that sprouted from the community was as invisible as nature itself, and the habit of disparaging the social imagination for decades prevented the stimulation of the treasure of the creativity of a people. When Laureano Gómez was elected to the presidency in 1950, violence was already raging in the territory. The great fanatic had come to power at an advanced age and in poor health, and that prevented him from fully configuring his fundamentalist dictatorship. But even the sectarian ruler warned that the mental model he was trying to impose in Colombia was unforgiving and perverse. In 1944, expressing his joy at the liberation of Paris and the expulsion of the Nazis, Jorge Luis Borges affirmed that Nazism, like hell, is uninhabitable, men can only die for it, lie for it, kill and blood for him. No one, in the central solitude of his self, can yearn for him to succeed. The poet risked claiming that Hitler wanted to be defeated because he could not ignore that he was a monster. This reminds me of the story that Abel Naranjo Villegas told us one day of his meeting with President Laureano Gómez one night, outside the Colón Theater in Bogotá. Gómez asked his partner how things were on the street. Naranjo replied, "Very bad, Mr. President. And the dark ruler said to him, I imagine how that will be. The truth is that if I were not here, I would be in the opposition. Soon Laureano Gomez left power in the hands of Roberto Urdaneta, who had been Minister of Government, that is, responsible for the police in the Ospina Perez administration. Gomez, who had appointed him Minister of War, had just changed him to the government portfolio, and for this reason he was appointed to govern the country in the president's illness. This lasted a year and a half, but the same day that Laureano decided to retake power, June 13, 1953, the heads of the two opposing parties, who saw in Gomez's extreme personalism a threat to their own existence, preferred to appeal to the army to free them from great danger. And that was how the only interruption in the entire century of elite power in Colombia occurred. Although it cannot be said that General Gustavo Rojas Pinilla was a transformative leader, capable of bringing modernity to the country, he came to power as a resource against violence and had a margin of initiative for some time. Rojas, a man of the people and the province, suddenly found himself able to make decisions for himself. Some of them were beneficial for the people and many increasingly dangerous for the establishment, but in the end the arbitrariness of those who have no one to control it, as well as a mixture of military arrogance, political irresponsibility, and administrative corruption that made the people regret it. Elite of the initial support that they had given him, which led them not to initially call their barracks a military coup but a coup of opinion. But, significantly, it was enough for a man who did not belong to the old ruling caste to come to power in Colombia for a time, for major modernizing initiatives to break through. In just 4 years, between 1953 and 1957, Rojas Pinilla undertook important public works, built highways and airports, undertook campaigns that are still remembered for the benefit of the poor, electrified some regions and built aqueducts in a country where most of the world still today municipalities lack drinking water, granted women citizenship and the right to vote, and even brought television to Colombia, which in the hands of the immobile elite would have taken 20 more years to arrive. Its initial purpose was to depoliticize the police and end the violence. Having the two sectarian parties out of power would perhaps help to acclimatize coexistence. One of his boldest initiatives was to offer an amnesty to the guerrillas who were scattered throughout the fields. That invitation to demobilize was announced immediately, and it was then that they laid down their arms and surrendered the liberal guerrillas of the Llano, commanded by the chiefs Guadalupe Salcedo and Dumar Alger. Guadalupe, a legend in the eastern plains, carried the fort on his shoulder. The joropo and corridos that the town made in their honor are still running on the wind. He was the incarnation of the popular hero, defender of the persecuted and vigilante, in the manner of the legendary Mexican leaders, but in an environment hostile to the glorification of popular heroes, he ended up becoming a marginal legend, barely vindicated by art at times. Popular, and the most famous play of the second half of the 20th century, Guadalupe Years Without Account, from the La Candelaria Theatre. The guerrillas of the Llano were born with a precise purpose, to defend the liberals from the Chole Vida, the police armed by conservatism against the liberal people. Even the old conservative peasants have come to the conclusion that the most decisive moment of the violence was the one in which Laureano Gomez announced to the country that it was necessary to separate the gold from the slag, thereby proposing the segregation and perhaps the extermination of the liberals. The good people of the country, who had long fraternized in work and in poverty, suddenly woke up divided into gold and scum. The rhetoric of language from power worked in the consciences, strengthening old grudges of the 19th century and the War of the Thousand Days, and the proclamation of the pulpits calling not only to end evil but with its seed infiltrated its poison into the blood. The persecuted liberals of the beginning had turned Gaitanistas. Once the rebel guerrillas were organized, they soon assumed the purpose of going beyond resistance to the fanatical dictatorship of Laureano Gomez. They wanted to embody the postponed dreams of the ongoing revolution and bring Gaitanismo to power. The liberal leaders, while it suited them, supported that resistance, but, as usual, they oscillated between their support for the persecuted people and their old cronyism with power, and as soon as they saw that their friendship with the conservative rulers was in danger, they not only abandoned their fate to the brave people who resisted, but they openly condemned their actions. There was a war, but, as always, the Colombian leadership accepted as legitimate all violence that was exercised from the power and condemned as criminal all violence that opposed the authorities, including that of legitimate defense, although the actions of the authorities were evidently unfair. Guadalupe Salcedo was a vigorous and loyal warrior with his men, a skilled strategist and memorable human being, firm in his convictions and implacable in combat, who when he was called to peace and harmony and was convinced that the official promise was sincere, he acted with the same determination and the same loyalty. He persuaded his 5,000 guerrillas to lay down their arms and trusted the promises of the state. It still awaits him, like so many warriors loyal to the Pax, the only guarantee of coexistence, the vindication of history and art, but Guadalupe also became the symbol of the insurgent amnesty and betrayed by power. Rojas Pinilla, who had kept his word, was deposed on May 10, 1957, and it was enough for the bipartisanship to regain power under the figure of a transitional military junta, for the old national style to restart. Less than a month later, on June 6, 1957, one night in the south of Bogotá, Guadalupe Salcedo was surrounded by the police, and although he came out with his arms raised and saying who he was assassinated with his companions. He had a very different spirit from the wild liberal bandits of other regions, who, often full of resentment and increasingly capable of everything, at that time filled Colombia with legends of blood and horror. The fact that Guadalupe Salcedo and the fighter of Syrian-Colombian origin Dumar Alger have kept their names in the legend speaks sufficiently of their dignity as warriors defending a cause, and the same can be said of Efrain González, another mythical rebel whose last battle was transmitted to the country entire through the media of the time. Besieged in a house in the south of Bogotá and fighting alone against an entire army, he seemed to confirm Borges's fable that fate likes repetitions, because his final fate repeated the fate of the Zapatistas in the times of the conquest. Encircled by the troops, he defended himself like a brave until nightfall, and when he was about to escape from his enemies and slide into the shadows, a casual soldier saw him pass and almost by accident killed him. They kept their names, but in many other bandits what was kept was an alias, what they had come to represent for the collective imagination. Resentment in Desquite, who dedicated his entire life to avenging his murdered family, the military ingenuity in Chispas, the festive ferocity in Mariachi, the malignancy in Captain Venom, the cruelty without entrails in Sangre Negra, the most feared of the monsters of that time, among the innumerable bandits that at that time filled the nightmares of Colombia. And it was in the coffee zone, which had built the strongest peasant economy in the 19th century and which sustained the country for 3/4 of a century, where the bloody carnival of violence took place with greater force. Beneath the river of political discord and the strategy of using war as a lifeline for bipartisanship, flowed a river of greed and ambition that caused the mass exodus of families from the fields to the cities. 20 years of violence changed the picture of peasant property, but in a country in need for decades of a just agrarian reform, which would avoid the concentration of property and combat social exclusion, once again the violence was done to exacerbate injustice, to force rural crowds to join another social order. Power preached the discourse of modernization that the conservatives began shyly and that the liberals trumpeted as propaganda. It seemed that the elites were going to turn Colombia into a country of cities energized by industry and employment. But if in 1945, when we were 10 million inhabitants, 8,000 industries employed 150,000 people, in 1970, when we were already 20 million, 12,300 industries did not employ more than 300,000. In the same period, Colombia had ceased to be a rural country, and the cities had grown in an amazing way, but what made them grow was not the urban attraction, the development of the city, but the expulsion of the fields in waves of barbarism and horror. In 1953 we were 12 million, and since then every 20 years the population grew by 12 million inhabitants, 24 million in 1973, 36 million in 1993, 48 million in 2013. But the industry did not grow again after 1970. We will see what with the so-called National Front, the way was closed for industrial pioneers, big industry applied itself to the greedy task, typical of an undemocratic regime, of accumulating power and taking over small industry, and from 1990 the politicians' heirs of bipartisanship dedicated rather their efforts to ruin the countryside and destroy the national industry, seduced or bought by the policy of incorporating the country into the world market without protection and without scruples. Behind the violence, in addition to the fight against Gaetonismo and the effort to maintain, even in an infernal way, the supremacy of the parties, were the doctrine of the growth of cities, the lure of industrialization and the fable that the cities would absorb as workers the mass of the expelled peasants. The Curie mission, hired by the bipartisanship, even recommended that the rural exodus be encouraged, arguing that industrialization would solve that issue. In vain Mario Arrublat tried to show that our precarious bourgeoisie had no desire to industrialize, that the growth of cities, disorderly and dramatic, would only bring poverty, marginalization, and new forms of violence. Nobody listened to him, perhaps because it is a law of nature that the Colombian plutocracy only listens to itself, or perhaps because the business was precisely in not listening to those warnings. A few industrial gentlemen tried to keep the bulk of coffee production, which was the main national wealth, and the peasants who made the country prosper lost their tranquility, their small holdings, and their lives. It is sad to see that the puffed-up power of its democracy did not lift a finger to protect the small sacrificed peasant, nor did it make the slightest effort to welcome him into the city, where he arrived dragging painful stories, carrying in his memory the patchwork quilt of his lost world. There took place, for the penultimate time, not the urbanization of the peasants but the ruralization of the cities. The derogatory name of mountaineers received the peasants fleeing from hell in the city, and no one gave them a place in urban legend, a recognition of their value in building the country, nor a balm for their wounds. They had already found in the peasant music of the Andes mountain range, in the corridors and the zambas, the appropriate tone for their misery and exile, and in the saga of southern tangos they found the stormy train of their incorporation into the world. Urban. It is a typical phenomenon of our curious Latin American destiny, songs that expressed the complaint of the Argentine compadritos, living on the fringes of the law, confined in the suburbs, nourished by resentment and leaning in the luminaries, well reflected the feeling of orphanhood and of exclusion of Colombian peasants, cornered by hatred in their land of origin, expelled for crime and thrown into the sadness of the suburbs. It is a very unique phenomenon of the vessels that communicate cultures, that works that arise in one world only release all their significant load in another. The Waltz When They Look at Your Eyes, by Enrique Cadícamo and José María Aguilar, who recorded Charlo in Buenos Aires in the year 34, never had for the Argentines the mysterious and tragic resonance that it released in the Colombian Tolima, among the bursts of violence from the 50s, in the voice of Oscar Agudelo. But why be surprised that these things happen in such a discrete example, if we know that the work of Edgar Allan Poe never had in the United States, where it emerged, the spiritual resonance and the ability to influence the world that it gained in France when it was translated by Baudelaire, if we know that Verlaine's work, which in France was just the song of an anomalous nightingale, was the instrument of freedom, sensuality, and harmony with which the modernists of the late 19th century reinvented the Spanish language in Latin America. A familiar theme made its way into the torn Colombia of the half-century, the nostalgia for the lost house. Nothing was heard as much in the country as Las Acacias, a song in which the trees tell the exile who returns to his childhood home the melancholic story of the spoil and violence. They say that the lyrics were written by a Spaniard. Perhaps that is how the misery of the Colombians expelled from the countryside was secretly linked with the desolation of the few immigrants, Republicans exiled by the dictatorship, German Jews fleeing Nazism, Syrian liberals who had escaped from the Turks and the ones that everyone here called Turks, those immigrants who had spread across the American continent and who never saw their homeland again. This theme had been announced by the greatest poet of half a century in Colombia, Aurelio Arturo. His poem Morada al Sur, published in 1945, is the sublime song of lost childhood, the magical kingdom of that childhood in the vicinity of a nature that in nostalgia takes on supernatural dimensions. In the mongrel nights that rose from the grass, young horses, curved, shining shadows, shook the earth with their bronze helmets. Black stars smiled in the shadow with gold teeth. Then, from among great leaves, the world slowly came out. The wide land always covered with the skins of the sons. Kings had burned, white queens, soft, buried within trees, still groaning in the thicket. Before the great collective tragedy, Aurelio Arturo not only managed to capture the magical flavor of what was lost, but also the moving music of that endearing world. Not everything was rude, a golden thread of dream. It became entangled in the pulp of my enchantments. And if to the north the old forest has a deep tick-tock, to the south the curving wind brings stripes of aroma. There the turbulent life of the haciendas is encrypted, the energy of some men who go in light canoes through the wild rivers, but also the fear of that simple world frightened by the threat of violence and by the warnings of history. Night, shadow until the end, between the dry ones. Branches, among foliage, broken nests between years, the eggshell moons shone, the great moons full of silence and terror. The most significant thing is that this poem was written in the city. Morada al-Sur, the memorable song of the lost house, tells something that is written in the soul of every Colombian, the big house, the paradise, and in 2013 we were able to verify it, when thousands of young people who have always been integrated into the urban world, saw in the marches of the last peasants the symbol of that past from which their parents and grandparents arrived, and dressed in ruanas, they came out to express their solidarity with him. Agrarian world, slandered and threatened by the deformations of modernity. Maybe all this, like Arturo's own poem, is not only nostalgia for a world rooted in nature, but also the presentiment of other times, because if something is announced in the signs of the time, it is the imperative need of the recent generations of celebrating a new pact with nature, with the land of the origins and with the rivers of memory. In 1958 the heads of the liberal and conservative parties, who had desecrated and bloodied Colombia, signed the peace. They did not do it to apologize to the country for the 300,000 deaths of the violence and for all the collateral tragedies, but to impose a curious contract on it. For 16 years the same parties that had sponsored horror and inhumanity from the state and abroad. He, who had preached infamy and educated the country in barbarism, would distribute power without allowing the expression of any other political force. The nation was so horrified, so intimidated by the propaganda of both parties and the effectiveness of their extermination methods, that everyone accepted the blackmail. Not accepting the collusion of the two machines was equivalent to suffering the threat of a prolongation of violence. The great leaders Alberto Lleras and Laureano Gómez embraced, the country was in the hands of the bipartisanship for 16 years, and there began the illusion of a peace built on 2 decades of violence, on silenced rivers of blood, on dark pictures of inhumanity. Colombia made an effort to forget that the power of the bipartisan alliance was born from the irresponsible hatred of the parties and only sought to perpetuate the rule of the old leadership and the persistence of its interests. The purpose of the so-called National Front was not to save the battered country but to guarantee the continuity in power of the castes that had dominated Colombia for more than 100 years, and that would continue to dominate it for the rest of the century. Today we can ask ourselves why those who were not responsible for the violence were precisely those who were excluded from the agreement, why the critics of the prevailing model were the only ones who did not have the right to speak, and were the most persecuted by the governments of the National Front. But we can only ask today, because in those days the mere question turned critics into enemies of the social order. Some of the ferocity of the Spanish Civil War had this Colombian violence. That feeling that one party has that losing power at the hands of another is equivalent to losing its place in the world, and that it takes it to all extremes. But in the Spanish War it is clear that they were fighting opposite positions on all public affairs, and given that in Colombia the two parties did not have so many differences of principle, it is necessary to conclude that in reality they were fighting against something else. Possibly against the formation of a different alternative, which would endanger traditional power. One would say that if the shadow of Gaytonismo was behind, the violence also configured a kind of preventive counter-revolution, a warning, and that is why horror and atrocity, the desecration of the human condition, inventing hell on earth were so important. To have something to threaten the rebels forever. But what was conspired with it was not a reality, but a purpose, magnified and deformed to the point of delirium by the owners of power, and the executors of both sides did not have the capacity to assume as their own that strategy of defeating a political project as soon as possible. Outlined. What really happened was something less methodical but perhaps more guilty, the way an irresponsible leadership not only took advantage of the credulity of humble people but, after having kept countless human beings deprived of recognition and dignity, deprived of education and opportunities, after letting them grow to their own devices, he allowed himself to sow fanaticism in them, and to abandon their lowest instincts to a society that would have been his duty to form and guide. There we learned how far a helpless community can go in terms of civilization, grown in exclusion and in no appreciation of itself, when it is authorized by the pulpits and by the leaders to all excesses. Those miserable executors of horror were not going to be the victors, they were also the victims. They had learned to despise themselves, they had never been pitied, and they did not know how to sympathize. For me, nothing resonates so much about the Holocaust of those years than the terrible verses of Barba Jacob. I despise myself, I am wounded. I despise myself, you have gangrenous. My heart. Civil wars are usually declared officially, this war as such was never declared. Civil wars usually have a winner and a loser. From the Colombian violence we can say, looking at the results, that the owners of power and the heads of the parties won but the country lost. That time saw an overwhelming confirmation of the anti-popular tradition of the Colombian regime. When it came to suffering and defeats, it was the people who had to put everything together. At the time of triumphs, the ruling caste collected the profits. Did they make any effort to mitigate the sufferings of the people? Did they ever show repentance, or were they aware that it was their way of governing the country that had raised them to hatred, mistrust, discrimination against the humble and the helplessness of the weak? On the contrary, as soon as the peace that they themselves had decreed began, the persecution against everything that was different began. Neither the indigenous people were vindicated, nor were the grandchildren of the slaves integrated into a national project, nor were the victims of violence subjected to some generous project, and instead dissident initiatives, such as the Popular National Alliance, ANAPO, by Gustavo Rojas Pinilla, or the United Front, by Camilo Torres, or the student struggles for educational reform, were harassed, persecuted or betrayed by the elegant dictatorship of the two parties. The dream of Colombia was once again postponed. The town was once again being postponed. The Second Republic remained for the next century. Since the time of the conquest, literature here has been able to follow historical events day after day. Juan de Castellanos had left us the longest poem in the language, collecting in detail the facts of those bloody campaigns in the Chronicle of the Indies, the largest for its setting, more original for its theme and more ambitious for its aesthetic purposes, which he did not want only to tell but to sing the greatest event in history, the way in which at last in the 16th century the two halves of the world, the two faces of the human, met and did not recognize each other. Shortly afterwards, Hernando Dominguez Camargo tried to celebrate the triumph of Christianity over animism, the triumph of the Spanish language over native languages, and the triumph of European symbols over American nature, but the result was the triumph of excess over the canon, the profusion of meaning and the delusional imagination of the simplifying version of the world imposed by the victors. Language struggled to resemble the world it had arrived in, and poetry turned language into a workshop for experiments. Álvarez de Velasco y Zorrilla abounded in poetic labyrinths, mystical puns, and mischievous emblems. The poets discovered that the imperfect correspondence of language with reality gave them spaces of mental freedom that perhaps others did not have. The 20th century would come to benefit from this imperfection. Only when the language reached its modernity at the end of the 19th century did it renew its effort to be American, to interrogate the hidden substratum and the complex world that discourse made invisible. That is why there was a search for local truth in the works of Carrasquilla and Gutiérrez González, in the prints of Luis Carlos López, and even in Rivera's Parnassian sonnets, which tried to enclose the Morichales of the plain, the troop of the foals, the fury of the rivers, the way in which the tiny cooing of a bird distresses the jungle with its soft complaining, infects all space with its desolation. The entire continent continued searching for the words of the American world, in the ghostly poems of Cesar Vallejo, in the ascent to the indigenous world of Argutas, in the vast geographic exploration of Euclides de Cunha's Los Cert Ones, in the untamed nature wrapped in skin of woman by Dona Barbara de Romulo Gallegos, in so many novels of the Mexican Revolution that were prepared by the powerful Pedro Páramo by Juan Rulfo, in the passage from gaucho poetry and its horizontal vertigo to the lyrics of the conventillos of Carrigo and the Cancionero de Buenos Aires, in the way in which the surrealist experience and insomnia in the Far East refined in Neruda a new capacity to name the seas of Chile and the American world. Colombia also sought to name itself in poems, also here prose pursued history. Numerous novelists tried to catch the key to the violence. Osorio Lizarazo, chasing the tumultuous truth of Bogotá lit by the fires, Tulio Bayer, tracking the human conflicts that accompanied the construction of the highway to the sea, Daniel Cachedo, putting the dry wind to narrate the atrocious days and the impiety of the crimes, Garcia Marquez himself in La Malahora, making us live the climate of anxiety in the towns where discord grows, Gustavo Alvarez Gardiazabal, portraying his town in the valley under the wings of death. Next to Aurelio Arturo, and in his youth, the other major poet was Alvaro Mutis. After living his first years in the interwar period in Europe, Mutis was dazzled in his childhood by the landscapes of the hot land, by his farm on the banks of the Coelho River in Tolima, and he could no longer detach from his being and from his memory those overflowing rivers, the houses overlooking the immensity of the abysses of mist, the bright seaplanes descending into the immense rivers, the trains crossing the gorges of the mountain range, and the world of the coffee zone that he celebrated forever in his night. It's raining, on the zinc of the roofs. Sings his presence and takes me away from sleep. Until I was left in a calm rise of the waters, in the very cool night that drips through the vaults of the coffee trees and runs down the sick trunk of the giant rafts. Mutis took the nature celebrated by Isaacs and José Eustasio Rivera and filled it with resonances from mythology, history, and legend, as well as from modern decorations. He knew the world. He knew how to place those landscapes, which others saw only from the perspective of the village, in a broader and newer context. He knew how to fill them with human sense, and quite possibly it was he who helped Garcia Marquez find the physical universe where the delusional saga of his characters runs, the historical perspective by which the village of Macondo would become a scale image of the dramatic Latin American history. All great literature is the fruit of a dialogue. And the literature that, in the mid-20th century, changed Colombia, from a lost village in the mountains to a country convulsively sown in the heart of the contemporary world, was the result of the persistent dialogue between Alvaro Mutis and Gabriel Garcia since the 1940s. Marquez. Because what was initially a dialogue in the cafés of the very literary Bogotá in the middle of the century, where Jorge and Alberto Zalamea, Hernando Tellez, Leon de Grafe, Aurelio Arturo, and Jorge Gaitán Durán were, became in Mexico a dialogue in the exile. Each of them was for the other that country that they had left far away, the country that each of them was forced to reinvent in nostalgia. In all the languages of art, Colombia tried to decipher itself, after the storms of half a century, after Gaitán's thunder and his tragic sacrifice, after the fire in Bogotá and the betrayal of the people, after the bleeding and hatred, after the embrace of political enemies and on the eve of the great upheavals that would result from all that, Colombia did not stop questioning itself and searching for the keys to its enigma. But at first, it was enough that the party elite stopped preaching hatred for the violence to be reduced to the relentless pursuit of gangs of outlaws, the hunt for monsters. However, it was already discouraging for a project of civilization the way the army captured bandits and ostentatiously displayed their agony in dump trucks and vans through the streets of the towns, so that people would believe that all the blame was being paid and correcting all evils. It is already known that paramilitary groups can only exist if the state offers them its support and protection. As soon as conservatism understood that it had guaranteed its access to power, it renounced official violence, and once the liberal directorates saw their rotation assured, they denounced and persecuted the guerrillas they themselves had sponsored. People were asking for nothing more than a bit of reassurance. Many peasants preferred to remain in the harsh neighborhoods of exclusion and poverty, rather than return to a field that had been marked by the stigmata of blood and fire. The rivers had carried too many corpses, the birds of prey had filled the sky with their grime too much, there were too many ghost houses in the mountains, the cemeteries had grown too large. The old country of the bambucos and the corridors, of the guabinas, the buns and the whirlwinds had died, and only the fortunate regions that did not suffer the violence, such as the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, kept the traditions alive, and even they made it bloom in a more intense way. Since the late 1940s, nothing had given the country as much joy as those cumbias by José Barros, those joints from Campo Miranda, those merengues and parrandas by Crescencio Salcido, the barefoot man always to feel the contact of Mother Earth. Who lived in material poverty all his life and in the richness of the spirit, and who composed those songs that always return, I do not forget the old year, La Mucura, El Hombre Cayman, or that inspired gust called El Capital, and also the first walks of Guillermo Buitrago, who flew full of naivety and joy over the country of violence, like a bomb on the desecrated land, and that the country continued to hear and dance year after year because they were the last vestige of the lost peasant. Arcadia. Vallenato music was born from them, the melodious story of the minstrels of the plains in the shadow of the Sierra Nevada. And in a country where disagreements between human beings had only begun to be resolved by the machete, it is a moving vestige of the sweetness of another era to hear that walk, the cold drop, that Carlos Vives took to fly around the world, but now it moved Colombia more than half a century ago, when in Buitrago's voice he told us what the naive discords of the people of Urumita were like, who fought with music, and when they wanted to hurt themselves they would say, "I have a rude relapse." For Lorenzo Miguel, he treated me as a liar. And more of a liar is he. He takes me or I take me. So that the pod runs out. Once the last dead were collected and the last tears dried, when the country began to work on its illusion of oblivion, that music of walks and joints filled the whole of life. Colombia felt capable of forgetting, of starting over, of believing in the future again. Lucho Bermudez's cumbias filled the social clubs, the voice of Matilda Diaz greeted the beginning of another era, and then Julio Brazo, who had composed the only Colombian tango, Lejos de Ti, or at least the only one that became really popular, filled the Sunday afternoons of the new neighborhoods with mischievous songs, and Leandro Diaz sang the landscapes as if he saw them, and Escalona installed trains and airplanes on his walks, a little girl who has her house in the clouds and a Brazilian that he singer also pursues by plane to the waters of Belém de Para. On the banks of the Magdalena, in 1960, at the Hawaii Bar in Barranca Bermeja, music of irrepressible joy sprang from Juan Madera's clarinet and spread like a fever to the bodies of the couples who danced in the tremendous heat of the oil port. The work, only instrumental at the beginning, seemed perfect, but the singer of the orchestra, Wilson Chaparena, proposed to Madera a letter for his melody, and thus the song for which Colombia is most recognized in the world was born, where the black loneliness was magically changed in happy company, the colored skirt. Thus began in Colombia the only happy decade of a terrible century. It was enough for the war to end, or to put it more truthfully and frankly, it was enough for the war to pause, for Colombia to experience a flourishing that today we can see as the announcement of everything the country could be if it truly conquered its reconciliation. The cities had grown, urban life brought both restlessness and enjoyment. For a while, the horror had withdrawn into the imagination. It was in those radio soap operas that Fulvio González Cachedo invented, imitating the old Cuban radio program Turn Off the Light and Listen. But it was already a consolation that real violence was transmuted into horror tales and urban novels. The country was returning to normality, where crimes are only accidents of passion or madness and not a collective plague. Campitos wore his parodies of political life through the theaters, television made jokes about reality. The program Yo Y2, directed by the Spanish Alicia del Carpio, gracefully brought history and daily life closer together. The radio abounded with comedy shows, and young people believed in the possibility of inventing the world. Overcome the horror of the Second World War, and the existential depression that was its consequence and that filled Europe and the United States half the century. The 1960s were the decade of youth throughout the Western Hemisphere, and it was fortunate that for us that awakening coincided with the end of our own war. Also here were the ideas that moved the world at that time. Estanislao Zuleta, Mario Arrablat, and Jorge Orlando Mello reflected on the country, brought the great debates of the time, translated the authors of the moment. There was a new intellectual vivacity in Orlando Fals Borda, in Eduardo Umana, in Jorge Gaetan Duran, in Antonio Garcia, in Eduardo Santa. During those years, Marta Treba arrived in Colombia, an intelligent, sensitive, awake Argentine, attentive to the phenomena of contemporary art, and knew how to draw attention to the awakening of young art in the country. He did not have all the subtlety necessary to also appreciate arts more anchored in tradition but no less necessary, the courageous efforts of those who knew that in Colombia nature still had to be discovered and the landscape invented. That is why he disparaged such valuable artists as Gonzalo Ariza, who incorporated the perspectives and languages of the Eastern tradition into our nature. He did not understand the importance of the artists who denounced violence and who drew powerful languages of modernity from that denouncement of the horror. That is why he did not know how to value works such as that of Carlos Granada, the most indignant and sensitive of the painters of La Violencia. He did not sufficiently appreciate the value of the artists who sought, drawing on Mexican art, to approach the old mythical horizons of our culture. That is why she rejected Ignacio Gómez Jaramillo, Pedro Nel Gómez and Luis Alberto Acuna, but at least she was intoxicated with optimism, youth, irreverence. With Gloria Zia, he founded the Museum of Modern Art, and it was as if a fresh wind had entered our adobe and villager world. We had remained in the Middle Ages too long, we had dedicated ourselves to hating and destroying ourselves under the relentless preaching of a greedy and stupid leadership, but although the Catholic Index and the tacit prohibition of reading still prevailed, the young generations read, heard in their own way. Voice The Dream of the Stairs by Jorge Zalamea. They listened to the delicate and immobile poems of the stone sciences and preferred the voice full of astonishment of Pablo Neruda, which changed our breath, and soon the new rebels took to the streets to challenge the whole world, to denounce the country that had touched them, to even scandalize the old bipartisan country that had never just left, the old state of Tintorillos that never finished enumerating its paragraphs and its deaths. The dark church that followed unscathed over so many disasters. Its leader was Gonzalo Arango, a boy from the Andes, who had been trained in skepticism and a critical spirit, alongside Estanislao Zuleta and in the shadow of Fernando González. Gonzalo was one of the few Colombians who knew what had just happened, who understood that the cause of so many atrocities was a petty power, lacking in authenticity and intelligence, a dark clergy that enslaved spirits, an authoritarian and irresponsible state, a battered people deprived of education and imagination. His strategy was provocation and irreverence. His troop, a band of middle-class boys, José Mario Arbeláez, Jaime Jaramillo Escobar, Elmo Valencia, Amflócar Osorio, Eduardo Escobar, nurtured by the spirit of the surrealists and beat poets, their instruments, a recursive prose, defiant acts, blasphemous proclamations, poems, and newspaper columns. More than a literary movement, Nadaism was a social fact, and above all a great friendship, but if Colombia needed something then it was that preaching of affection, solidarity, and shared dreams. They were together at parties and in prisons, on trips and in love affairs, at the time of happiness and at the time of fear. Important poets were part of that capricious and rebellious group that fortunately did not respond to a creed, or a political doctrine, or a pattern of conduct. They were great improvisers, sensitive, imaginative, brave, challenging. They did not reject the wine of the stone sciences or the marijuana of Barba Jacob, or the vodka of the communists or the sacred water of the mystics. They were alive, and they hit the streets at the right time. That's enough. It is famous that one of the first acts of the Nadaistas was the desecration of the hosts in the Cathedral of Medellin, during a congress of Catholic writers. They say that someone asked Estanislao Zuleta, Gonzalo Arango's friend since adolescence, what he thought of this desecration. With a smile, Estanislao replied, It must always be that they believe in that a lot, because no one desecrates a soda cracker. The phrase is ingenious and fair, but Zuleta was not unaware that in a country so oppressed by superstition and clerical tyranny, these rudeness played a role, even as signs of resistance, such as that willingness to say no to an intolerant and savage world. In the end, both the blasphemous spirit of the Nadaists and much later the angry curses of Fernando Vallejo against the clerical power are part of the mosaic of oppression that clericalism wrought in Colombia. They are indicators of the power that the Church came to have over the spirits. Well said T.S. Eliot speaking of Baudelaire's blasphemies that Satanism is not the opposite of the Christian religious order but its rebellious complement, that Satanists are beings who want to enter religion through the back door. But Fernando Vallejo, with his command of the language, his radicalism, and his constant sense of humor, is much more. He is the man who broke the Gordian knot of a centuries-old silence, the man who turned our oldest chain, language, into an instrument of freedom. Colombia lived with joy and avidity that truce of peace. The peasants adapted to the city, its vertigo, and its dangers. The rural wind settled in the streets, but although there was a pause of tranquility for millions of exiles, the governments that tried to respond to the challenge of guiding the tsunami of urbanization, that unbridled growth of small cities invading the surrounding space, by bringing electricity and services to these neighborhoods, the rate of growth of industrial activity was much lower than what the country demanded. Thus, while the young people watched on television Gloria Valencia de Castano and the adolescent singers of El Club del Clan, who vaguely followed the musical fashions of Mexico and Argentina and the rhythms of the new French wave, while they listened to the songs of Oscar Golden and Pablo Gallinazo, while they attended the reinvention of the Colombian theater in the adventure of Enrique Buenaventura in Cali and Santiago Garcia and the La Candelaria Theater in Bogotá, while they followed the exhibitions of Botero and Obregon, Manzur and Caballero, from Grau and Bernardo Salcedo, from Negret and Ramirez Villamizar, from Wiedemann and Antonio Rota, from Cardenas and Beatriz González, the country was beginning to live off the scavenging. Slowly, but not imperceptibly, the city was imposing its rudeness on the marginalized, poorly received and never incorporated into a social and cultural project. Already in the 60s, theft began to be a problem. Stoppers and pickpockets were doing their thing on buses and on the streets. Someone had to warn that people needed employment, they needed inclusion, to feel part of a shared and dignified national project. The old tradition of contempt for the people, for the poor, for the Indians, for the descendants of slaves, remained the spirit of the leadership, and the only solution to social problems was repression. What was seen in the future, throughout the decades, were not only poverty and misery, the children abandoned in the streets whom in Bogotá they elegantly called, in the French way, gamins, homelessness and begging. It was a perceptible upward progression that no one corrected. It went from theft to robbery, from rape to robbery, from armed robbery to assault and robbery of residences, from fraud to kidnapping. Antisocial behaviors grew over the years, with the lack of responses from governments to the most urgent needs of the population. Soon in the fields the phenomenon of guerrillas returned, soon in the cities there was organized crime. Already in the 60s one gang of professional assailants, La Peseta, gave the news a permanent theme. What no one foresaw was that from those first waves of crime, great social forces would rise over time that shook Colombia: insurgent armies, drug trafficking mafias, the return of paramilitarism, and new waves of violence and horror. All of this would be the fruit of the National Front and its narrow horizons, its spirit of exclusion and the blindness of its leaders, but in the early days there was something festive and idyllic in the dream of national reconciliation. However, the country offered so little for those who truly had expectations of prosperity, that very soon the exodus to Venezuela and the United States began. The poor discovered that beyond the borders there were decent wages for effort, there were job guarantees, there was respect for work, there were real opportunities. In 1948, when Gayton died, a new international order began. One of the many disturbing things that this story hides is the number of significant figures from hemispheric politics who were present in Bogotá on the day of the crime. The 9 Pan American Conference was being held, which planned to create a new continental system with the founding of the Organization of American States, OAS, and there were prominent delegations from the 21 member countries, coinciding with diplomats and non-official assistants, so that in Bogotá ranged from Marshal and Romulo Betancourt to Fidel Castro, Joaquín Balaguer, and Luis Cardoza and Aragon. Only 2 years had passed since the end of the Second World War. The Cold War began between the two great powers that emerged from that apocalypse. That same year the State of Israel had been founded, the Chinese Revolution was already triumphing and the ghost of the communism traveled the world. The Spanish Republic, crushed by the Falange, had emigrated to America and encouraged intellectual adventures on these shores of the Atlantic. She promoted the great publishing initiatives in Mexico and Buenos Aires. European intellectuals fleeing the war stimulated an awakening of thought in Latin America. Eduardo Santos himself, whose historical role had been to put the brake on the liberal reform that Colombia needed in life or death, did not stop having some liberal trait, even in the field of intellectual hospitality, and had received researchers such as Paul Rivet and Gerardo Reichel-Dalmatoff, who have contributed so much over the years to the rescue of indigenous memory and to the vindication of the value of native communities, their knowledge and mythologies, in the mosaic of the nation. It was also he who received Richard Evans Schultz, whose work in the investigation of the botanical wealth of the country is invaluable, and of which that beautiful novel of knowledge and love for the world that is the river, by Wade Davis, testifies. And no less was the contribution of another immigrant, the German Gerhard Masser, who dedicated his years in Colombia to writing the most remarkable biography of the liberator Simon Bolívar, a book rich in information, detailed in his knowledge and full of deep human wisdom. The National Front was just beginning when the revolution broke out in Cuba. It is difficult to understand that it was precisely the regime that the two traditional parties had just invented in Colombia that denounced Cuba as an enemy of the Continental Union and proposed its expulsion from the Organization of American States. I am not saying this because Cuba was more democratic than Colombia, but because to found the National Front an inhuman war had been lived that cost the country 300,000 deaths. Moreover, the violence had not ended yet, and no one in the hemispheric order established 12 years ago had demanded explanations from the Colombian parties for that scandalous bleeding. It is always that being good friends of the great powers exempts certain rulers of many responsibilities. The national bipartisanship had entered into an increasingly devoted alliance with the United States, and Colombia was that country's main partner in its fight against the new Cuban regime. From the moment the Cubans made their revolution, the Colombian leadership considered communism and terrorism every popular claim, fiercely pursued dissent, demonized rebellion, and curiously, by that path, it was nothing more than taking an old woman to the extreme. Tradition, turning the democratic struggle into a crime, harassing it with courts and prisons, if not with powerful measures of force, suppressing constitutional guarantees, pushed many popular fighters to violence, and began to forge the catastrophe that Colombia would become. For several decades. If the arrival of the Liberal Republic had put our oil in American hands, if the crash of 29 had frustrated our rail network, the Second World War, although it allowed the growth of a national industry of basic goods, textiles, footwear, iron, building materials, food, aligned us in an unrestricted way in the old tradition of ris bis polum, of only looking north, and the North Star did not warn that Colombia had postponed its urgent liberal reforms until eternity. But long before the Cuban Revolution, long before the guerrillas existed in Colombia, the popular struggle was already being pursued here. Since the 1920s, since the birth of the industry, hostility to the trade union movement had begun. In those struggles, a notable woman stood out, Maria Cano from Antioquia, who affirmed the rights of women and work, the basic principles of an awakening liberal society, and was persecuted for that effort, when in reality she was the symbol of the dignity and modernity of Colombian women. Maria Cano stimulated the struggles of the oil workers in Barrancabermeja, and invited the workers to participate in the exquisite pleasure of reading, stimulated the fight of the railroad workers, the fight for good working conditions in the threshing machines, the fight for the land of the peasants of Villota. She asserted her rights as a woman and as a citizen, followed with interest what was happening around the world at that time and celebrated with energy the fall of Nazism. But one of the hardest moments of his career was the prison he faced for having denounced the massacre of the banana plantations, already in the way in which this incarnation of democratic dignity, of liberal generosity was treated. The spirit that dominated and continues to dominate Colombia can be clearly seen. One wonders what is the cause of this excessive anti-popular reaction of the Colombian elite, what leads her to declare any protest subversive and communist, to treat the students who throw stones as sinister terrorists, the peasants who demand changes like infiltrated guerrillas, the citizens who march as dangerous rebels. Why does this leadership continue to see a communist danger in everything, even when communism is already like a delusion from another era, a fever that was left behind? The astonishing answer is that the Colombian elite does not hate communism or subversion but liberalism. What they hate and fear is the discourse of human rights, citizen demands, union movements, all those instruments of liberal democracy, because it belongs rather to a system of castes and repulsions prior to all modernity. Gayton was not killed for being a socialist. The moving truth is that he was killed for being a liberal. The three words in which he believed, and for which they hated him, are liberty, equality and fraternity. At the beginning of the 60s, a sector of liberalism denounced the National Front as an undemocratic pact, and sought to become a spokesperson for the people, for the workers in precarious industry, for the dispossessed peasants who came en masse to the cities. Although some of its national leaders ended up allied with the establishment, many of the regional leaders of the Movimiento Revolucionario Liberal, MEL, the last historic attempt to give philosophical meaning and coherence to a party that had abandoned all principles, were true expressions of that popular spirit. R.N. Cali, Alfonso Barberena, and his partner, Balvenda Alvarez, waged an admirable struggle so that the municipal ejidos were a housing solution for thousands of dispossessed people. It was the old Gaytonista spirit who refused to die, but the country was already in the hands of an implacable pincer. Henceforth, critics of the model had no choice but to bow to it, abandon the struggle, or embark on an adventure without horizons. Cali, which had experienced a terrifying tragedy in 1956 during the military regime, when 7 trucks loaded with dynamite, irresponsibly parked on an avenue, exploded at night and blew up an entire section of the city with an undetermined number of victims, undertook its urban reinvention, and in the next 2 decades it became perhaps the most vibrant and dynamic city in the country. What Bogotá, Cartagena, and Popayán had been in colonial and First Republic times, what Manizales had been in times of the coffee boom, what Barranquilla had been with the boom in trade, what Medellín had been with the first industrialization. New cities were added to the urbanization process, and it must be said that a unique characteristic of Colombia is that despite its extreme political centralism, in the economic field and especially in the cultural field it was always a country of vigorous and original regions. Perhaps where traditionally there was less literature was in Bogotá, La Tunja by Juan de Castellanos, Hernando Domínguez Camargo and Julio Flores, the Cartagena de Fernández Madrid, by Luis Carlos López, by Germán Espinosa, the Barranquilla of García Márquez and Álvaro Cepeda Zamudio, the Sinu by Raúl Gómez Jodin, the Antioquia of Epifanio Mejía, of Carrasquilla, of F. Gómez, of Porfirio Barba Jacob, of León de Grafe, of Fernando González, of Manuel Mejía Vallejo, of Estanislao Zuleta, of Gonzalo Arango, of José Manuel Arango, the Santander of Jesus Zarate Moreno and Pedro Gómez Valderrama, the Viejo Caldas by Bernardo Arias Trujillo, by Danilo Cruz Velez and by Tulio Bayer, the Tolima by Diego Fallon, Juan Lozano y Lozano and Arturo Camacho Ramirez, the Huila by José Eustasio Rivera, the Valley of Jorge Isaacs, Antonio Llanos and Daniel Cachedo, the Casanare by Eduardo Carranza, the Cauca of Guillermo Valencia and Rafael Maya. Aurelio Archeros Nerino weighs more for our history than Rafael Pombo, Caro Silva, Jorge Zalamia, Nicolas Gómez Davila and Osorio Lizarrazos Bogotá. There was a people everywhere trying to believe in the future and to dream of a possible country, and in the field of culture and the arts there was an admirable effervescence in those times. Colombia is a paradoxical country. in which it is always possible to find a kind of desperate joy. Since peasant times it was possible to see joy combined with ferocity, here it is easy for the celebration of a sporting triumph to end up leaving wounded and dead, because something in the religious preaching of sacrifice perhaps made us feel guilty about being happy, and that there was in our people a mysterious propensity to sacrifice. But if, in the face of happiness, fatalism stands like an inevitable shadow, so in the face of horror the festive spirit of a people that tries not to sink into doom tends to rise. Barba Jacob exclaimed, against death, choirs of joy, and possibly without that reactive spirit, which invents reasons to continue living, the country would not have been able to survive its many disasters. The first impression that travelers have of Colombia is that of a sweet, hospitable, and happy people, so welcoming, that sometimes they cannot believe it, and it is difficult for them to accept the truth of that plot of accumulated tragedies and misfortunes that only those who can describe it know. The country always shows a deceptive surface, not necessarily out of hypocrisy but out of a stubborn need to convince oneself that things are not going wrong. A great student of languages, who has lived in Colombia for 35 years, once told me that what had surprised him the most from the beginning had been the conceptual clarity of politicians and leaders. His speech revealed not only great modernity of thought but a remarkable acuity of analysis, coupled with a pertinent understanding of the solutions. However, in all that time the country did not change. It took him many years to understand that the leader's discourse never had a practical application, it was more an alibi than a philosophy. One thing was what they said and another what they did in their practical life. That is perhaps one of the consequences of the fact that here there was not a correspondence between language and reality from the beginning. The language that came from elsewhere, that felt superior to the world to which it arrived, from the beginning tried not to discover but to cover this world with its interpretations and its impostures, with its truths, its authority and its importance, but it tried to float above reality without taking root in it. It did not pretend to decipher reality, but to accommodate it to its logic, and ended up being less an instrument to understand the world than an instrument of power to disguise it or to ignore it. This had to happen in all the countries of the continent, but the entry into modernity everywhere involved the effort to build a critical consciousness that would moderate the mystifying claims of language. It was the alliance of the language with a suffocating and tyrannical religion, of a medieval spirit, that refused to make concessions to reality and that tried to impose itself out of fear and authority, not by argumentation and persuasion, which made us eternal. In a model denied to investigation, dialogue, and logic. It is enough to see those officials who never respond to what is asked, but who always have a tangle of authority arguments that entangle the matter and divert attention. It is enough to see the power that said astute and cynical language achieves in that context so typically contemporary of a media that has time measured, and where every message goes in only one direction, to understand how, when the story of the nation it ceased to be exclusively in the hands of the church and in the hands of politicians, the juggling of communication was in charge of building a version of the country no longer founded on tradition, thought or knowledge, but on the urgencies of today, in the impact of the novelty, in the alarms of an emphatic, momentary, and discontinuous version of events, which easily becomes a spectacle. Something different happened in the beginning with the English language in the north of the continent. There the weight of the Protestant ethic was fundamental in the construction of a responsible legality, their respect for the citizen was founded on a true enlightened tradition, there, real efforts were made to incorporate minorities into the inclusive discourse of the nation, the social pact was respected, the immigrants cyclically integrated into the spirit of legality, the pride of the territory marked the push of the businessmen, the American myth configured a national legend, and the priorities of internal consumption, of citizen opinion, of greatness of the country, promoted all economic, political, and cultural initiatives. It is enough to hear the tone with which in a poem by Edgar Lee Masters, a woman who was in the legend the girlfriend and inspiration of Abraham Lincoln speaks from the grave of the greatness of her country. Dark, unworthy, but they gush out of me. The vibrations of an eternal music. Without rancor for anyone, with compassion for everyone. In me the forgiveness of millions of men for millions, and the blissful face of a nation resplendent with justice and truth. I am Anne Rutledge, resting under this grass, adored in life by Abraham Lincoln, betrothed to him, not by union but by separation. Bloom forever, O Republic, from the dust of my breast. It is impossible to overstate the importance of these invisible things, of loyalty, of love for the territory, of pride for fellow citizens, of solidarity, of trust, of responsibility, of the awareness of feeling accepted and dignified, in construction of a true society. That is why affection, pride, dignity, respect, compassion, shared memory, love that becomes generosity, trust, and coexistence are also fundamental political facts. That is why it is essential to transform a language that has been used for centuries to subdue and deprive, to deny collective values, into an expressive instrument of emotion and affection, into a power that truly helps to decipher reality and that also helps transform it. For something, language was between us from the beginning, the cohesive of a discordant reality. But perhaps that passion for grammar of the Colombian rulers was the symbol of a secret alliance of political power with the imperative power of language. Here we still have to ask ourselves why we need so many laws incessantly and why, however, the profusion of norms does not make us more capable of living together. Philosophers of law know that any excess of rules only reveals the absolute lack of customs and traditions, and above all it fosters a culture of transgression. An excessive emphasis on this normative character of language ends up subjecting speech and thought to mental schemes, to formats that are not shown as such, but rather that unappealable laws are feigned, forms of good, civility and good taste. Having the language fully encoded serves above all to detect what is out of the established mold, and in Colombia language became a very subtle instrument of social control, because we live in a country where the system of stratifications reaches overwhelming levels. When it was no longer easy to detect by their physical features who belonged to the old lineage of Creoles and Mestizos who made the Republic and who belonged to the excluded species of Indians, blacks, Zambos, and mulattoes, language, manners, became a telltale element. It is already known that precisely to maintain that spirit of aristocracy that denies others, so that this cultural homogeneity does not occur, the idea of universal, compulsory, and free education, which could make us equivalent citizens, was always rejected. Rather, education was the main perpetuating instrument of inequality. That is why it is painful to know that out of 100 children who enter the school system, only 17 finish the second cycle, and that the vast majority of dropouts do so because the system expels them. Many already when entering school are surely denied to be subjects of knowledge, they have already been denied the right to be interlocutors, to ask questions, to disagree. And it is that before entering the order of knowledge it is necessary to have entered the orders of affection and dignity, and for many, society has been in charge from the beginning of closing the doors to the construction of a true citizenship. That is why the rulers strive in vain to undertake educational reforms that do not take into account social inclusion, the dignity of citizens, the possibility of occupying a place in the economy, incorporation into a story of shared memory and national pride, a possible dialogue between generations, between friends, between economics and health, between recreation and culture, between school and life. A model like the one that has been eternalized in Colombia can only be sustained by arrogance or stupidity. No leadership is so suicidal as to deny so many citizens the minimum dignity that allows them to be part of a national project. Although there is wealth and poverty throughout the world, there are traditions of solidarity, spaces for coexistence, efforts for inclusion, shared legends. A foolish caste that ignores the fate of the majority, that disrespects work and resigns itself to being surrounded by deprived and resentful beings, ends up being a prisoner of its own madness, without even being able to go out into the streets. This Colombian leadership, prey to a medieval ideology, has for decades allowed social morality to deteriorate, for large social sectors to sink into helplessness, destitution, and marginalization, when not in rebellion and crime. But she has never assumed responsibility for what happened. She refuses to acknowledge that it was she who caused these exclusions, and ends up feeling that her fellow citizens are aliens. Seeing everywhere the results of an evil way of using power to secure privileges and deny justice, he ends up feeling, however, that all protest is absurd, that all insubordination is perverse, and that the inevitable rebellion that the model produces is a manifestation of evil and must be exterminated. Nothing has been preached to us more in recent times than the extermination of monsters, but no one wonders what it is that causes so many enemies of public order to emerge in a society incessantly, why decade after decade we have to go out and pacify the country in new crusades of extermination that always leave us astonished at the magnitude of the evil and desensitize us to the atrocity of the results. The Colombian leadership asks itself more and more frequently what is the cause of the evils, and almost always points a finger towards some side of our complex reality. He blamed the bandits of the 1950s, but after exterminating them the evil continued to grow. He attributed the blame to the first guerrillas, to which internal causes were not recognized at the time. The responsibility lay with international communism. But once the Soviet Union fell and the communist project closed, Colombia's ills continued. At the end of the 80s, the blame for all our disorder lay with the great drug lords, but once Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha was killed on the Caribbean coast, Pablo Escobar was shot on the rooftops of Medellin, the brothers were extradited to the United States. Rodriguez Orihuela and the men of the cartel from the north of the valley exterminated each other. Colombia's problems persisted. It was the guerrillas who caused everything, it was common crime, it was winter. All those efforts to find a culprit for our plagues avoided the central problem, wondering who threw the guerrillas into the insurgency, the criminals into crime, the poor into poverty, the gangsters into drug trafficking, the paramilitaries into combat, the hitmen to their mercenary trade, but rather a way of governing the country that closes the doors to everything that does not belong to the order of the chosen ones. That leadership that has all the privileges, makes all the decisions and manages all the budgets, never assumes the responsibilities, but is always above suspicion. And deciphering reality is enigmatic when there are things that should not be said, sectors that cannot be suspected. The Colombian leadership is like Oedipus, it points out the culprits left and right so as not to have to ask the seer who is the cause of the plagues of Thebes. Colombian writers continued to be forced to leave the country, not so much because they were expelled but because there was neither an environment conducive to creation, nor incentives, and not even respect for creative processes. A country sometimes willing to read books never seemed willing to help write them. Alvaro Mutis had traveled to Mexico, where he was persecuted by the intolerance of some companies that always considered it acceptable to spend money on electoral campaigns and public relations but found it scandalous that the same expenses were made in cultural relations and in stimulating creators, but this was fortunate for his own work, and when Gabriel Garcia Marquez arrived behind Alvaro Mutis, the Mexican cultural environment allowed him to steal time from advertising and journalism to devote himself to literary tasks. In 1967 he appeared in Buenos Aires' 100 Years of Solitude. It was not a novel, it was an explosion of life, creativity, and inspired language. Our continent had never experienced a phenomenon of editorial amazement like the one that was experienced in Buenos Aires in those first weeks, when it did not seem that a book was emerging but rather a country, a continent. Everything that the traditional power of Colombia had endeavored for decades to erase from reality, the indigenous magical thought, the vigor of the mulatto, the local color, the defiant sensuality, the tree of races, sprouted converted into a powerful spell and ineluctable. Garcia Marquez did not tell the story of Colombia, but the story of a fabulous village lost between the swamps and the mountains, near an invisible sea, abandoned by the central powers, far from the male roots, far from universal history. But Colombia was that village tyrannized by superstition, devastated by civil wars, persecuted by the obsession of an old incestuous crime, captive of family life, dazzled with everything that came from outside, the deceptive magic of the gypsies, the refinements musicals of the Italians, the French vices, the American colonial companies. An exuberant nature, whose vegetation was seen growing before the eyes, an overflowing vitality, all the resources of ingenuity and the sprains of malice in an astonishingly clear prose, hypnotic in its fluidity and its detail, and a gallery of characters whose manner of living was always halfway between clairvoyance and madness. Colombia had been slow to give the world news of itself, but when it appeared, it knew how to disconcert scholars and laymen alike, Garcia Marquez's novel seemed like the treasure cave of the 1001 Nights. The old obsession of guilt for an ancient crime, the exodus of origin, the curse of discord between neighbors, the plague of oblivion, the destructive fecundity, the isolation and the flood, the routine of civil wars, the stubborn life sprouting always again between the deaths and the ruins, they left in the conscience a sensation of miracle. Explaining the magic of that powerful and captivating prose would be, as John Keats said of poetry, unravel the rainbow. But the first of Garcia Marquez's biographers, Dasso Saldivar, has tried to show us how the many episodes of the fable are facts of history transfigured by the power of language and by the symbols of the imagination. I remember that once, when Gaba was already a legend who made the girls cry in surprise in the streets, someone told him, "Gaba, they already read you more than the Holy Spirit, and that is a sin. Tell me what your secret is." And Gaba replied, "The truth is that I do have a secret, and I'm going to reveal it to you. Everything consists of preventing the reader from waking up." In other Garcia Marquez books one feels the work of a great architect, a rigorous researcher, an inspired creator. But in 100 Years of Solitude, no work is felt, one has the impression that the author, like the ancient poets, is writing to the rhythm of an unknown breath, is a fountain in a state of pure inspiration, and at the same time is aware of each word and its weight in the story. When told that the days of his writing must have been days of astonishing enlightenment, the author replied, "So many things occurred to me at every moment that I think that if I had had a little more money, the novel would have lasted another 200 pages. A literary and historical fact of this magnitude could not be due exclusively to a personal state of mind. Garcia Marquez always felt like a living part of a culture, always identified with his land, with the music of his Vallenato world, with the popular culture of the country and with the awakening of Latin America. His book was a sign of that great awakening. Latin America began to be perceived differently from the creations of that generation of the 60s to which publishers gave an advertising name, the Latin American boom, due to the sudden resonance that had in the whole world and especially in the English language. The 60s filled the world with facts and symbols. They were the age of the Beatles and the Cuban Revolution, the death of Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe, Che Guevara and the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the May revolts of the 68 in Paris and the invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Russians, the Vietnam War and the arrival of man on the moon, the Vatican Council and the Algerian War, the Six-Day War and Martin Luther King, the massacre of the students in Mexico and the Woodstock Festival. Garcia Marquez contributed to this heterogeneous and memorable mosaic one of the happiest events in our history, the novel that put Colombia in the world. We had grown up as a marginalized, colonized country, rendered invisible by an inauthentic, petty, and simulative discourse. History was elsewhere, beauty was elsewhere, culture was elsewhere, but something was brewing in our reality. The reductive discourse of the elite could no longer contain a vigorous and contradictory society that was beginning to find itself and to recognize the complexity that was in its entrails. Garcia Marquez's book was definitive for Colombia to begin to look at itself in a different way, to begin to admire itself in another way, and to begin to have eyes to see its nuances and complexity. Language continued to fulfill the mysterious mission of being the central element of the story, the articulator of our social order. Oscar Wilde claimed that reality copies art, that there was never fog in London until the English saw it in Whistler's paintings. What he perhaps meant is that art is here to reveal to us the world we live in, that the eyes of custom usually make us blind to many things in reality, and that art fulfills that perplexing and revealing function of making us sensitive to things that, although they were always before us, we were not in a position to notice. Long would be the process of awakening of Colombia. But what kept us in lethargy was a discourse that denied everything that we were, the colonial discourse, the clerical discourse, the factious discourse of the parties and of a leadership that struggled to ignore the world to which it belonged. But we would still have to go through many shocks, before Colombia awakened to its contemporary reality, and when we finally could see what we were, bewilderment took hold of us. It was also necessary for the Colombian leadership to lose its ability to drown the country in its fierce denial and in its speech. And I would say that it was from the 50s when the old leadership lost its hegemonic power over society. Until the 1950s, the power of the Colombian elite was unquestionable. Gaytonismo had already been a first sign that in Colombia something did not fit in the simplifying and arrogant model of the Republican caste. To stop this radical change of course that Gayton proposed, the elite had to resort to violence and the fanaticism of society. With Rojas Pinilla, he understood that not even the army could be trusted as the guardian of the old power of the castes, and by quickly retaking the reins of the country, he chose to build the exclusive and aristocratic model of the National Front. But the country no longer fit into his model. Each government of the National Front left the leadership and the country with some serious unsolved problem, a long-term conflict. During the government of Alberto Lleras, not only did the exodus of the peasants to the cities culminate, but the phenomenon also occurred, not fully noticed at the time, that many peasants did not accept that urban destiny that violence imposed on them, and rather retreated because of outside the economic frontier, towards that other half-country that, as we saw, did not fit in the institutional order. There not only began the process of colonization of the so-called national territories, of the vast Orinoquia, but also the phenomenon of a guerrilla that no longer identified with the traditional parties. The first communist guerrillas were actually betrayed liberals, peasants who said no to the order to emigrate to the city, the rural people who decided to remain in the countryside and understood that they could only do so by resisting. The peasants of El Pato, Guayaquito, and Guayaburo who in 1964 demanded from the government public works, roads, bridges, institutional presence of the state and health posts. Perhaps they would not have become something else if their demands had been met in time, but the arrogant and contemptuous old country sent their troops and bombed them. He was a son of Laureano Gómez, Alvaro Gómez Hurtado, who, to magnify his threat, inaugurated the custom of calling every nucleus of demanding peasants independent republics, and managed to get the government to respond with annihilating fury to those demands. The leadership never imagined that those peasants who could have been legally incorporated with a little technical and social assistance, with a minimal timely investment, would not only survive the extermination but would rise up in guerrillas, and that they would grow at the pace of the social unrest until over the decades it became a true insurgent army. A peasant who had been part of the liberal guerrillas, Manuel Marulanda, was the founder of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, which would wage a 50-year war against the state. Today, even the presidents of the republic tell us that the guerrillas are no longer what they used to be, those peasants fed up with injustice who fought for their rights, romantic warriors who believed in the need for a different country, that over time these justiciary guerrillas became criminals, who from a certain moment benefited from drug trafficking to finance their war, and ended up becoming terrorists. But the truth is that in the early days they were not treated precisely as romantic warriors who had to be respected and cared for, with whom peace could have been made before they became a violent phenomenon spread throughout the territory. And no one recognizes that it was that purely military handling of a problem that had its roots in the dramatic history of the country, in that painful and savage history that I have tried to trace in these pages, that made those humble fighters from the beginning become the relentless warriors of today. Manuel Marulanda, however, will go down in history as the peasant who did not allow himself to be thrown into the cities, the one who said not by force to that red and blind wind that expelled millions of beings into urban poverty, marginalization, and poverty. Nostalgia. He believed that another country was possible, or that at least the peasant country could not allow itself to be trampled on by history, and if its movement finally sank many times into barbarism and inhumanity, because history is bitter and wars are cruel, at least it showed that in these peasants there was an irreducible dignity, an unexpected firmness and an astonishing character. One day, reading the tremendous novel Michael Kohlhaas by Heinrich von Kleist, which tells the story of a man, victim of injustice, who waged a savage war against power in 16th century Germany, I felt that I had found a literary character who resembled him, and I think Belisario Betancur was right when, upon returning from an interview with the old guerrilla in the jungles of Colombia, in one of his attempts to make peace, he said, to the astonishment of the journalists, that he had met a legend. Perhaps Marulanda would have been something else if she had belonged to a different country. Perhaps Colombia would have given her what Mexico gave Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata, and perhaps she deserves these verses by Jorge Luis Borges, a man who perhaps does not. I would have never admired him. You knew to beat or be beat. They are faces of an indifferent chance. That there is no other virtue than to be brave. And that marble, in the end, will be oblivion. One could attribute the emergence of the FARC exclusively to the influence of the Russian Revolution and the Communist parties, but it remains to be explained why when in 1989 the Soviet Union and all the regimes that were subject to its influence collapsed, and the guerrillas disappeared throughout the rest of Latin America, this Colombian guerrilla has not only not died out under the weight of official war, like many guerrillas on the continent, but has also experienced a significant boom in recent times. The government of Guillermo Leon Valencia came, and under his command new guerrillas grew up in Colombia. The repression of the student movement and the dissatisfaction of sensitive sectors, particularly the church, in the face of growing poverty and inequality, gave rise to the National Liberation Army, ELN, and saw it strengthen with the departure of some student leaders to the mountains. It is known that the main influence on this guerrilla group was the Cuban Revolution and the theories of the guerrilla focus that Fidel Castro and his men had developed in light of the experience of the Sierra Maestra. A young law student at the National University in the days when Gabriel Garcia Marquez was studying there, a vigilant and sensitive young man named Camilo Torres Restrepo, embodied in those days all the dissatisfaction that the new regime aroused in citizens. He had had to live the end of the Liberal Republic, the death of Gaydon, the violence. He did not know how to dedicate his life to the service of his people, and he soon felt that the law would not be the instrument of that transformation he was looking for, because the law in Colombia was the enemy of justice. He became a priest. The church was no longer just the old fanatic clergy, now there were also young people influenced by liberation theology and moved by a long national history of poverty and marginalization. But Camilo soon realized that there was a marriage between political power and the church, and the Archbishop of Bogotá himself began to close the way to their social struggles. He then founded the United Front movement as a response to the National Front. He denounced how the undemocratic spirit of the bipartisan alliance was closing the horizons of Colombian society. He was a sociologist, had studied in Leuven, had looked at Colombia in the light of the experience of other countries and understood that, compared to most democratic countries, Colombian democracy was a scam. In what way? To the workers, to the small businessmen, peasants, students. Here everything was required of them but nothing was given to them in return. He also understood how the Colombian legal system did not offer citizens minimum guarantees to life or minimum conditions to respect the law, but it did know how to fall with all its weight on the infractions of the poor and the crimes of the humble, while the entire state was actually a crime. Harassed, he began to suffer persecution. He saw what the old politicians called the barbed wire of hostile guarantees that the official world in Colombia had become, the system of compadrazgos that only allowed people to live if infamy was alleviated, that even allowed prosperity and success if they resigned to identify with the people and with their sufferings. Perhaps he also saw, in the distance, the horizon of crimes, violence, and horror in which that town would fall without state protection, without justice and without hope, and despair threw it into the hands of the ELN guerrillas. But Camilo Torres was not a guerrilla fighter, he was an idealist lost in the violent party of the world. His fate was the same as that of José Martí, the Cuban poet, martyr of the struggle for the independence of his country, who died on his first day of combat. The Colombian system had thrown the rebel priest into the war. It is said that the warriors who received him did not even give him a weapon, but imposed on him as a condition for combat to get his weapon himself on the battlefield. The brave but inexperienced fighter paid for that tragic adventure with his life, and Walter Joe Broderick's book, Camilo, the Guerrilla Priest, is his memory and his monument. In the third government of the National Front, that of Carlos Lleras Restrepo, the opposition of the Popular National Alliance, ANAPO, was strengthened, and new guerrilla groups nested in the fields. Now the Maoist guerrilla of the Popular Liberation Army, EPL, was also there. Finally, in the last elections of the National Front, where Misael Pastrana Barrero was elected, a last-minute electoral fraud against ANAPO, led by the former dictator Rojas Pinilla, a fraud that no one doubts and that many justify, exasperated the young anapistas of the middle class, who decided to found the first urban guerrilla of Colombia, the M19. The old Colombia died on April 9, 1948, the new has not been born yet. We all know that the clock of history stopped on that fateful day and that since then we have done nothing but turn in the whirlwind of violence that we no longer even dare to call wars, because apparently they no longer deserve that name. It is already known that the War of the Thousand Days was the last war that the owners of Colombia agreed to call this, a war with two armies that considered themselves equal in rights, legitimate in their aspirations, worthy of respect, some defeated with whom they were willing to embrace the winners. And this means that the Thousand Days War was the last war in which the aristocracy was on both sides, the last war in which the aristocracy fought, because after that the two parties practically assumed the same ideology, with nuances that timing was scarcely dictated, and from then on the war was not elite. We have already seen that the violence of the 50s, one of the most chilling national wars, only had as its executors the poor of both parties who had nothing to gain from it. Henceforth, the war was between fractions of the people fanatized by the leadership, or between the state and some insurgents who were almost never recognized as interlocutors, who had to be exterminated because they did not represent any of the values that the elite she was willing to respect. The old generals of the Thousand Days War, Benjamin Herrera or Rafael Uribe, entered the national legend, but after that the warriors of our history have never again appeared in any legend. Because what happened in the Colombian 20th century is very difficult to explain in terms of conventional warfare. National armies were instituted everywhere to defend borders, to protect all citizens of a nation against external enemies, while the police exist to hunt down criminals and criminals within. From what moment did the National Army, whose last foreign war was in 1934 against Peru, become an army to fight nationals? From what moment was it accepted in such a way that there were wars that the Ministry of the Branch was called for a long time the Ministry of War, and yet it was denied that these wars were so as not to have to accept the contenders as interlocutors? Was it that remnant of legitimacy, that refusal to accept that there was any validity in the claims of the contenders, which did not allow our historians to call that tremendous civil war that shook the country in the 1950s war, to resort to the euphemism to call it generically violence, so as not to have to recognize in it political protagonists, to turn it into a sort of biblical curse without causes or explanations, or without any other explanation other than the wickedness of some human beings, depravity, madness, and infamy? In wars there can be heroes, because there are men fighting for legitimate causes, even if they are partial. In the Crusades there can only be heroes on the good side of the conflict, the others belong to the outposts of evil, they can have no history, no legend, no justification, no greatness, no heroism, no grave, no memory. Here again, as in the times of the conquest, we once again had an army of paladins representing humanity, good, morality, civilization, and savage hordes that did not even deserve the dignity of a burial. Some murdered, others discharged. Some were good even if they killed, others were bad even if they didn't. Camilo Torres, who never killed anyone, belonged to the evil side, and those who killed him were the good guys. That can happen for brief periods and humanity may be willing to accept it. But when things drag on into habits of history and of the mind, isn't it worth stopping a bit and wondering when a crusade against evil ceases to be evil and becomes a policy of extermination? How many do you have to be the enemies to be considered an opposing army, to stop being considered a horde of bandits? How many were the combatants on each side in the Thousand-Day War? The violence of the 1950s produced 300,000 deaths in Colombia. Were they all victims of evil? Were they all bandits and criminals? When will they tell us who represented humanity, dignity, culture, civilization? When can we bring to the pantheon of the homeland those who represented the high values of society, the defense of life and the dignity of a territory? And if we decide that that violence of the 50s was truly a civil war, when will we honor the heroes of those two sides who sacrificed for ideas, even if they were wrong, who faced the dangers and gave their lives for represent one or the other of the projects that were proposed for our history. In the war against the guerrillas, many soldiers of the National Army have died for their homeland, and they should not be anonymous heroes. But it is also worth asking, how many guerrillas have died in the 50 years that this war has been going on? Someone must have even a faint balance. How many were captured and how many demobilized? In short, how many took up arms in that half-century? Because if those insurgents are 1,000, or 2,000, or 5,000, perhaps we can accept that they were a gang of criminals, but if it turns out to be, as some official statistics seem to indicate, even the triumphal reports of our army, which could well be 50,000, or 100,000, or more, the warriors who faced this state in the last decades, it is already hard work. Not look at them as an insurgent army in a civil war, and if we do not want to drown in unreality and lies, we will have to accept that there was a war here, that in that war, just as there had to be atrocities and mistakes on all sides, there also had to be positions, principles, values, heroes following a cause, and that reducing and simplifying discourse will never allow us to reconcile and look at ourselves again as fellow citizens. While illicit crops were spreading in the forgotten half of the country and the power of the traffickers grew, in the cities the M19 guerrillas grew strong. This group, which was more like the southern guerrillas, the Argentine Montoneros, the Uruguayan Tupamaros, for 20 years filled the headlines of the newspapers with alarm, and their leaders, Jamie Bateman, Carlos Pizarro, Antonio Navarro Wolf, Alvaro Fayad, they had a certain romantic halo for the youth of the cities. The old peasant guerrillas did not disturb life in the cities where the majority of Colombians now lived. The M19 symbolically seized the sword of Simon Bolivar, stole weapons in the army's own magazine, held hostage the diplomatic corps that attended a party at the embassy of the Dominican Republic and, finally, the Palace of Justice was taken by assault in a suicide action that caused not only the death of all the hostages, among which was a large part of the Supreme Court of Justice, but also the death of the assailants. But there was much more that had been gestated in those 2 decades of illusory reconciliation that were called the National Front. The 1970s began with 4 guerrilla movements operating in Colombian territory, with a deterioration in urban security and a growing tendency to resort to repression to silence citizen complaints. The custom of suspending constitutional guarantees through state of siege decrees was aggravated by the issuance, during the government of Julio César Tabay, of a security statute that precipitated the armed forces in practices of violation of rights, torture and other forms of inhumanity. The phenomenon of colonization had spread throughout the Virgin Territories. The old land that José Eustaquio Rivera had loved and sung, to which the poet had asked to be protected and integrated into the national imagination, was slowly entering, out of control, in the cycles of property and the economy, and, predictably, in the cycles of illegality. Perhaps the man whose work most influenced Colombia in recent decades was Alfonso López Michelsen. Son of the most famous president of the Republic, he grew up in the aristocratic environment of Bogotá and was educated in illustrious foreign universities. Few people like him came to have privileges, and already in his youth he was accused of having taken advantage of the confidential information that the government had to make economic movements for his own benefit. After that youth scandal, he rose to public life as the most eloquent critic of the National Front when he founded the Liberal Revolutionary Movement, MRL, the rebel dissidents of liberalism, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, whose newspaper, La Calle, seemed to want to give a voice to the neglected people. But although this movement lit the last lights of true liberalism in the darkness of bipartisanship, and although great leaders such as Alfonso Barberena were at its core, the truth is that López embodied like no one else the old aristocratic spirit of wealthy liberalism. It was up to him to govern Colombia just when the National Front was ending, when it was necessary to put an end to the exclusionary spirit of the parties, when it was necessary for democracy to be truly founded by broadening the scope of opportunities, opening the horizons of political participation, attending to criticisms, reforming everything that creaked, already fossilized by custom, and if the country chose him to be the ruler of the transition, it had to be because he remembered they criticisms that from the beginning he had formulated against the exclusive model of bipartisanship, because he remembered the outraged tone of his speech and the liberal promises of his campaign. However, Lopez did not fulfill any of the expectations that the country had formed with him, the man who was supposed to lead the nation at last to democracy and plurality, the man who should lead Colombia to a political rebirth, and it was precisely the one that allowed the political and exclusionary model of the National Front to be prolonged, that the immobile and bureaucratic model of the state was eternalized. One can understand that Laureano Gómez would have been who he was a strong and stubborn man, forged from the beginning in the forges of clericalism and convinced that the state model we needed was in the pages of Tomás de Aquino and in the military spirit of the Society of Jesus. All his life he was faithful to his convictions, because he had convictions; he was faithful to his doctrine, because he had a doctrine, and nothing else could be expected from him than that fierce crusade against everything that was not the white and Catholic Hispanic conquest of the barbarian lands. But Lopez pretended to be something else, he pretended to be a liberal. He had been a classmate of that great writer and thinker who was Gore Vidal, he had been trained in the thinking of the 20th century, he knew the rest of Latin America, he had lived in Mexico, where he tried to make films, so that he could not ignore the difference between the Mexican liberal reform and the betrayal of the liberal thought of the Colombian elite. He was an intellectual, a writer, he had written an appreciable novel about the customs of Colombian high society, and above all he had articulated the discourse of the opposition, rebellion, and reform. Furthermore, Lopez had power, he belonged to the ruling elite, he was privileged and could take initiatives, he also had the intellectual capacity to argue for changes, a talent to persuade, and he was the son of the most famous former president of the Republic, the son precisely of the man who had been left owing a democratic revolution to Colombia. How strange it is that when it was his turn to act, he had so completely renounced all change. Neither the opening to political pluralism, nor the agrarian reform, nor the urban reform, nor the deactivation of conflicts, nor large infrastructure projects, nor large industrial undertakings, nor new opportunities for the people, nor inclusive policies, nor educational reforms, nor a true commitment to that fundamental task which was to create employment and give work the recognition that modern societies have to give it, a civilizing role. In exchange for that it was all simulations and cunning. Borges says of some of his characters that he gave the uncomfortable impression of being an invertebrate. Lopez seemed to accommodate himself to everything that existed. He would like to reform agriculture, but lose the friendship of the landowners. Modify education, but lose the greeting of the archbishops. Give another dynamic to the economy, but have friction with the owners of monopolies. He accommodated himself to powers, and from a certain point on his only interest seemed to be to guarantee that nothing would change in Colombia, the same task that the obtuse bureaucracy and the repetitive and uncritical educational model fulfilled. If he fulfilled some important tasks at the continental level, such as supporting Omar Torrijos' cause of recovering the Panama Canal, he surely did it to look good with Carlos Andrés Pérez and Gabriel García Márquez. He had to manage a time of coffee bonanza, but nothing changed in Colombia because of his government, and on the contrary, what should have changed was screwed up, rusted and fossilized in the institutions. On the other hand, some new evils were added during his government to the evils that the National Front had already left us. Corruption was born there, which was not a serious evil in the days of the National Front. One can affirm that the presidents of the bipartisan republic came out of power as poor as they had come. They were rulers of selfish and exclusive powers, but they did not govern for their own benefit. From Lopez, corruption began to make a career. But perhaps the most serious thing was the way the government closed its eyes to a phenomenon that was beginning to grow. It is said that during the Lopez administration half of the territory of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta was deforested and replaced by marijuana crops. A phenomenon of underground economy was growing in society, and it would be strange if the rulers did not notice it, for something in those days what was then called the sinister window of the Bank of the Republic was opened, which bought foreign currency from citizens without interrogate its origin. It is possible that no one could know at that time the magnitude that such things would have in our society, but we chose our leaders because we think that they understand more than the rest of the people what is happening, and they have many more instruments than the others to figure out what happens. And in 1974, the year that Lopez ascended to power, Colombia already knew what was moving at the airports, what was happening at the borders, what those timid travelers were carrying in their double-bottomed suitcases to the Bahamas and to the United States. It was the time when Pablo Escobar was exchanging cigarette and graveyard traffic for other more productive shipments. Starting in 1974, not only began enormous processes of accumulation of wealth, other powers began to grow in society. Lopez may have thought that these new fortunes and these new social sectors would bring new wines to Colombian society, but he could not ignore that in the scenario of a society malformed by exclusion and mistreated by violence, all wealth stripped of principles and condemned to illegality is a source of violence and blood. The American soldiers had returned from Vietnam in need of hallucination and oblivion. The end of the 60s and the beginning of the following were also the time of the great renunciation of an entire generation to the paradigms of the consumer society. The defeat of Vietnam, the lies of Nixon, the pessimism of the existentialists, the criticisms of Fromm and Marcuse of industrial society, the novels of Aldous Huxley and George Orwell, the conversion of the Beatles to the pacifism of Buddhist philosophies, Lucy's hallucinations among diamond sidereal, the preaching of the return to nature, and skepticism about the promises of affluent society gave birth to hippism and the cult of mystical drugs. Nothing so repulsed the good conscience of the industrious American society as this retreat of its youth to leisure, nature, free love, mystical ecstasy, hallucinogens, and the appeals of natural religion. The first great response of industrial society to this desertion from the workforce was Prohibition, the great declaration of war on drugs launched by Richard Nixon in 1969. And that prohibition strengthened the market, exactly as it had happened half a century earlier. When the prohibition of alcohol increased its consumption in the United States but also left that industry, which could not be assumed by the state, in the hands of traffickers. It did not take a decade for the first large Latin American multinational to appear, the cocaine multinational, and although all the Andean countries are good potential producers of coca leaf, the sacred plant of the native peoples with whose paste the alkaloid is made, no like Colombia, the country had a potential as industrial pioneers blocked by an infamous model of exclusion and privilege. Because with the end of the war, the American soldiers returning from hell brought an enormous need to escape the nightmares of history, and one of the possible windows was drug use. Marijuana was an old custom of foodies and bohemians on the continent. Rubén Darío smoked marijuana in his lyrical ecstasies and Barba Jacob smoked marijuana in his poetic delusions. Moreover, in his delusions he had forged his dream of a continental culture nourished by the old Greco-Roman culture but also affirmed in the American world, and a singular poem is testimony to this, daring like all his, but full of Dionysian passion, of Roman hedonism, Latin sensualism, and love for nature. My full glass the Anahuac wine. My vain effort, sterile my passion. I am a lost, I am a marijuana. To drink, to dance to the sound of my song. The poet seeks to affirm himself in a deep cultural tradition, but also in a look at his own American origins. The fragrant thyrsus girdles, the jocund cymbal plays. A mad bacchante and an outrageous satyr. They combine in my blood their loving frenzy. If we were children of affluent civilizations, our own world had given us nothing but deprivation. Athens shines, thinks, and sculpts Praxiteles. And grace chains passion with roses. Ah, of the little life that does not give us its honeys but with a certain rhythm and in a certain proportion. One of the constants in the history of Colombia is the fact that wherever there was an economic boom, a source of wealth, a war arose. We know of the gold wars that bloodied the territory in the 16th century, we know of the War of the Pearls of Cumana and Cape de la Vila, which made the fame of Nueva Cádiz in Cubagua, of Margarita in Venezuela, of Manor in La Guajira in Colombia. Also since then there was a territory of wars and conflicts in Muzo, in the region of the emeralds of Magdalena Medio, there were wars for the cities of gold never found in the Amazonian world, for the non-existent cinnamon of the Napo River and for the golden tombs of the Sinu. We have already seen that there was a war against the peasants in the Coffee Mountains. But in more recent times, the country's marijuana and cocaine wars have become as fierce and astonishing as the ancient wars. The national industry, which in Colombia had grown until 1970, since then, because of the spirit of bipartisanship, not only closed the roads to the enterprising middle classes, but also caused the large industries to begin to devour the small ones in an obscene and suicidal process of business concentration. So things never happen by chance, but because all the conditions are in place. The flood water always finds its decline where it can overflow, and in Colombia it was the middle and lower classes, without the ability to influence the thousand windows of the state. But with the capacity for initiative, and in a context of high-risk capacity, of proclivity to transgression, those who took advantage of the tunnels of history and flooded the North American market with marijuana and cocaine, which began to consume them avidly. Colombian pioneers quickly became some of the richest entrepreneurs in the world. It was not just any business, it had the curious advantage of not needing any other publicity than the one that the news broadcasts gave it day and night, making drugs the topic of the moment, the most famous villain of the time. But it also had another surprising feature: it did not need to bring the product to final consumers, it was consumers who were willing to look for it anywhere. The rest of this story would seem like a fictional novel, the extraordinary resourcefulness of the traffickers, the idea that many had that it was not a sin, and that it could not even be a crime, to distribute a substance that years ago was practically free to use. It had not only been used by the European aristocracy and by tycoons around the world, since at one time consuming cocaine was something as elegant as consuming snuff, in the same way that consuming coca-based liquors was the most popular in Impressionist France. It was a substance frequented by artists and intellectuals, to the point that the great father of revolution in 20th century psychology, Sigmund Freud, often consumed the alkaloid in the course of his research. However, the real danger of banning substances such as cocaine and alcohol is that leaving the state out of its production and control not only does not solve the problem of addiction, but also leaves the business in the worst hands, those of traffickers, whose contempt for danger is rewarded with gigantic fortunes, and those of state agencies determined to turn a public health problem into a high-budget police or military affair. U.S. law guarantees the freedom of its citizens and their right not only to bear arms but even to consume dangerous substances. Therefore, the United States assumed as its duty not so much to penalize consumption as to pursue the production, trafficking and marketing of illicit drugs, to place the emphasis of the war not on consumers but on producers and traffickers. But no country knows better than the United States that it is not production or distribution that energizes an industry but consumption. Latin America would produce in vain and try to export leaves or roots that North Americans are not interested in consuming. They had to know in advance that it was a losing war as long as consumption was not controlled. However, the police handling of the problem is nothing more than a way of unloading the responsibility on the producers and not on the consumers. It is just the proof left by the North American authorities that they are fulfilling their duty without harassing the citizen. It is even paradoxical that a 1,000-year-old sacred plant in the Andes was declared malignant and that, at the same time, the Coca-Cola industrial plant in Atlanta was the largest legal buyer of the coca leaf. It is amazing that the most famous product of the legal industry in the world, and the most famous product of the illegal industry, are originally derived from the same South American plant. There were even those who said that this drink owed its addictive nature. But although the manufacturers claim that they have already replaced the original substance with another, or that they only use its beneficial components, the word coca has never disappeared from the name of the product. Latin American popular songs had already spoken of the subject as a social custom before it was popularized by prohibition, and it is possible to hear, in one of the most famous tangos, these verses. Do you remember, brother, what times were those? They were other men, more men ours. I do not know coca or morphine. The boys of old didn't use hair gel. I remember when Belisario Betancur was elected President of the Republic in 1982, the teacher Estanislao Zuleta told me, what a great person Belisario is, but I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything." "Why do you think that?" "Because he only has the affection of the people," he replied, "and affection is not a political force." Belisario was one of those old conservatives more liberal than liberal. Intellectual himself, a friend of poets and painters, who celebrated their birthdays to writers such as Álvaro Mutis and Manuel Mejía Vallejo in the government palace, in sober poetic evenings. He was also one of those prominent figures of humble origins to whom the Colombian leadership was capable of entrusting the government, but who had to discover along the way that power belonged to others. When he won the 1982 elections, saving the country from a second term by López Michelsen, perhaps he was not unaware that Colombia was a hotbed of conflicts, that the National Front had left the country the burden of 4 guerrilla movements, which after López corruption and drug trafficking had already been unleashed, which after Tabati the security statute had inaugurated a new type of repression, that if these problems were not dismantled politically the country would explode. Belisarius did try. He had not posed as a reformer, but when it came to challenges he tried renovations. He was able to sit down at the table with the FARC guerrillas and achieved with them, for the first time in history, a ceasefire. Its commissioners John Agudelo Rios and Otto Morales Benitez managed to advance the talks, as well as agree to the creation of a political movement, the Patriotic Union, which would legally receive the guerrillas who demobilized with the agreements. He also managed to start a dialogue with the M19 guerrillas. As president, Belisario tried to awaken a nationalist fervor, to stimulate pride for the country and its regions, but the evils were unleashed, and although his democratization attempt was sincere, all the basilisk's eggs were warm in the nest and about to burst. Centuries-old knots had to be undone, social forces had to be released, long customs had to be contradicted, but the old country did not yield. During his rule, nobody like Belisario must have felt how powerful the fossil weight of tradition was in Colombia, how difficult it was to make it happen. The formal country accept any reform, that the political country give space to other forces, that the military power agree that the conflict be handled as a political problem and not as a criminal issue. Stanislao was right, Belisarius only counted on the affection of the people. The inflexible and crusader spirit of Laureano Gómez, who had died 20 years ago, continued to impose restrictions on the liberal spirit. The old cloak of the church did not reveal that politics cannot be handled with doctrine and dogma. The old military power did not admit that the civil power politically dismantled a war. Old prejudices and old interests did not allow the state to give a political and practical handling of judicial problems. The negligence and immobility of the state prevented the regions from joining modern resource and risk management processes. Belisario had had to enter the stage when the fury was already unleashed, and the margin of power that he had did not allow him to make the decisions that were needed on his own, the most serious decisions that a ruler has had to face in his life. Whether Otto Morales Benitez declared one day that there were hidden enemies of peace. It was hard for the president to accept that powers that should be under his command opposed his decisions. Gabriel García Márquez confided to German Castro Casto that, when the traffickers had not yet become terrorists, Pablo Escobar, before going mad, had sent a message to the president and that the president had not wanted to listen to him. The M19 guerrillas, who had been in talks with the government, stormed the Palace of Justice. The president left the management of the situation in the hands of the army and did not listen to the call of the president of the Supreme Court, who asked him to call from the heart of the burned palace. Darío Echeandía had said no to the possibility of being the presidential candidate in 1946. He had said no to the possibility of accompanying the liberal people in the streets on April 9. He had said no to the 1950 electoral candidacy. That triple no of Echeandía marked the fate of the country for the rest of the century. Belisario said no to García Márquez without even hearing Escobar's message. He said no to the president of the Supreme Court that he was surely going to propose to negotiate with the rebels, and we do not know if he said no to those who asked him to advance with the negotiations of peace, opposing hidden enemies. But that repeated no by Echeandía and Betancur does not mean that these two men had been enemies of dialogue and civilized solutions. It means that in the decisive moments of their lives they understood, surely with pain and without alternatives, that true power was not there. In your hands. They were men of the people discovering very late that the people had no power in Colombia. Some time later, other presidents dared to enter into agreements with the traffickers, as the United States does without rest. Other rulers have tried, and at times succeeded, to reach peace agreements with the guerrillas. Other rulers have shown that customs could be modified, the Gordian knots of legalism could be broken, and spaces could be opened for new social forces. But the story is like that: what for one generation is an insurmountable wall, for the next is a wall that can knock down a trumpet blast. What for one age has the harshness of myth, for another may well be no more than superstition. And sometimes what has most impeded the transformation of Colombia are superstitions treated as indestructible myths, fossil dogmas made by ghosts so that the living cannot live. The smugglers had changed. At first they felt like just a kind of lucky smuggler, but they were seeing unsuspected wealth coming into their hands. It was as if the sesame from the 1001 Nights had opened its rocks and suddenly showed them things that no poor man in our patched and anemic republic had ever been able to covet. Thus began an extravagant time, where more than ever in Colombia the most pitiful poverty coexisted with the most ostentatious wealth, where biblical helplessness intersected in the streets with indescribable opulence. But one of the most dramatic times in our history also began. Because if in every business there are conflicts, there are disagreements, people who do not pay their debts, goods that break down or get lost, the legal industry and its trade can always resolve disagreements and settle accounts in court. But a gigantic business that cannot appeal to the law to resolve its conflicts is forced by its own marginality to resolve them by applying justice by its own hand, and the law of the talion is little next to the methods used by the mafias to solve what Don Quixote called the wrongs and that in the jargon of the patches of the Colombian neighborhoods began to be called the crooked ones. In one of his stories, Borges tries to establish a contrast between the humble ritual of the courage of the South American malevos, the mortal dance of some men who faced each other on equal terms, what he called the sect of the knife and courage, and the confusion and cruelty of the New York gang warfare, with outlaws prowling the sewers, precocious 10 and 11-year-old murderers, fine copper gadgets to empty the eyes of the adversary, men capable of decapitate a live rat in one bite, fights by starving rats, horse poisoners, and riots that set the streets on fire and threatened to take over the city. The history of the Colombian mafias showed us that there are no differences in the barbarity of our worlds. We, too, once saw the primitive ferocity of those knife and machete duels, men always ready to die just to show they were brave. I knew as a child the story of two men in the north of Tolima, who faced each other with long sticks like spears until they were reduced to two tiny wooden stumps. When they no longer had anything to beat each other with, one of the men suggested to the other that they go and buy a pair of machetes to continue the party, and the two of them left, almost embracing on the same horse, to look for weapons to continue fighting until they were killed. Summarizing in one page the atrocities that have been experienced not only in Colombia but throughout the continent with the drug war is to risk building a hell more dark and insane than Dante's. From dagger to gunshot, from suffocation to slaughter, from torture to meticulous depravity, the revenges of the mafias include not only the common forms of murder, machine gun bursts, beheadings and dismemberments, but the proliferation of ostentatious massacres. And full of warnings, to educate adversaries and societies alike. And in addition to the bloody saga, there is the unhinged novel of wealth, the man who builds himself a building identical to the one in the rich man's club where he was not received, the floors with pipes and gold taps, the most expensive fine Paso horses. Then paintings by Basquiat or Picasso, the bins full of $100 bills hidden again in the fields as a revival of Indian burials, the haciendas of the bosses whose memorable symbol is that portal where the plane in which they crowned is located. The first shipment, the way in which not only the most luxurious haciendas that anyone had seen in Colombia grew, the most opulent apartments, but the way in which in 20 years new cities grew in the old ones. The modest automobile fleet of the 60s and 70s became the same as the streets of Miami, and an unusual cult of wealth and luxury seized not only the traffickers who could sustain it, but the dreams of a new generation of poor people who were no longer resigned to continue being so. The country that belittled itself because it believed it knew itself suddenly became unknown. A boy on the streets of London or Rome is usually nothing more than a student, an artist, a journalist, or an ordinary teenager, but one could not know in Medellin if that shaven and tattooed boy who passed by smiling showing his diamond in the low-boned fleet of planes in the Caribbean or the assassin who had just shot a minister. Everything began to be redesigned for the taste of the new rich: popular music, the architecture of the neighborhoods, the bodies of teenage girls, the deadlines in the application of the laws. The arrogant leadership that had despised and abandoned its people, that left entire generations deprived of opportunities, horizons, education, and dignity, began to see that suddenly another country was born in the country they previously dominated without allowing any opposition. There were of course sectors that tried to oppose this avalanche of new customs, of unknown behaviors, of money ready to pave all the roads, of fashions, of styles, of insults, to the new red wind that now turned any place in the cities into a stage. Of crimes, which turned the previously invisible boys of the slums into desperate executioners. But the phenomenon had exploded in an irrepressible way, and the old Colombian leadership that had seized power, parasitized at the cost of privileges and practiced all the abuses, did not seem to have the moral authority to disqualify the new rich and their new-founded morality. In what they call easy money, the country understood that for the first time in a long time something different was happening. It was at this time, in the mid-80s, when Colombians began to change the cult of resigned pain, of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, for the cult of hope, in the image of the Divine Child. The wind that was coming was not only that of drug trafficking; they were behaviors that the state had tolerated, that the old elite had allowed, but that had never been preached or exhibited in such a defiant and ostentatious way. The first generation of traffickers had many debts to collect from that exclusive Colombia that had engendered them. They wanted to be received in social circles, but the old caste rejected them. She wanted to be accepted in the circles of power, but the political leadership closed ranks against her. The country had been so closed to all social promotion, that good people detected by their faces whether a person had the right to have the car they had, to live in the apartment they lived in, even to wear the clothes they used, or if those things that in any modern country are usually the rights of all citizens betrayed a dark origin. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Colombian elite was so closed and was so united by ties of kinship and compadrazgo, due to the fact that it was so easy to see who had money for reasons other than tradition and privilege, so that the new social class suddenly felt so much hatred towards the old power, that it closed off all opportunities for wealth but could immediately detect who had gone out of the way. Perhaps that was what aroused the rancor of the traffickers towards the formal country and its institutions. Many old owners of the land sold their properties to them, and the power of money was opening the way for them, as is often the case in all countries where smugglers and mafias accumulate wealth. But it was not easy for traffickers in Colombia to go unnoticed. Here the old elite, with its exclusive customs, had an infallible matched detector. And when they tried to enter politics, where they were not rejected for being rich or criminals but for not belonging to the old circles of power and their comparsas, they understood that even if they had all the money they still belonged to the order of the losers. Perhaps that was what precipitated them into terrorism and the attempt to refound the country. It is possible that they were even willing to pay their penalties in Colombia, as they said, to pay the foreign debt, as they once even proposed, to legalize their fortunes, but they did not fail to see that the elite, nurtured above all by the aristocratic spirit of the capital, she was willing to do business with them but not consider them her equals, and that drove some people crazy. Many people wonder why a man like Pablo Escobar, owner of a fortune that made him appear at times in Forbes magazine as one of the richest men on the planet, did not take advantage of that wealth to dedicate himself to living quietly, with all his relatives and his compadres, and rather he launched a savage war against the whole world, beyond what his tortuous business and the private justice of his industry imposed on him. The truth is that suddenly the neighborhoods of the cities were filled with young brave, deprived, risky and lawless, willing to do anything to bring a refrigerator to their mothers for the first time in those destitute houses on the hills where the wind tires. How to blame those who were illusions if it was the first time in their history that many poor people saw a light in the blind wall of their doomed destinies? Fernando Vallejo has already told us in La Virgen de los Sicarios the moral climate that prevailed in Colombia when a generation of resentful businessmen found a way to enrich themselves outside the law, and managed not only to buy young people to become executioners, but to impose their blackmail on society, to propose to judges and policemen, colonels and politicians, governors and journalists, the tenacious dilemma of collaborating or dying. The old powers tried to cry out to heaven when they saw that the mafias turned the youth of the neighborhoods, the children of violence and contempt, into hitmen, seeing that they began again to expel the peasants. However, it was the same old aristocracy that had taught them their methods, in what way a social sector can appropriate the land, expel the peasants, eternalize in politics, and continue to dictate the law as if nothing else, demanding respect for the rest of society. The Thousand Days' War was the dark memory that fueled the violence of the 1950s, and the violence of the 1950s was the furnace where the violence of the 1990s was created. The National Front of the 60s was the furrow where the tragedy of the last decades germinated. The displacement of peasants in the middle of the century was the model of the displacement of the 90s, in a country that turns on the wheel of its old horrors without ever opposing a civilizing project to them. It was not only the time when bombs were planted in shopping malls, when a passenger plane was blown up in the air, when 4 presidential candidates were killed in a single election campaign, when everyone could be killed. A political party in the streets, once again, at the end of the 20th century and at the beginning of the 21st, hundreds of thousands of people were killed, millions of hectares seized and millions of people thrown into the cities, so that the new century would also see how in Colombia agrarian reforms are only made to aggravate injustice, to continue closing the fence of exclusion and dispossession. And it must be said that it was enough for them to become as rich as the old masters of the country, for them to become as cruel and as insensitive as they. The only thing they did not abandon were their old suburban and peasant tastes, although they lacked the sincerity and sensitivity of simple people and deformed by ostentation. Thus we can understand many of the music that has filled Colombia since then. After Belisarius, the country fell into the hands of forgetfulness. During his rule, the mafias launched themselves into terrorism, and the guerrillas, hardened by 30 years of war, once again sank into mistrust. The enemy forces of peace had chosen, not only to exterminate the demobilized warriors, but to anticipate, exterminating the political party that had been created for these demobilizations to take place. It is possible that they did so not so much, as they said, to punish civilians who had any sympathy for the guerrillas, but to convince them that there was no legal place for them, that they should persist in the war. The truth is that in the government of Virgilio Barco, a government that represented well how ignorant of history the national leadership was already, and how the country was in the power of the Furies, a new phenomenon of loss of power of the institutionality took hold of Colombia: paramilitarism. 50 years is not usually the time it takes to make a revolution, it is usually rather the time it takes to unravel. Fidel Castro had won his war in 5 years, Mao Zedong in China had won it in 20, half a century is a long time, and he turns all armies, no matter how romantic their origin, into habits of ferocity and callousness. And in a society that refuses to see combatants as equals, where war is denied, where some are killed and others are discharged, where poor soldiers are slaughtered as patriots and poor rebels are slaughtered as monsters, there is no way to demand that enemies behave like Homeric heroes. And in the harshness of the Colombian countryside, only humble people from all sides manage to fight. To finance a war against an entire state, the guerrillas resorted to kidnapping and extortion, and they could not stop approaching the great business of the time: the protection of illicit crops, the collection of taxes on the grammage of coca leaves, the business of the drug itself. But it is clear that trafficking is one specialty, waging a war against the state is another, and there will be very few who can afford to practice both. Perhaps nothing suits the mafias more than that the state is engaged in an anti-insurgent war. It is difficult to conceive a greater profit for fishermen than the troubled river of these aimless wars, wars of attrition and exasperation, infinitely mortifying for the peasants who suffer them, infinitely painful for the people who live them, exhausting for the society that finances them, and that decade after decade they confirm the confrontation without horizons of a divided society, the paralysis to which they condemn a country. The money of the mafias is there to try to finance all the armies, and one of the things that is most under threat in these wars is the legitimacy of the institutions. The old Colombian ruling class had already come a long way along the path of denaturing democracy with its privileges and exclusions, with its corruption and blindness, but the new riches, which already surpassed those of the old plutocracy, had yet to decide to snatch it away. That was left of the old peasant property, to appropriate the vacant territory, to launch into the purchase of the law, to take office, put the state at its service and seize a booty greater than that of drug shipments, the booty from the public treasury. In 1989, the Soviet Union and the socialist camp collapsed. In 1989, the Berlin Wall fell. In 1990, the M19 surrendered its weapons and returned to legality. In 1990, a National Constituent Assembly was convened in Colombia. In 1991, a new constitution was proclaimed. It seemed that the country had conjured up its evils and its wars, that a new legality was making its way, that another country was emerging from the ashes of the Palace of Justice, from the massacre of the Patriotic Union, from the bombs in the supermarkets, from the reintegration of the urban guerrillas. But, once again, many things had been left out of the National Pact. Cesar Gaviria launched the appropriate phrase, according to the country's old tradition of illustrious words, "Welcome to the future," and bombarded the guerrillas with whom he had been in dialogue until the day before. In 1992, Pablo Escobar agreed to surrender to justice and was confined in a prison specially built by himself. Shortly after, he escaped. In 1993, he was shot on the rooftops of Medellin, as the painting tells us, of the lineage of popular prince, painted by Fernando Botero. In 1989, the Coffee Pact had been broken. The coffee economy, which had been the foundation of our stability for a century, was the latest casualty of the Vietnam War. The United States, committed to rebuilding that country that had been devastated by them, decided to favor Vietnamese coffee, and for this they sacrificed without hesitation their oldest continental friend. If just beginning the 20th century the North Star had been taken to Panama, before the century ended it took the coffee business elsewhere. He just kept buying cocaine. But Gaviria wanted to continue being the best ally of that great country. Once the Soviet model had vanished and the classrooms of modernity proclaimed the end of history, the strategy was to advance with the process of internationalization of the economy, openly offered to everyone. However, in countries where a coherent equilibrium of the productive forces was never achieved, and more so, where liberalism never broke through, it was folly to think that spontaneous market justice could occur. The inevitable consequence would be to dramatically dismantle local production to open up to the products of the great world industry, and reduce ourselves to the subordinate role of supplying raw materials. The only thing missing was that phrase, the economic opening, in the list of clamorous words of Los Funerals de la Mama Grande. The amnesia or bad faith of our politicians hid that this process had already been experienced in Colombia on other occasions, and that it had already ruined the industry, destroyed jobs, destroyed values and symbols. Just read the letter that Miguel Samper sent to José Leocadio Camacho in 1867, where he says, "If our country had encouraged and protected the industry, stimulated those who are dedicated to it, the monster of employment mania, which is the one that slowly devours us, would not have been fed. The peoples where the arts have been protected have reached such an eminent degree of prosperity that they have won the respect and admiration of the nations, not only for their wealth and preponderance, but for their material strength. The glass, paper, and cloth factories have declined in Bogotá because the spirit of foreignness has made them disgusted by these productions. If that same antipathy had France for theirs, today it would be a political country, like ours, but a slave to England or the United States. It is not that market opening processes are necessarily harmful and negative, it is that to join them, to enter into competition with stronger and more coherent economies, a rigorous and meticulous process of preparation is imposed, not only technical but also cultural and legal, because there is a risk of blindly sacrificing large and fragile social sectors for the mere novelty of a fragmentary modernity, which hardly benefits a few. One has to be essentially frivolous to sacrifice the few collective fruits of a decades-long effort, the long accumulations of social work, for happily joining the club of fine business. Even more serious is the assumption that one can profitably enter an international order of competition and reciprocity without having faced the tremendous pitfalls of exclusion, a model of privileges where only a few can benefit from the economic order because they already have the resources, they know the cheating mechanisms of the bureaucracy and know how to manipulate the laws at will. It is astonishing that the theorists of economic opening and free trade agreements are determined to ignore the aberration of a model that has closed the roads to social initiative, that they do not first warn or try to change the style of an unjust society, accustomed to violence and venal methods, which condemns the majority and blocks anyone who wants to compete legally. It is the problem of managing the economy by examining theories in the abstract and refusing to see the reality in which they should be applied. The doctrines, which can be admirable in their abstract scheme, must be applied in real societies, and here the persistent denial of the country that we are, of its nature, its people, and its history, made us endeavor century after century to apply recipes sent to us by the great powers of the world, infallible because they had already been tested in France and the United States, but deadly if we did not first try to comply with the premises of true democracy. The recipe for economic openness was not new, it was a formula that was proposed to us cyclically and that many governments tried to apply over time. It was already the preaching of economics in the 19th century and it had already brought down other generations. Only the forgetfulness of the leaders made it new to their eyes. If he knew better the national history, Gaviria could have said in his speech, "Welcome to the past." When Spain was preparing to join the European Union, it had to discuss the exchanges line by line and tonnage by tonnage, so that this historic opportunity did not mean a collapse. But we were not entering into a similar alliance, which would provide Spain for decades that European income that allowed it to rebuild its road network, rebuild its infrastructure, modernize its equipment, and even so it ended up paying it a large bill for the happy expenses of the new neighborhood. Here they began by dismantling agriculture, since there was no way to compete with North American agricultural products. They continued, for the same reason, dismantling a good part of the traditional industry. Not only did the cotton cultivation end, but the textile industry. The Colombian economy began to be handed over without protection, without any adaptation, to the free competition of the world market. Big business did not hesitate to sell some of the most emblematic companies in our history. And as is known, the first thing that was sacrificed, and happily, was work. It would not be the only thing. 15 years later the Caja de Crédito Agrario no longer existed, nor the Central Mortgage Bank, nor the Industrial Development Institute, nor the Agricultural Marketing Institute, entities that had been an essential part of the country's economy, and that seemed to be part of the effective and family environment of Colombians. The few valuable institutions of the two-party republic. It would be hoped that after 20 years we would be able to appreciate the advantages of the model that has since been installed among us. We should be looking at productivity, employment, infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, the progress of the regions, everything. That it was going to flourish with the arrival of the world, everything that was going to unfold of our own being, in the celebration of that new alliance with the planetary powers. I can't hear anything. Silence and mist, breaths of the arcane. The light lies, the song lies. It is already known that the office of our governments is to impose the great solutions on us one day, and spend the rest of their lives trying to explain to us why they did not work, looking for someone to blame for their faulty application. Ernesto Samper came to power in 1994 with the intention of putting heart into the opening. We never knew if he really intended to do so or if he could have achieved that goal, because since his arrival to the presidency he had to dedicate every day to defending himself against accusations of having received illicit money for his presidential campaign. It was something that had undoubtedly happened to all presidents, but the fact that it had happened to this one is something that greatly concerned the United States, to the point that, as president, they cancelled his visa to enter North American territory. And this is already a story that the new generations have lived. At the end of the 20th century, Colombia experienced a new war. The guerrillas had grown and spread throughout the territory. Their practice of kidnapping led them to come into conflict with drug traffickers, but they responded by arming self-defense groups that also began to act as counter-guerrillas, and soon allied themselves in certain places with members of the armed forces to do what they called peasant self-defense groups. It seemed like a war between the state and the paramilitaries against the guerrillas, and it was strengthened when Andrés Pastrana militarily cleared several municipalities to try to advance a new peace process. Even the rise of paramilitarism seemed to stem from opposition to that demilitarized zone. But rather it was configured as a new war against the peasants, with atrocities on all sides. Suddenly there were no longer only the army and the guerrillas on the battlefield. From the end of the 80s and throughout the following decade, paramilitarism grew in the country, and with it a particularly atrocious phase of the conflict. There was no town where people were not charged for the new security. Private justice turned into a huge business, and death once again roamed the territory. In the recent report of the Center for Historical Memory, it is stated that in 20 years there were again 200,000 deaths in Colombia. The most shocking thing is knowing that the vast majority of those victims were civilians, that again in this war there were no battles but executions, that it was the people, and especially the peasant people, who suffered the cyclical plague again. Then came the cyclical demobilization, and the best proof that the paramilitaries were an army under the command of a sector of the leadership is that it was very easy for Alvaro Uribe Vélez to dialogue with them, and for them to demobilize without returning a single hectare. What the world fails to see is that the drama of Colombia, at the beginning of the 21st century, continues to be the same as that of the beginning of the 20th century, the absence of the people in the narrative of the nation. In vain will a traveler look for the great monuments to José María Melo and Manuel Murillo Toro, to the geographical feats and political dreams of Jorge Isaacs, to the implacable cry of José María Vargas Vila, to no clamorous of Porfirio Barba Jacob, to the struggles of Maria Cano and Manuel Quintin Lame, to the selfless and lucid journey of José Eustacio Rivera, to the loyalty with which Guadalupe Salcedo and the Patriotic Union fulfilled their commitments and gave their lives for them, to Alfonso Barberanas' struggles for the town's housing. Furthermore, there is not a single tribute to Aurelio Arturo in Bogotá, and there are more monuments to the García Márquez saga in Mexico, France, or Russia than in Colombia. Here only Gaydon continues to launch his soundless cry in the small squares of the poor. But it is clear that these are not monuments. In vain will a traveler also look for the classic library of Colombian authors, as all countries have it, as all countries renew it cyclically. Here they tried it once, the beautiful Aldeana library of Daniel Samper Ortega tried it, the library of the Presidency of the Republic tried it in 1955, but above all, what we will not find is the continuity of a project to assess and disseminate these works. And if we have a few works of great world art, it is only because the talent of Fernando Botero obtained them and his generosity donated them to the country in recent decades. Great things for the people are not done by the state, they are done by individuals who managed to make their way despite persistent adversity. Because it must be said that in the official world, increasingly, there is so much lack of solidarity that even the elite governments no longer have shared projects, but each one ends up ending the projects of those who preceded them. In all instances of power, and in a dramatic way at the local and regional level, each administration that arrives is like a gale that seeks to destroy what was done, to start over from scratch, and often it is not even possible to even connect the government that leaves and the one who arrives. This can indicate to us what level of forgetfulness and improvisation the institutions have reached in the hands of a leadership that abdicated history, that does not feel the call of the land, the greatness of a tradition, the need for shared symbols. But it also tells us to what extent the country is now a drifting dream, parasitized by vote hunters with their old bombastic phrases and their great emphasis, without anyone proposing a project worthy of the nation, a shared cause. Proposing a country requires rigor and responsibility. It is not a task for those who want to seduce an electorate for 4 years or 8, it is something that requires collective effort, thought, will and commitment. It demands to be above appetites, and the state is the spoil of those who sometimes seek resources and sometimes power, the intoxication of deciding for others. This does not mean that there is no one who selflessly fights for the memory of Colombia and for its dreams. The astonishing truth is that efforts abound, but they suffer from the evil that the country suffers. They are invisible. Scattered pearls that no thread has managed to turn into a necklace. Everywhere are the generous efforts of the community, facing adversity, under the blindness of an increasingly rapacious and more vain political world. A country full of talents, resources, strength, and natural and human wealth, is adrift in the hands of powers that waste their moment, that do not manage, although they sometimes try, to formulate a course, because they lack the fundamentals, of a language to speak with the people, of deep respect for that people so long deprived, condemned to dispersion and silence. Colombia, after a restless dream, awoke long ago transformed into something unknown, and it is true that for a moment they wanted to convince her that it had become something monstrous. But it must be said that everything that has happened to us in recent times, crime, guerrillas, drug trafficking, anguish, uncertainty, confusion, are actually signs that the old leadership lost its control of reality. He lost his place in the world and condemned the country to crime, wickedness, and madness. And Stanislaw Zuleta, the great teacher of our time, used to repeat, crime is a lack of a country for action, perversity is a lack of a country for desire, madness is a lack of a country for imagination. The current order is a mold in which this overflowing, multiple country no longer fits, with a nature that demands to be discovered, a richness that needs to be expressed, so many tasks that it is urgent to undertake. The country lingers on the threshold of its reinvention, still contained by the evil influence of a caste that wants to continue being the owner of resources and decisions, an interpreter of all realities, when it no longer even manages to understand itself. Because he had his chance and lost it out of pettiness and selfishness, and the country has paid several times with blood and tears for the failure of its leadership. We have to escape this country scheme where a disgraceful caste always treated its people as an intruder, and built a no-man's land where even she could not live in peace. Where you cannot lose sight of your luggage for a single moment, where the momentary loss of a child produces unspeakable anguish, where if someone does not report in for several hours you have to start fearing the worst, where for an indigenous or black person is appreciated for power has to perform the greatest feats imaginable, where the edges of every road are a mortal danger, where many think that trusting others is taking risks. Is it too late to build a homeland? Is it perhaps swimming against the current, going against history, thinking about the Colombian peasants, the workers, thinking about a knowledge that resembles us, an engineering that resembles these lands, an architecture that resembles look like these climates? Is it possible a way to inhabit the territory that does not allow the terrifying catastrophe of Armero to repeat itself, where 25,000 people died in a single night because they were ignorant, as Gustavo Wilches says, that the rivers that flow from the melting waters of the mountains are not only the Rhine and the Danube, but also the small river Lagunilla, which passed calm and cold alongside the town of the plain, but suddenly in November 1985 it descended through the canyons, turned into a wall of boiling mud, logs and of enormous rocks, and as it opened in the valley it crushed and dragged the town with its living and its dead, and showed those who flew over the region the next day a plain of mud and bones? We let the country, its culture, and its people become invisible. Afterwards, it was easy for them to manage the territory as if we were not there, as if only a few gentlemen of industry, some owners of the land, some politicians and the media inhabited this land, the Colombia that appears on the social pages of magazines. They even made the world not see the dead, that it did not see the horror, that the river of blood flowed silently. And we have allowed the public debate to be reduced in such a way that today the media only talks about the penal code. There is no other issue than who goes to jail, who has committed a crime, who has stolen more, but no one speaks anymore how to prevent crime, how to redeem history, how to prevent jail from being the only argument for justice. Outside of some luxurious shopping centers and residential neighborhoods, everywhere we see a desecrated country, a degraded soil, poisoned rivers, ghost houses again in the fields, a community destitute as always of its possibility of being the protagonist and owner of its destiny. And the country has sunk in such a way into illegality that we are already beginning to feel that what is illegal is the law itself. What to say about the most recent figures, according to which in less than a year they have already captured more than 25,000 juvenile delinquents, and of them 400 accused of homicide. The processes that accumulate in the courts will not be evacuated in 30 or 40 years, that is, we have to conclude that paradoxically the law has no legal solutions, and yet the prisons are full, even more so, they are saturated, the overcrowding in them is inhuman. No one will be able to say if those who occupy them are the ones who should occupy them, because there are possibly more culprits on the streets than in prisons. But now what we are experiencing is not a problem of guilt, it is something deeper and more subtle at the same time. And the solutions are not legal in almost any case. Where do we get a new legitimacy that makes us protagonists of our history and not inmates of old guilt, forced into illegality by a delinquent state? Colombia will have to undertake a profound repair, it will have to offer so many beings destroyed by the lack of opportunities the possibility of a new beginning. It is understandable that in Switzerland those who commit a robbery are severely punished, because if they steal in Switzerland they steal on a whim, but so that people do not steal, they should first be given work, education, and dignity. If this state of ours were truly legitimate, it could continue to collect from us all our bills, but now we need new areas of legality, and this also implies a new rigor. Why delay in examining what happened in the last 15 years, if we are still immersed in its turbulence? The only thing that has happened is the confirmation of the old vices of the Colombian elite and of those that now aspire to replace them with the same methods: seize lands, wage eternal war, find a suitable culprit for all evils, dispute power without rest, disqualify the adversaries, speak of the country only in inquisitorial terms, without greatness and without dreams, without summoning new protagonists, other talents, other solutions. We have to forget the old mistake of thinking that a select few will be in charge of transforming the country and saving us from adversity. Colombia needs an entire people committed to its transformation. You need to deeply believe that power is not in a chair away from the world, that power is in every place. That today it is only possible to build an economy thinking about the place, an economy whose priority is not what the United States or Europe buy, but what the children of Colombia produce and consume. Whose priority is not how much a product costs in the world market, but how much work it creates by producing it here, how many arms it employs, how much social stability it gives us. Here are ancient wisdoms. Here there was love for this land forever. We have delighted in remembering those songs, those books, those works of art. We have been moved by remembering how there was a time when everything seemed to begin, when the end of a war left us young and happy, dreaming of a possible country. Perhaps the end of this war is finally the beginning of that new country that we have waited so long for. The young generations have to insist that this happens, because Colombia cannot lose another 50 years in a sterile war, and what Garcia Marquez said is tragically true, that human beings, the lines condemned to 100 years of solitude, will not have a second chance on earth. Colombia is no longer under the control of the old elite. She pretends to still have it and to dominate it, but she is only in a position to sell it to the highest bidder, and we will not let ourselves be sold. And the new powers that dispute the state have not been able to articulate a discourse with which to build a great country, a true country. Building the country that Colombia is capable of being, inventing and unfolding the generous life that every Colombian deserves, those are the duties of the Yellow Strip. More than half a century ago, Guillermo Buitrago sang, "I want to scream and they won't let me. I want a vagabond scream." Following the example of Fernando Vallejo, every Colombian has to speak his truth. And only when all truth can be told, when we stop being locked in the truth of others, will we learn again to polemicize without killing ourselves, and we will have given its meaning to the musical cry of Emiliano Zuleta that has traveled Colombia for 70 years and who gives it his name, this book. Something is changing in Colombia. After centuries of repetitions, where a culture, a people, and a territory were persistently erased and ignored by arrogant powers, an enormous reality is emerging, an unknown people is discovering its own existence, a territory is sprouting into the light. Sooner or later what was war will learn to be dialogue, what was violence will learn to be demand and claim, what was silence may become a story. And when each Colombian has a decent place in a country that up to now a few businessmen, a few conquerors, have shared each other, when it is able to put a severe brake on greed and barbarism, to take advantage of its treasure of waters and trees, of climates and memories, we will be able to build, as Aurelio Arturo wanted, a home, a space for life and for friendship. Big house, white wall, stone, and rich woods, on the shore of this green tumble, of this powerful swell. Still the old leadership and the new powers that have grown in the last decades would like to distribute themselves to Colombia, and even dream of fanaticizing the country again in favor of one or the other. But the country that they tried for years to contain in the Procrustean bed will have grown too large to fit in the cash register of the old aristocracy, in the pine box of the new. And then we will see if they are alone, deciding as in the last 200 years the fate of the country, or if there is someone else who is capable of opening it, when history knocks on the door. And for the sheath to finish. William Ospina.